Good morning, everyone. Strongly apologize for this slight delay, but there were some IT issues. Technology was betraying us. So welcome to New York, to the third IESBA board meeting 2026. You're all very welcome. I hope that you all had safe travels and that you are keeping safe and full of energy, because we will need it this week. We have an interesting agenda in front of us, very diverse, with many topics to address, some important decisions to make, and some discussions, even if not always decisions, which will shape the way forward of the board. So I invite everyone to stay focused and make the best out of these 4 days that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much for being on time, and thank you very much for making the way here to New York for this board meeting. Before we start, I'd like, of course, to say a few words about or welcome some people very specially. Philippe Christel, PIOB observer. Philippe, it's your first time with us, so you're very welcome, and I hope that the meeting is of interest to you, and that I'm sure that we will take a lot of profit of your presence here. Very welcome to the IESBA board. Yohei, our official observer from JFSA. Welcome, Yohei. I'd like to greet our board member, Obichuku, who is observing virtually, who unfortunately could not make the way to New York, but who will be with us over these 4 days. And thank you very much for your patience, because we know it's not easy, mostly because the hours are not very friendly for someone in your region. But of course, your presence is very needed and very much appreciated. And I think that Natasha, I'm not sure, is also observing virtually. So we also have here in the room some former board members and technical advisors, Denise Canavan, Jens Engelhardt. So it's always very good to see people again and to see that they stay beyond their term and their official formal presence with the board. Thank you very much to all of those that I did not mention, but who are sitting with us together, some familiar faces, people who are very interested in our work. And it's really an honor and a privilege to have so many people interested in following what we do. Also, of course, the ones who are observing virtually, and I suspect that there will be a few this time. We always have virtual observers, but I'd like to greet them and thank everyone for the interest that you have in our work. I think that Rich Huskan, also former board member until last year, registered to observe the board meeting, so I want to greet him as well. Warm welcome to our national and international observers, and we will have a board. That's it. So I don't want to take a lot of time in these initial words, but I think it's worth at the point in time where we are to, on the one hand, look back and make a recap of what the last month since the last board meeting have been, and also look forward, because it's what we are here for. I don't have been connecting much with board members, and I apologize for that as well, but that's the only reason. It's that because I don't have time. It's been a very, very, very busy second quarter of the year for me, as for many of you. I know that I'm not the only one. So some board members, the staff for sure. So it has been extremely busy, with many things happening at the same time. I'll say a few words about the outreach and the usual meetings that we have. So we had meetings with the SAC in April. We had meeting with the JSS in April. Both the agendas were very rich, and the discussions were extremely important to shape the work that we are doing in different areas, from culture and governance, CFO, even sustainability, technology, private equity. All this was subject to discussions with these two institutional stakeholders. But we also had meetings with the PIOB, importantly, with the IOSCO, and with a number of with the forum of firms. I think that there were 3 meetings with the forum of firms since the last board meeting, if I'm not mistaken, which is a lot. With SMP, AG, so the usual institutional stakeholders have been keeping us busy over these last 3 months, and that is very good because it allowed us for good conversations and to make sure that we are at all times aware of their concerns, their suggestions, their proposals, etc. The planning committee also met in May, and there was something new in between, which was the first meeting of the Users Advisory Group, which was launched in April, and it's already proving to be extremely helpful in some areas, coming up with a very clear advice and opinions about the work that we are doing. I don't need to mention it with respect to the projects themselves. FCG has been very absorbing work stream in terms of outreach, as you know, and I'm not going to go into the details because this is going to be subject to the project team presentation in a few minutes. In this area, we have been undertaking a unique, I'd say, amount and nature of outreach with very innovative instruments, approaches, channels of communication, etc., with the focus groups, with a simulation, and so forth. I take this opportunity also to greet and welcome Christine and Enrique, who are the two consultants from Leave Both who have been helping with the simulation and who were invited to attend this meeting and also to present on their experience with the board. But FCG from Culture and Governance was not the only area that has been keeping us busy. I would say that CFO has been also a very, very demanding and absorbing area of work with all the roundtables and the amount of information and discovery. Let's call it like this. That the project team and board advisor had to process. The documents submitted to the board, I think, that speak by themselves about the amount of work done and how they somehow managed to anticipate a few things. But also technology and private equity, the two work streams on which we decided in March to put a lot of resources and effort. As you will remember, we made 3 main decisions in March, which was a new work stream on private equity, a work plan, action plan on technology, and the focus on adoption and implementation. I think these were the most relevant determinations or decisions from the board in March. And we are advancing these 3 areas very boldly and responsibly. So we will have discussions this week about the work that the project teams and the work streams have been advancing both on technology and private equity. And this is anticipating some discussions, really what stakeholders are telling us that we cannot miss and we cannot delay both things. But also adoption and implementation probably evolving from what it started to be in terms of the focus of this working group to broaden their action and their activity and their area of work at times when everyone is telling us you need to do it. You need to support stakeholders with respect to adoption and implementation. So it's not that we weren't very busy over these months, and I want to thank first the board members, especially the ones who were very much involved directly in some of these work streams, but also the others who, not having direct responsibilities in some of the work streams, have remained always available to contribute, collaborate, send comments, etc. So I would not highlight anyone especially, because I think that the board has been extraordinary and very collaborative with respect to everything that we are doing. But of course the staff, because this has been a very, very busy second quarter of 2026, working in a relentless way to make sure that this meeting would be productive and that you would receive all these documents and all these proposals that you are receiving, but also working in a not always easy context of many discussions around environmental developments and happenings, facts that we cannot always control, and it's not always easy. And it's very important to say that this staff has been managing to work relentlessly and at pace and delivering as if there weren't other things that sometimes take our time, energy, and consume sometimes our peace of mind. So I think that we are in a good position to start this meeting and to go advance in some areas. One final word about, and this is related to what I just said, some governance developments happening, not clear what the direction is, but there are some evolutions related to the international standard setting system, on which I had the opportunity to update this board last time that we met virtually a few weeks ago. Not very relevant developments since then, but of course we will keep the board fully informed about what happens in that front. There was, you have seen the document on outreach that has been submitted. It speaks about a few outreach initiatives, but besides that one, those ones, there were a lot of things happening over the last 3 months. I would say on the CFO project, it was overwhelming. FCG as well, as I mentioned. There were all these meetings with institutional stakeholders. There were many board members very much involved in different initiatives, specific initiatives in outreach. I'm not speaking about myself because it's basically what it's almost a way of life. But yes, I've been around in many places with speaking with many stakeholders. I'd like to highlight one specific one, which is you may think that it's not the most important, but I think that it counts for the vision that we are having for this board, which was a meeting, a conference with the European Federation of Accountants and Auditors, which is basically the SMP community in Europe, which was very well received and that we had committed to do with them. And we took the opportunity to launch a proportionality document that I don't know if this board has seen, but it's one of the important outputs of these last 3 months, a document that explains to the SMP community how the code works in terms of proportionality. It has been having a very, very good reception. It was very much welcomed by this community, and we hope to be able to proceed and connect with the SMP community and be able to do things with them besides just having these regular conversations, which are important, but it's not all. And finally, speaking about the outputs over these last 3 months, they were not irrelevant. Output this proportionality document because it somehow marks a moment in our for us as a board to connect more and better with the SMP community. We had the document on the ISQM1 linkages also published, which was a very important one, and I'm sure that it will come to the discussion today as an important element for us to proceed. We have the FCG, the Farm Culture and Governance newsletters, which have been coming once a month with interviews with important people that, I think it's good to have around us and to hear from them and learn from them. People very much experienced in areas connected with FCG. So this has been an important development as well. All this involving a lot of work behind what we see. We had a snapshot or 2 snapshots on the 2 PIRs, and this is something that we intend to do regularly on different matters, which is to provide our audience with snapshots which explain in a very simple way what we are doing in certain areas and certain matters. And I think that we really need this because our audiences are still struggling a little bit to understand what we do, why we do, and all these things. We have an all about IESBA video also to better explain what the IESBA is, what the IESBA does, our history, and etc. And we have a refreshed web page, which hopefully will also allow a better communication and engagement with all stakeholders. Of course, it's not a full change of the website or whatever, but it's a very much refreshed and more structured IESBA webpage. So these were deliverables and outputs of these last 3 months involving a significant amount of work from the staff. And I want to thank them and from the board members as well, but the staff has been really busy with all this. And we have the 2025 edition of the handbook, which will probably tell you about, but will be available for you if you want. So very busy times, very intense work, a lot of input received for sure, but a lot of outputs as well. A lot of steps made and progress, developments, both on the projects front and on the institutional and strategic front, because we are working at pace on both areas. We are not just working and focusing on the technical work of the projects, but really trying to prepare the IESBA for the future with adjusting our strategic approach, our capacity as well, building internal capacity, building an audience which is closer to us for the good work that we are doing. We had over these 3 months some bold discussions with some stakeholders, which are also very valuable and that we very much welcome, because it's from that discussion and sometimes very different visions that the best decisions and the clarity comes from. So thank you to all the stakeholders who took a lot of time, by the way, to engage with the IESBA on the different topics. And we know that this has been demanding and requiring for our stakeholders, and the goodwill to engage with us is very much recognized and acknowledged. This was a period which I'm sure brought to some of us, or all of us, some mixed feelings, significant challenges, some pressure as well, some uncertainty, but also progress, achievements, and a lot of alignment that I would like to praise here and recognize here. It was a very demanding second quarter of the year, very rewarding as well. I think that what we learned and what we got from this period is going to be precious, whatever is going to be the development in the different areas of work and in our own institutional progress. There is, on my side, and now speaking as the chair, a renewed conviction after all this interesting period that we have been through, a renewed conviction about the importance of what we are doing. If it is clear that there are different sentiments, different approaches, different perspectives about how this may evolve, everything that we have heard, everything that we have do also speaks about different sentiments, speaks about relevance, because only relevant work and progress and proposals trigger bold and diverse responses. So I think that we are in a good place, and we are doing what we are expected to do. Regarding the agenda, I'm not going to go through the agenda. I'm sure that all board members have seen the agenda and prepared for this meeting. I'm not going to assume anything different, so I don't need to tell you what we are going to discuss this week. But I'd like, before we go into the agenda, which is going to happen immediately after, just to make some brief remarks. This, as I was saying, these last 3 months have been among probably the most demanding periods in the recent history of the IESBA. We have all experienced very intense scrutiny, very strong opinions, significant external pressure, and at times some attempts to influence the direction of our work through means that have tested and continue testing our resolve, our governance, and sometimes the due process. So this is all natural. We should not take it as a drama or something negative. It's just the way it goes. It's just the demonstration of the relevance of what we are doing, that it creates different perceptions and different sentiments, etc. I don't want to take any time here revisiting narratives, speculations, or whatever. That's not the purpose. We must start this meeting and go through this week in a very constructive way, focused on the future, not on anything else. Of course, taking benefit of everything that happened and we heard and learned over the last months. Our responsibility is greater than being involved in distractions, which will not take us far. What matters is that throughout this period, as I was saying, both the staff and board members have continued to function, and to function well, responsibly, honestly. Our people have continued to work, important progress has been made, and the mission that is entrusted to us has remained intact. The decisions which are before us today, this week, I would say, but we all know that today the deliberations we are going to make are really important, because they will mark a cycle, a long period of discussions, work, etc. And these decisions are sometimes complex and in some cases contentious. fine. That's fine. And we will all make the best out of these contentious, sometimes contentious or not, or controversial, let's put it like this, environment, and make the best decisions and move forward with the best options and solutions. It's reasonable that reasonable people disagree. That is fine. That is good. But we must distinguish between disagreement about what's the best for the organization and what's the best for the public interest, and in the long run, of course, and some actions that may seek to place, let's say, ephemeral or transient interests and agendas above the organization's response and purpose. The fact is that the history rarely judges organizations by the amount of pressure that they face. They are judged by the response that they give to that pressure, and that's what we need to do. Our role is not to protect positions, individual positions of board members or whoever. It's not our role to do that. Our role is not to try to reward our allies or diminish the critics. That's not the role that we play. It's not to respond with pressure at all. And our duty is to act in the long-term interest of the IESBA, the mission that we have, and the public interest that we serve. Today, what I will ask the board to consider is to approach these discussions with courage, importantly, respect and loyalty to our mission and to the ones that we ultimately serve, and with independence of mind. And that should be front of mind to all of us. I know that it is, but it's never too much to recall that this is required for us to get to good decisions, good solutions, in turn of which we can all move forward, because this is very important. Even if we disagree, even if I or whoever would like to have a different decision here and there, whatever the board decides, it's going to be what we will need to move forward with cohesively, consistently, and with determination. Whatever decisions we take, let them be decisions that we can explain with confidence, very important, that we can defend with integrity, and that we can look back to those decisions with pride and the peace of mind of having done our best to come up with good solutions. And with that, I think that we will be always in a good place. I'll stop here, just asking Ken, because I think that Ken has a few things to share as well, and then we will move to the agenda. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few items of administration, so to speak. First of all, on regarding the September board meeting, it's going to be held in Madrid. All board members should have received the registration information. The ask is really for all board members to register for your hotel if you've not already done so. So the hotel is the Intercontinental in Madrid, and you're encouraged to register as soon as possible. Secondly, there's going to be a group photo session tomorrow. So just come properly attired. So it's going to be business for the event. It's going to be both board members and staff as well. So just a reminder to be prepared for that. It's going to be held around mid-morning during the break. Thirdly, at the back, on the back table there are some spare copies of the 2025 IESBA handbook. Help yourself to as many copies as you wish. Essentially, it's first come, first serve, but we do have some spare copies as well. So if we run out of the copies that we have, we can bring some additional copies later in the week. So if you can just avail yourself of that opportunity, that would be great. Fourthly, let me welcome some new staff members. We have 2 new senior managers who've joined us since last board meeting. The first one is Greg Walters. Greg is sitting at the back. Greg, if you could just wave a little bit so that not even tomorrow, today, certainly, Greg. So take the opportunity to say hi to Greg. Greg has joined us with a background in regulatory. So he was at the SEC for a number of years, and he is very much well versed in developments in technology. So we will hear from him later in the week, in fact, tomorrow when we go into the technology session. The second senior manager who's joined us is Raquel Mello. Raquel at the back. Welcome, Raquel. Raquel is our new senior manager. She has a background in public practice. She's joined us from one of the sort of GPPC firms. Raquel, welcome, and we will already put you to work for sure. So you'll be very busy over the coming months. Welcome. Thirdly, in terms of the staffing, we have a new intern, a summer intern, as we normally do over this, well, basically every year. And our summer intern this year is Felicity Ong. Felicity, hello at the back. Well, welcome. And this is your first board meeting, so we hope you learn as much as I'm sure a lot of us will in terms of the items that are on the agenda. So just wrapping up in terms of the administrative matters, I would encourage you all to speak, especially those who are at the table, to speak into your microphones. Again, it's just a reminder to be conscious that we have observers at the back, and sometimes if the microphones are a little bit too far from you, those at the back may not be fully hearing everything that you're saying. I'm hoping that those online are able to hear all the discussions that will happen this week. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken and everyone. And with this, I think that we can move to the first item of the agenda, which is firm culture and governance. I will for now just give the floor to the project team to make their presentation. I'm sure that you all have seen the documents submitted, and these documents reflect not only an incredible amount of work, but an incredible, honest and fair attitude, professional attitude from the team in not only collecting the information, but also summarizing the information in a proper way so that you can see there, and that I think what I'm saying is factual, what you can see there is very diverse, very different approaches. And that's what we heard. But I'm not going to say anything else. Cam, Laura, Joanne, this is they are the project team. Then we have the board advisors, Chana, Hector, and John Walters. And of course, Ken oversees everything. And I'm going to give the floor to Laura, is it Cam? Sorry, Cam, to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriela. So today we have a full day on FCG, and as Gabriela just mentioned, the project team is Joanne, Laura, myself, and the board advisors, Chana, Hector, and John. With that, since we do have the whole day on FCG, and I'm just trying to move the clicker here. Okay, just a breakdown of what this day entails. So the first session before the break in the morning, that will be in terms of going through the feedback from the FCG dialogues, focus groups, and multi-stakeholder meetings, and then also an update on IESBA coordination. After the break, we will also hear a report back and the findings from our two consultants here, Christine and Enrique, and the board will also have the opportunity to ask questions, etc. After lunch, we'll be going through the proposed options for the way forward from the project team, the pros and cons from those, and the recommended way forward with respect to how we go about developing the FCG framework. There will be a call for a show of hands depending on how the discussion goes, but we'll get to that in due course. So with that, okay. On here, I'd just like to remind the board the objective of, again, today's meeting. It is a very important decision. One decision specifically is how best to proceed with the FCG framework going forward. And the board has been presented with a plethora of information, so various inputs in terms of the feedback from 3 focus groups held and all-party meeting with the individuals from each of those 3 focus groups and other institutional meetings, as well as simulation exercises. With 2 specific firms. The project team has then synthesized such information and presented all that information to the board for its decision. Just a quick reminder of the genesis of this project. And we're making a crucial decision now in June 2026, but the initiation of this project really was back in 2023 when there was a call through the strategic work plan then to address the topic of firm culture and governance as a burning platform. In 2024, there was extensive information gathering and outreach, which led to a working group report that identified the 8 FCG elements and a recommendation for the board to proceed with a standard setting project to develop an FCG framework to apply to all firms across all service lines to enhance the firm culture of each firm. That is also alongside the development of non-authoritative material, which was always recognized as was very important. Since then, roundtables have been held the first half of 2025, and using that information, a set of IESBA viewpoints were developed at the latter part of last year, and these viewpoints were used as a tool for further engagement, which we will present on stakeholder feedback on these IESBA viewpoints for the first part of this presentation. So, sorry, hold on. Okay. Here, I just want to give an overview of what we mean by the FCG dialogues. So these are twofold. The FCG dialogues consisted of, firstly, our regular sort of, if you may call it, institutional meetings. So meetings with the IFER Standards Coordination Working Group, the SAC, Stakeholder Advisory Council, JSS, and the IOSCO Committee 1. Additionally, there were 3 focus groups. One focus group focused with representatives of the GPP firms, another focus group with representatives of the Small Medium Practitioners Advisory Group, and a third focus group with representatives of individual regulators. Then we had a multi-stakeholder meeting, which essentially was an all-party meeting consisting of individuals from each of those focus groups. So 2/3 of it were firm representatives, 1/3 was regular representatives, coming to further advance the conversation from the focus group. The discussions of these sort of 4 meetings were really based off of a briefing note that the project team had prepared, and that was based on questions on the IESBA viewpoints. So it was around the location and authority of FCG framework and also the content of the FCG viewpoints. So the feedback from those will be discussed in a little bit. We'd also just like to remind everyone here that the FCG dialogues were a very specific part of the stakeholder engagement process. So it was not a public consultation of any sort. It was really a method to gain further feedback as to how to best to go about the development of an FCG framework and gather more information and go into more in-depth conversations. Each focus group meeting was 4 hours along with that all-party multi-stakeholder meeting. Separately, we also had a targeted meeting with the IESBA IESB User Advisory Group. Feedback from them will also be shared throughout this exercise, throughout this presentation. So that those 2 columns here, on the one part of the slide, that really made up the FCG dialogues that the project team will be feeding back on and giving our thoughts on. Separately, a simulation exercise, as I mentioned, was also held with 2 firms. More on that later, but it was with 1 large firm in the UK and 1 medium-sized firm in Asia. And the findings and will be presented in the second half of that session for the board's consideration. Finally, I'd just like to also highlight that although this was not a public consultation process, this was more targeted outreach to get further input. A few letters have also been received on the FCG project and to share the views of those individual stakeholders. One in April from the GAA, and more recently, just this Friday, one from the SMP advisory group, and also one from CPAP, the Canadian regulator. We'd also like to note that through the SWP survey process for the next cycle of SWP, we've also received some feedback touching on FCG. So the project team has read these various letters, and we do note that a lot of the feedback, most of the feedback outlined in these letters align with these key messages that we have heard from the dialogues. So with that, we'll also go through with the key messages from the dialogues. This is, I don't know if I'm pointing to the wrong place, but okay. So the PIOB's public interest report, I just want to highlight a few key points here. So within the PIOB's public interest issues report, which is updated quarterly, the most recent one states that there is support for a principles-based framework covering all service lines. Key to this is that this framework should be enforceable and drives behavior change, and rather than setting out compliance steps. It is important for this FCG framework to consider firms of all sizes and arrangements. So for example, network firms and also, various legal structures could have PEI investments in it. There was also support for additional feedback through the dialogues and simulation exercise to really better inform the board's decision right now, and also to help with firms' understanding of what this FCG framework really is. And to that, there was an emphasis that clear communication is crucial. Really, what is FCG? What is the FCG framework really trying to achieve here? And so that will be continued to be communicated as clearly as possible. And finally, as always, coordination with the IESB, and also it is important in due course to further explain how the IESBA intends to interlink the framework with ISQM1, and also how firms who may have already implemented ISQM1 would adopt or implement a framework. This is notwithstanding the linkages document that has already been done on the viewpoints, which obviously is not yet the framework. And with that, we're going to kick off with the feedback on the dialogues, if I can get to the next slide. But before we go through that, I just wanted to highlight the approach we took here to distilling each of these key messages. So the focus groups and the all-party multi-stakeholder meeting was really conducted under Chatham House rules, and this was to facilitate an open and more intimate discussion. Detailed notes were taken by the project team, and I'm sure many others on the call as well. Then the key takeaways and themes were really pulled out of each meeting without giving an overall sense of a weighting as to which stakeholder said this particular point this many times versus another stakeholder that might have said another point this many times. And this is really by design, because the focus groups were really very focused on a particular type of stakeholder group, so firms and regulators, essentially. And as a reminder, the process was not a public consultation, so this is, again, targeted feedback. The key takeaways were also not intended to be a blow-by-blow who said what as well, because this is under Chatham House rules. So with this, however, within the presentation, we'd like to give you a flavor of what stakeholder group raised particular concern or views, and we would highlight that throughout the presentation as to give the board a flavor of that particular message. So Joanne, on to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. So over the next couple slides, we'd like to share the stakeholder feedback that we received through the FCG dialogues and the other outreach activities. So we'll cover the overarching messages that we've heard from stakeholders, the key concerns and questions that were raised, and the feedback on the location and related authority of the framework, as well as the contents of the viewpoints. So first, starting with this slide, with the key overarching messages. Over the past several months, we've had a lot of rich, constructive discussions, as Cam walked through in the previous slides. There was acknowledgement that there needs to be a response to the recurring ethical failures. But at the same time, stakeholders raised a number of concerns and questions about what should be done in response and how. There was a strong recognition that having an ethical culture is essential to firms. And there was also acknowledgement of the important role of certain FCG elements, such as ethical leadership and education and training. We also heard broad agreement across all stakeholder groups that an FCG framework should not lead to a checklist exercise or impose undue costs relative to the benefits. There was a wide range of views on whether the IESBA should develop a new standard to address the topic of FCG. Some stakeholders, mostly firm, GSS, and PAO representatives, shared concerns about putting a framework in the code. They saw a framework in the code as potentially driving a compliance approach to FCG, with significant concerns about potential implementation costs and burdensome documentation and proportionality. On the other hand, some stakeholders, mostly investors and other user representatives, supported having mandatory high-level principles in the code. There were views that this is a way to establish a global baseline to strengthen trust, consistency, and comparability across firms, and to help avoid that ethics washing. Regulator representatives expressed views across the spectrum. For those who supported having a framework in the code, enforceability was an important consideration. And for those who were against having a framework in the code, they made suggestions to instead leverage ISQM1. And in addition to sharing views on the framework location, including those who suggested to only develop NAM, stakeholders also suggested a number of approaches regarding how the IESBA could approach the development of an FCG framework. And we'll discuss these approaches more in depth in the afternoon session when we discuss options for the way forward. One area where there was strong support was the development of practical NAM to support education and training on FCG. Stakeholders were interested in scenario-based guidance and practical examples that show what good looks like. There was also strong encouragement for the IESBA to reach out to PAOs and firms to explore opportunities for collaboration and sharing of good practices. And in the next few slides, we'll cover the key concerns and questions that stakeholders raised. One question raised by firm and regulator representatives was whether a root cause analysis of ethical failures at firms had been undertaken as a basis of the project. As a reminder, the working group's philosophy during the information gathering phase in 2024 was to approach this project positively and determine whether, if an FCG element was present, whether it would have addressed the ethical failure. The 8 FCG elements were then distilled from this analysis of this information gathering. And to respond to stakeholder feedback, Appendix 1 of the issues paper, Agenda Item 2A, includes some examples of regulatory findings that involve accounting firms where one or more of the 8 FCG elements have been noted as reasons for enabling the ethical failures reported. And as mentioned earlier, there is broad stakeholder acknowledgement of the importance of ethical culture in firms, including a number of the FCG elements. And the academic report the IESBA commissioned also reinforces the importance of ethical culture, finding that individual unethical conduct is typically enabled by the surrounding organizational culture. So given the extensive work already completed over the past 2.5 years, as Cam summarized earlier, and the generally strong support across the stakeholder community for the objectives of the project team believes that undertaking any further root cause analysis as a basis for developing an FCG framework would serve minimal benefit. But that being said, the project team recognizes that there are differences in views among stakeholders on how, again, to best approach this development of the framework. Sorry, going back. And moving on to this, here we go. Moving on to the second question, the need for an FCG framework. So some firm representatives questioned whether a framework is needed at all, sharing their views that the code's existing fundamental principles are adequate, since there were clear breaches of the code in all instances of ethical failures. It was argued that if individuals had complied with the code, the ethical failures would not have occurred. And there were suggestions that instead of developing a framework, the IESBA should assist with the effective implementation and application of the code. The project team notes that one of the objectives of the FCG framework is to enhance consistency and comparability across firms by providing that global baseline against which firms can assess their FCG practices across all service lines. There's currently no such comprehensive global ethics baseline, which can create a risk of fragmentation. And in addition to that, the project team recognizes there is a clear relationship between the 5 fundamental principles in the code and recent ethical failures, but also that individual behavior, as well as judgments in applying the conceptual framework and complying with the code, are strongly influenced by organizational culture. The extant code does recognize that organizational culture is essential to an individual PA's consideration of threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. However, the code currently does not address ethical culture in this holistic, comprehensive manner. And specifically, when compared to the 8 FCG elements, the project team has noted, the project team has noted that ethical leadership, accountability across the firm, incentives and disincentives, and education and training are only broadly or generally mentioned. Oversight and governance is mentioned only in passing with regards to management processes or in connection with speak-up mechanisms. Open discussion and challenges mentioned, but only the aspect of whistleblowing, and neither independent input nor transparency is mentioned. The project team also notes that the extant code's provisions are not sufficiently focused on what a firm can do to promote an ethical culture, again, to support an individual's compliance with the fundamental principles. So given these gaps, the project team believes there is scope to enhance and refine the code's focus on FCG. We touched on ISQ1 a little bit earlier. There were views from some regulator representatives that ISQM1 sufficiently addresses the substance of an FCG framework. And there were also a few suggestions that if there are any gaps between the substance of an FCG framework and ISQM1, that they could be addressed through non-authoritative guidance on implementing ISQM1 or amendments to ISQM1. And this also relates to the ISQM1 approach, which will be discussed in the afternoon session as well. The project team notes the objectives of ISQM1 and an FCG framework are different, despite there being linkages and mutually supporting aspects. Importantly, the FCG framework is intended to cover all accounting firms, many of which perform services that are not within the scope of the IAASB's engagement standards and do not have to comply with ISQM1. Therefore, the project team does not believe that FCG can be addressed through amendments or non-authoritative guidance to ISQM1. This was also acknowledged by other participants in the FCG dialogues, although there was recognition that the FCG framework and ISQM1 should complement each other, especially for firms that have implemented ISQM1. As a reminder, the project team, like Cam mentioned, has developed a linkages paper that explains at a high level the linkages and key differences between ISQM1 and the viewpoints. The completed annex was published in late March to cover all 8 FCG elements, and the project team plans to provide an updated analysis in due course, based on the approach that IESBA decides to pursue on the way forward on the framework this week. And this updated linkages document would assist firms in making qualitative assessments of the linkages and distinctions between the framework and ISQM1. And the project team also notes that some firms may have already implemented one or more of the 8 FCG elements through establishing QM objectives related to an ethical culture. There were views from some firm representatives that an FCG framework would be unduly costly to implement compared to its benefits, and also that it would become a compliance exercise leading to extensive documentation. And there were a few stakeholders calling for a cost-benefit analysis before moving forward with the development of the framework. Regarding the costs, the project team notes that the FCG framework is intended by design to be scalable and to be proportionate. And further, the implementation costs will vary depending on individual firm circumstances, which might include factors such as whether a firm has previously taken steps to develop or strengthen its ethical culture, or what actions a firm might have taken to implement ISQM1. And regarding the benefits, a strong ethical culture can help prevent or mitigate the risk of ethical failure, which can result in potentially substantial harm to the firm, to the people in the firm, its clients, investors, and the public. There were views from some firm representatives that the ethical failures seen in the news are generally associated with larger firms rather than smaller practices, and that SMPs may more easily address culture and governance issues, given their smaller size and closer ownership structures. As a result, there was a view that SMPs should be excluded from having to apply the FCG framework. This is also part of the discussion around the threshold approach, which will be more discussed in detail during the afternoon session. The project team notes that ethical failures may occur in firms of all sizes and any service line. All PAs, as we know, need to comply with the 5 fundamental principles and apply the conceptual framework, as one cannot have less integrity versus another depending on a threshold. Similarly, for there to be a common baseline for ethical culture to strengthen public trust and confidence in the profession, the FCG framework should be applicable across all firms, and having a threshold could imply that ethical culture only applies to large firms. That being said, the FCG framework is intended, again, by design to be scalable and proportionate. And there may also be aspects of certain FCG elements, such as independent input and oversight and transparency, that may lend themselves to considerations of applying a threshold. Finally, there were questions from some regulator representatives about the enforceability of an FCG framework that applies to all service lines of a firm, since audit regulators generally only have supervisory and oversight powers over audit, and in some jurisdictions, just certain assurance engagements. The project team notes that enforceability as a PIF characteristic relates to the need for the framework to be designed in a way that clearly states responsibilities that make it possible to ascertain the extent to which an auditor or PA has complied with the standard, which in doing so facilitates enforcement by the appropriate authority. The existence of such authority is dependent on individual jurisdictions, some of which may need to allocate the relevant powers to existing or new local bodies. In addition, there are other regulators or local bodies beyond audit regulators that might be entrusted with the oversight of a firm's other service lines, such as tax authorities. We've covered most of these points in the previous slides, but I think this slide helps to visually summarize at a high level the stakeholder views around the location of an FCG framework. Again, mostly investors and other user representatives and some regulator representatives supported having mandatory high-level principles in the code. And mostly firm representatives, GSS, PAO representatives, and some regulator representatives preferred the development of NAM over having a framework in the code. And in addition to some of the concerns discussed previously about implementation costs, documentation, proportionality, stakeholders shared that they felt NAM would provide more flexibility and timeliness and have a greater impact on promoting the desired FCG practices compared to having a standard. And again, beyond the question of the location and authority of the framework, there were also a number of options suggested by participants regarding how the IESBA could approach the development of an FCG framework. So they're on the side there, hybrid, phase, threshold, and ISQM1 approach, and we'll discuss those in more detail again in the afternoon session. The majority of the feedback we received over the past couple of months was around the location and related authority of the framework. But during these discussions, we also received some feedback around the content of the viewpoints that may feed into the framework. As discussed in the earlier slide, there was broad agreement around the foundational role of ethical leadership. The importance of proportionality was also discussed, especially around certain FCG elements like independent input and oversight and governance. Stakeholders noted that while obtaining input or advice from an independent voice makes sense in some circumstances, the necessity of seeking such input and the nature and the source of such input will vary with the circumstances. And they also noted that there is a need to better understand the viewpoints around the FCG elements of accountability and oversight and governance, especially across network firms. Stakeholders noted that some of the viewpoints as currently drafted appear to be too detailed or operational. And they also noted that there should be a closer look at how certain viewpoints are articulated. An example that was brought up a couple times was that certain viewpoints as currently drafted present ethics as a binary or simplistic choice. An example being when we talk about senior leadership demonstrating their commitment by prioritizing ethics in all their decisions and actions. There were suggestions for such viewpoints instead to be drafted as ethics needing to be embedded into the judgment and decision-making processes. And linking back to some of the stakeholder concerns discussed earlier about cost, we've received feedback that some of the viewpoints as currently drafted may create undue implementation costs and documentation expectations. And that while the viewpoints recognize that some aspects are not necessary in all circumstances, such as how to obtain independent input, types of oversight and governance mechanisms, it would nevertheless create a default expectation for implementing them. The project team has taken this feedback around the viewpoints into account and has developed a paper, so that's agenda item 2B, with a preliminary analysis of which of the viewpoints can form enduring principles of the FCG framework. And these were used as the basis for developing an illustrative example on one of the options for the way forward, option 3, which will be discussed in further detail in the afternoon session. And finally, as mentioned earlier, with regards to IESBA coordination, the complete linkages paper covering all 8 FCG elements was published in late March and was completed in close coordination with IESBA representatives. The issues paper, again, agenda item 2A, also incorporates the IESBA representatives' input with regards to references to ISQM1. The IESBA staff also met with the IESBA representatives last week to provide an update on the FCG project and to also discuss ongoing coordination over the next few months. Some of the items that we discussed include considering how best to leverage ISQM1 implementation to meet expectations under an FCG framework most efficiently, updating the linkages paper, and potentially collaborating on NAM together. The specific steps and action items that the project team will take will depend on what the board decides this week regarding the way forward on the FCG framework. However, regardless of the decision and what specific action items will be undertaking, there was agreement that FCG and ISQM1 should be seen as complementary and more holistically taken together. I'll pause here and see if anybody from the FCG project team has anything they'd like to add before I hand it over to Gabriela for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Cam and Joanne. I'm sure that you need a big glass of water now and to take a deep breath. I think this was really. I think that you really exhausted all the comments, everything that we heard, and the responses that the planning committee is giving to these questions, suggestions, proposals. So thank you very much. I think that we are well set for a first conversation about what we heard, what we get, and what we think about everything that has been shared here. So I'm going to open the floor for comments, questions, suggestions that the board members may have on this exhaustive feedback, and more than a feedback, a lot of considerations from the project team on everything that over these last 6 months, on top of the other 2 years, we have heard and understood. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll just ask one clarifying question that I'm really curious about, because this is stakeholder feedback as opposed to options and thoughts. What do you guys as a project team think is the core reason there still seems to be misunderstanding, fundamental misunderstanding within the ecosystem? I'm just trying to understand kind of where's that why is that happening? Why is it persisting? Because so much has been done, for example, around the mapping exercise, but there's been a lot of communication around the fact that ISQM1 is specific to an audit practice, not to other service lines like advisory, tax planning, or other things. So I'm just curious as to where, as you've done this outreach, where do you think the fundamental weaknesses around why this misunderstanding seems to persist? I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to provide a bit of color, David, to this matter of the interaction of the FCG framework as envisioned in terms of the way forward and ISQM1. First of all, we've had extensive discussions with our colleagues on IESBA. And as, in fact, Joanne, if you don't mind flipping to the previous slide, I think maybe we can speak a bit to that. But firstly, in our discussions with the regulators, whether it's the individual focus group meeting or the multi-stakeholder group meeting, those regulators who spoke about the importance of considering the interaction with ISQM1 were very, very clear in their mind that one wasn't a substitute for the other. And that message was also reinforced in our conversations, in fact, most recently last week, with our colleagues on IESBA as we briefed them on the matters that were being brought to the board consideration today. So as you can see on this slide here, the clear conception of the way forward in terms of the interaction between the two is that as the board develops a framework, it is very important to help firms really understand how they can best leverage what's already been done in terms of implementation of ISQM1, so that in effect, it's not going to be another parallel process of implementing an FCG framework when already much could have already been done in implementing aspects or elements of a firm culture and governance framework under ISQM1. So just to give you a bit of a flavor as to some of the comments that came through in the multi-stakeholder group meeting from the regulators when they spoke about ISQM1. Firstly, we have an audit regulator who said, the framework would be helpful with regard to the operationalization of ISQM1. So they were not saying, actually, this board should be doing or addressing firm culture and governance entirely through ISQM1. Well, it wouldn't be this board, it would be the other board, because ISQM1 is not within the remit of this board. Another regulator, again, just going through my notes here, another regulator, securities regulator said, we need both ISQM1 and the code together holistically. Some aspects of FCG can still be covered by ISQM1. Another regulator also said, one cannot deal with firm culture and governance through ISQM1 alone, but be very clear that culture very much is a big part of ISQM1. So again, it's all messages the board has heard before, and also messages that's been reinforced in our conversations with the IESBA team. Yet another regulator said, ISQM1 and the code should complement each other. So I'm not sure necessarily that there is misunderstanding, more than there is a level of, let's say, a level of anxiety may be a bit too strong a word, but a sense that this board really should be very conscious that there is another framework, if you will, albeit focused on quality management, that addresses elements or aspects or dimensions of the firm culture and governance that is being envisioned as part of this project. And therefore, all of this should be taken into consideration so that one is not being done in isolation relative to the other. So the importance of really that coordination has been emphasized time and time again, and not just in relation to the framework, but also in relation to the development of the non-authoritative material. And again, it's across the board, both on the IESBA team as well as from the regulator side. They have emphasized the importance of this board working hand in hand with the IESBA when it will come to the development of non-authoritative material in support of that framework. So I don't know if, David, that addresses your point, but of course, the conversations were very rich and very diverse. We will get into more of the details as we go on with the session. But or suffice to say is, in large part, at least from my take, having participated in all the conversations, there was a desire to move forward constructively, but move forward in a measured way, in a thoughtful way, because there were concerns, as already highlighted by the project team, about perhaps going too far in one direction and ending up with an outcome that in fact would be counterproductive to the original objectives.
That's very helpful, thank you. And I can imagine that some stakeholders are very clear and others perhaps it feels a little more vague. So that context was helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, which helped this clarification, which I think was really needed and important. John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start by commending Cam, Joanne, the project team, for the attempts and the success of summarising months of dialogue into what we all just heard. I had the privilege, I think that's the right word, to sit into each of the stakeholder focus groups. So I was in the meeting with the GPPC, with the regulators, and with the SMP. And it was very, very clear that there were mixed views across those three focus groups, but critically, actually, mixed views amongst those three focus groups. And I think it's really important as a board that we recognise and that we take the time to listen to the strength and the diversity of those views from the firms, from the SMPs, from the PAOs, from the regulators, from the investors and the users. And there isn't a consensus amongst all of those groups as to what the right action is. There is some consensus. Yeah, it's really, really positive that there is almost unanimous support and recognition about the importance of ethical culture across all of them. There is unanimous support pretty much for IESBA having a role to play, not in isolation amongst others, around developing really useful, valuable, non-authoritative material and guidance. The challenge that we have as a board is that the question as to how do we do something other than that is wide open. Yeah, there is not a unanimous view. So I think the summary was very, very accurate. I think we really need to make sure that we take the time to ask questions, to listen, to debate, and in the afternoon and make decisions as to actually what do we believe would be the most effective way of actually delivering something that would help the whole ecosystem take this really important matter forward. So just an observation, having been in the room. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that perspective of of an insider who was there and listened to all the discussions and has the opportunity to see how it has been, well, I'd say very fairly and honestly summarized. And of course, our role is to listen to everything. And hopefully, I'm confident that we will make a good decision in the afternoon. Christelle, please.
Thank you, Chair. My observation or question was in a link to some extent with what David said. I feel there is still some doubts and controversy about the fact that there is scalability and proportionality in what we intend to do. So it still seems an argument, despite all the outreach and explanations that have been done. So I was wondering if during our discussion today, the PT could share how you want to, or how you expect to be overcoming that and be, I don't know, maybe more convincing. How can we be more convincing after almost 3 years of discussions? Yes, there were some stakeholders like SMPs which may have shared with the PT some practical issues, etc., that are now maybe clearer. I don't know, but I think it is key for us to be convincing that there is matter for scalability, proportionality in what we intend to do.
Thank you very much, Christelle. I guess that this is one of the topics that will come back a little bit later in the discussion. But thank you for highlighting it, because it's an important one, and the way we respond to that question may have some impacts on the decisions that we will be making, and the perceptions and the level of comfort or discomfort, and etc. So I think that there is not an answer to be given at this point in time, but I think that we will need to keep it in mind for the rest of the day during the discussion. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. So first, my thanks to the project team for all the hard work. My reaction is very specific to the ISQM debate. So I am wondering, we're just going back to the starting point. When we started this project, we knew ISQM was there, and we had the discussion that there are gaps. Even the current paper very clearly shows that we've done a mapping exercise, and which clearly shows that there are significant differences. I'm reading it from the paper only, in the objectives, scope, output, and specificity of focus of both ISQM and the FCG work. So there seems to be some communication gap, if I may say, because the facts tell you a different narrative, right? Compared to what we are being told, that ISQM is good enough and let's build on that marginally, but not go full hog on the FCD project. So I have my sort of, reservations on that, because we need to be very clear in terms of where we are against ISQM, and that clarity we already have on facts. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. Mark, please.
Thank you, and also thanks to the project team for the way in which they have brought an enormous amount of work together in a way that is supporting us in even having a discussion on this, which is a huge achievement. Two observations from me. The reason this is so difficult, and the reason that the responses are so diverse, is that we are working on this project at a time where we have had some really egregious fundamental ethical failures. And therefore, it's an attempt to respond to those really fundamental, egregious ethical failures. They're not failures of the code, because the fundamental principles of the code already make it clear that these fundamental failings are not permitted. So they're failings of law and regulation, and indeed breaches of law and regulation. And I think if you try to put pen to paper at a time of anger, it is very hard to generate a solution that ultimately everyone can get behind. And in terms of global adoption, which has always been a driving principle for this code, we have to have something on balance that sort of meets around the middle. So we have to be careful to have something that responds not just to the worst, but actually does what the code is there for. And it's important that we don't forget that the code drives positive ethical behavior and positive ethical outcomes. But it can only do that if people want to behave ethically and they want to deliver positive ethical outcomes. If someone doesn't want to, the code is not going to change that. So therefore, we have to look at developing the code in a way that best supports those who are trying their best to do a good job in the public interest. And, the code is there, or the material that IESBA develops is there to support them. I take all the points as well about ISQM1. I think the only thing that has changed as this project has gone on is that regulators in many jurisdictions, my own included, are using ISQM1 as a regulatory tool for our supervision of the audit firms. And that's a fact. And we're seeing it more and more that actually regulators are looking at systems of quality management almost as a foundational piece before they begin to inspect audits. And so therefore, we need to also keep one ear alive to the way in which both our work and the work of the IEESB is being used, because that is changing and developing at a pace. And therefore, we've got to have something that is going to be really fit for purpose in terms of fitting in the framework that people are now using. But this is a really good discussion, and congratulations to the team for facilitating it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the reasons that we continue speaking about IESQM1 and linkage and reconciliations and so on is that probably the project team has implemented the reach out activities with part of the regulators, and there were no involvement of regulators that have oversight on non-audit activities. The regulator that has been involved so far are those that have oversight and enforcement over audit firms. But here we are speaking about a project that could affect even non-audit firms that has nothing to do with audit, and limited firms in partnership or other form, and even individual. So I have no clear evidence so far about the impact of this project, whatever it is, whatever would be the outcome, on this part of the professional accountant world, which is clearly the target, one of the targets of this project. I don't know, well, I have some insights, of course, but I don't know whether there are regulators with just oversight over non-audit activities or non-audit firms. And I don't know yet whether there is an enforcement that this regulator can do. My limited experience is that there are no such regulators with oversight and enforcement actions. So we need to be very careful in the decision we take in order not to put together something which is good on the paper, but it is not working in the reality, simply because we don't know exactly how is the reality. And so I think that this is to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, we could end in a situation where for the majority of the jurisdictions, what we put together may work in the world of audit activities, but not for the rest of the world.
Thank you, Luigi. I think that we need a little bit more information in that respect that probably we have. But the impression that I have is that from the interactions with regulators over these last few months, there are very different approaches. Maybe some of them, maybe for sure, some of them don't have enforcement powers over what is not included in audit directly. Some of them, maybe they have it, and some of them, and we heard it even in some jurisdictions which have codes of governance for audit firms, that the approach is that everything that affects or may affect audit quality is in the scope. We heard this, like what is not directly involved in an audit, but it's right there in the same firm affecting possibly the quality is involved is included in the scope. And we have some other regulators. I'm not going to name them, but there are already some regulators doing some work in that respect for the whole firm, based on the powers that they have, considering the way they interpret their own powers that they can do it. So the reality is a little bit more blurred or mixed than that. But of course, this is a very important consideration that we will need to take on board. And this afternoon, and also namely against the public interest framework and all the requirements and the characteristics that we need to comply or to respect. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the project team. This is such a good work, and I appreciate the hard work put into it is massive. So I want to speak to, I'm having some connection problems. I just hope I don't go off. So I'm going to be brief. I want to speak to the root cause. That is one of the feedbacks from the dialogues about the root cause analysis. So given the response that the PT gave, when I read it, it came across, it didn't really come across like a root cause analysis. I may be wrong, because what was stated was that some ethical scandals that happened, the PT looked at if part of the any of the 8 elements, FCG elements, would have helped to address the issue. So it seems to me that might not be sufficient if you're actually doing a root cause, because the root cause would have been to analyze the scandal and find out exactly what caused that in that firm. So I'm just saying that because given the example, that was one of the, 3 of the examples that had to do with malpractice or sharing of answers, given my own experience, having worked with one of the big 4s, when I look at the 8 elements, I find it difficult to pinpoint one that will address one of the root cause of such behavior. And one of the root cause of such behavior is well-being, when you have to do with overworking staff, as in you have a lot of work to do, like work-life balance issues, having too much to attend to, and you are so busy, you're in the peak period, and we are giving you deadlines, you have to do this, complete this e-learning. If you don't finish it, so it tends to bring out an unethical behavior that's not really what one would have wanted to do. It always gives an ethical dilemma to professional accountants, because you are faced with client job that has timeline. You are faced with, where am I going to charge this time? This time I'm using to try to get this after how many trials? How am I going to charge it? So you see that people just take it as just to check box. They'll just people will just do what they have to do to get done with the e-learning or the tests, and go ahead to deliver service to the client. So I'm thinking that it's very fundamental, based on my own experience. I feel it's very fundamental there should be an element. I don't know which element it falls under, that has to do with employee well-being. Because the answer we give to the stakeholders that we've done so, and there's a big point that's not been addressed, it means that root cause has not been plugged, that issue, that gap. So it has to do with employee well-being should be a principle that every audit firm should have as part of the ethical culture. I don't know if you get my point, but just that's on the root cause, just for us to look more closely and make sure we have captured everything, given the examples that we even put out. Thank you.
Thank you, Obi. I think it was clear that your point is that there might be something missing, which is about employee well-being, which may be the cause many times of some ethical breaches. I think it was your point. Well, we'll see how the project team responds. Thank you very much for that contribution. Christelle, please.
Yes, thank you. It's to just add something to what Mark pointed and Obichukwu just pointed also is not a framework for individual failures. And individual failures is because of this and this and this, which is business conditions, right? I think what we are, the individual failures do not turn into scandals if it's really individual. The scandals, the reputation harm, the discredit on the profession is coming when there is some kind of, how do you say, blind eye from the top, or even some support or motivation from the top to act as such, meaning not reacting to some notification of bad behaviors or organizing things so that people can reach their test or whatever and go for something else in the business. So I think by addressing the question of firm culture and governance, what we want to address is, of course, the tone at the top with all its force, not only talk, but walk the talk. And because, well, individuals have always failed, right? I think when it comes to harming the reputation of the profession, the credibility of an audit, etc., it is because there is something else. And that's what we want to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. I just want to acknowledge that I think the points that Christelle and Abachekwa have raised, I think are really important. I'm going to defer commenting on that, I think, until later when we get into some of the more specifics. But I do think that, in my mind, the viewpoints by themselves are not going to change behavior. And I think we need to pursue that further. But what I did want to address was the ISQM1 discussion and talk about proportionality and scalability, and why I think many stakeholders have reacted in terms of the ISQM1 conversation. When I think about ISQM1, the reason it is proportional and scalable is it focuses on identification of your quality objectives and your quality risks in your environment, and then allows firms to develop responses to those risks in that environment and develop their own approach in terms of managing, in this particular aspect, how they build an environment, a system of quality management that speaks to a strong firm culture. It's not prescriptive in nature, other than you need to reach a desired outcome, but how each firm individually goes out and does that is part of their determination. And to Mark's point, this is subject to regulatory environment. In fact, I think PCOB is coming out amendments tomorrow for their QC 1000 project. So I think from an audit quality perspective, but it is absolutely a scalable and proportional approach. And I think it's important as we think through these conversations about what we're potentially looking to do here, and that conversation about proportionality and scalability is depending on the jurisdiction you're in, depending on your firm size, depending on your own particular makeup of individuals. Are you an audit-only firm, or do you not do audit services? All kinds of things weigh into the considerations of what would lead to a strong ethical culture in a firm. And as we work through this, I just think it's important to understand and why, from an ISQM1 perspective, why firms are, I think, a little nervous about this notion of having these viewpoints and how that impacts ISQM1. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Sadia, please.
Many board members have echoed this, but I think I need to reiterate it. I really want to thank the project team for the time and effort that went into these conversations. I remember when we asked for these dialogues and to solicit more information on the viewpoints, and this has been helpful and probably took a lot of resources on board as well. The feedback that we've received is a little bit different to feedback that we've received in the past, in that it's a little bit, in a normal exposure draft, we would have gotten clear insights on the consensus and direction. And in this one, because of the nature of these conversations and dialogues, we got a little bit of a difference. It could be because of the stage that we are in this project, but also because we wanted to have these honest conversations. So because of that, we have received a little bit more of indications rather than positions. So people are indicating where they're at a certain point, or their concerns, rather than stating what they were in support of. And I say this here because we're probably going to have more of these conversations on what people meant or what people intended in the next phase. So it's a bit of, please have some patience when I ask questions about this here at the next phase when we decide on the options. There is also a lot of feedback that deals with people's concerns rather than dealing with their preferences. So it seems like people were telling you what they didn't like rather than telling you what it should be like. So they stopped at, I don't like this here, but they didn't go deeper to say this could have been something that worked, and that might be something that may have been discussed, but didn't get summarized because of the divergence. And it would be nice to think about what those considerations were. Again, I will ask these questions when we go to options to understand, because the questions may have been put to respondents, but from there, we're going to have to make a decision on what our way forward is, which might not entirely align in an equal direction. And we need to understand that better on what was said versus what was requested of us, what we are cautioned against, and the way that we will be going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Amajit, please.
Just a quick observation on the individual failure and the individual behavior. So versus, the firm level issues. So my take, I've been working as a regulator most of my professional life. From a regulatory perspective, is that individual behavior feeds into the firm level behavior. And regulators all over the world have conduct a regulation at the firm level, while issues may always be emanating from individual behavior. What I'm trying to say is that we cannot take away the need for a framework for firms just because it is an individual specific issue. That's a limited point I was trying to make.
Sorry, Amajit, can you repeat the last sentence?
So what I'm trying to say is that you cannot take away the need for having a FCG, the firm culture governance framework for the firms, just because on the strength of the argument that, look, it is just an individual related issue. It is not a firm level issue. See, that's a struggle we have as a securities market regulator all the time. Some CFO, some CEO, some chief compliance officer does a misconduct, but it is not that we are just regulating those individuals. We have the corporate governance framework for the entire firm. It is just that the firms, with due regard, the firms in question here, they are very active participants in the securities markets, but they're not regulated. Today, they're outside the ambit of securities market regulation. And this principle-based, scalable, high-level guidance would definitely help.
Thank you very much. And sorry for asking you to repeat, but I wanted to be absolutely clear about the
I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, absolutely clear. Thank you very much, Amajit. Vanya, please.
Thank you, and thank you the team for the presentation and also the material that was made available for us, very useful and very interesting. I totally agree with this last sentence from Amajit. I understand that the bad behavior is an individual comportment, and as Christelle said, but I think that the firms should have policies that prevent individual behavior in this sense, and that's how I think that the code can be helpful in order for them to realize what are the main aspects that should be monitored and observed in order to avoid individual behavior that is against what is ethical and expected at the firms.
Thank you very much, Vania. Hector, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to remind this board something we heard from the stakeholders, and it has to do with the very catchy phrase that you cannot be a sweet cucumber in a vinegar barrel. And that's absolutely true. You cannot expect individuals to commit to their ethical and independence obligations, commitments, duties, if the environment by itself it's not supportive of that, and in some cases, on the contrary, is constructed so that you skip those obligations in order to gain business or to use information from one client to get others, or that you don't waste time responding to your ethical exams because you can have the answers which are shared within the whole firm. Those issues are what we are addressing here. We're not addressing bad apples. Bad apples are addressed by the code. What we are addressing here is the quality of the liquid within the barrel. And that it's something we need to address from an organizational point of view. This is governance, this is ethical culture. ISQM1 has like an underlying requirement that you should develop an ethical culture, but has not a single word about how to do that. There is no guidance about how to develop that culture. This is where we come in with this project to complement ISQM1 in a level that is nothing compared to what ISQM1 does. We're not going to have a huge framework developed, granular thing. We're not aiming to do that. We're aiming to have 8 elements that are absolute common sense in terms of governance that are going to help firms meet those standards that will foster an environment that allow individuals to be ethical and comply with the code. If you have one rotten apple, it starts rotten the rest of the basket, right? But if the basket is rotten, even if you put a perfectly beautiful, sane apple in the basket, it's going to rotten anyway. You cannot remain independent of your environment. And this is what we're addressing here. And we need to find a way to make people understand that we're not trying to compete with ISQM1. We are actually complementary with ISQM1. And the obligation to have an ethical culture is already in ISQM1. That's a requirement. It's already there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hector. Rania, please.
Okay, thank you. So much of the feedback that we received pertains to the articulation of some of the viewpoints. So for example, some said that they appear to be too detailed or operational. Others refer to, the fact that some tend to be, for example, binary, comment on prioritizing ethics. And so for that particular comment, Joanne, you mentioned like a suggestion was made, for instance, to instead of framing it such that, prioritizing ethics, but rather embedding ethics in decision making. So 2 questions here. One, did you receive any further suggestions as to how the articulation maybe, enhanced or brought to a higher, more principles-based level? That's one. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, did you get the sense from your engagement with our stakeholders that if the articulation of the viewpoints themselves were enhanced such that, they are brought to a higher level, less detailed or operational, I mean, using the terminology that was used in the feedback exactly, would that perhaps impact or generate more consensus as to the way forward, or would our stakeholders broadly be more receptive to the idea of, like including the viewpoints within the code, because then they are less detailed or operational or binary or so on. So is that, and so basically my question would be, in that case, would the project team consider as a way forward, trying to distill the viewpoints to I mean, principles, more principles-based or higher level, I don't want to say requirements or suggestions or statements or whatever, so that we can get more consensus on the way forward. Yeah.
Thank you, Rania. So I have not been turning to the project team because there have been no questions. It's more comments that, of course, you'll have the opportunity to respond and comment. But since there is a concrete question here, do you want to respond now or leave it to the end? Okay. So thank you very much, Rania. Tomoyo, please. I'm so sorry.
Just to start thinking where we are in terms of outcomes of all this very long job that has been done, I think that it is clear that the vast majority of the stakeholders have agreed that the project is an important project. They support it. And the second thing is that there is strong support for the NAM, and this was clearly highlighted during the presentation and in one of the slides. So basically on such, we can conclude that it is out of discussion that all or almost all stakeholders support this project and clearly agree with most of the starting point issues that had been raised at the time. So it is not a matter of doing nothing. It is a matter of what to do, and the differences in opinion and, let's say, the divisive opinion sometimes are not with the scope of the project or the usefulness or the need of this project, but are on the route that the board should select. So this is just to clarify where we are, and that we are not discussing about doing something or doing nothing. We are discussing about the way forward.
Thank you very much, Luigi. I think that that might give the tone for this afternoon's discussion about what to do. There are options on the table. Definitely none of them is not to do anything. And it was clear from some time ago. But thank you for bringing us to where we are in terms of some consensus that we may reach. And I'll go back to that at the end. Jana, please.
So I might go back to David, and I think Amajit also raised it about why is there still confusion with ISQM1. So ISQM1 talks about ethical culture. It sort of seems it's like a given. Or yesterday evening when we were talking about it, John sort of said, is it an assumed requirement? But it doesn't tell you how to get it, right? And so the code already, I think, I don't know whether they have still come to the slide, but the project team has a slide which shows that the code already has maybe out of the 8, maybe 4.5 of the elements already there. And so that's why you need the other elements to complete the picture for the 8. Now, having said that, because the firms compared to ISQC1 and ISQM1, the firms can respond to the quality risk, any way they want. They can have their own quality responses. It is possible that they have already developed some of the things that we are having under the viewpoints. So therefore, they sort of see the parallels. And so that sort of, I think, creates the impression that some of the things are there. But remember, ISQM1, each firm can have a different approach because their quality objectives and risks are different. So that's why you sort of need to complete what is missing in the code. And that sort of also goes to Crystal's point that some of the things, it's not not the individual, like what Crystal and Hector said, it's the environment as well. So those environmental things are also getting fixed with these 8 elements. And then going to a point Obichukwu raised about the training, it's already captured in the working group's report. If you look at page 27 under education and training, and maybe in that we have sort of not elaborated that it's also part of the leadership's responsibility to create enough time for people to undertake that training, rather than putting pressure on people to do the client work as well as the training. So it's maybe we are not elaborated on that particular point, but that doesn't sort of say that there's deficiency in the elements itself. And just to support what the project team said, in 2024, when the working group did this outreach, and it's in the back of the report, all the people we met, there was a concentrated effort to make this a positive engagement and sort of engage positively, don't talk about various incidents. And that's why you even saw the incidents in appendix to the report, not in the body of the report. And I think in 2024, it worked really well. People engaged with us quite positively, talked about the various issues that they were dealing with, whether they were in a firm, a regulatory environment, or those charged with governance. So it was a very positive engagement, which sort of then made us sort of, distill it and get to these 8 elements. So I'll sort of leave it there, Chair, and we can see what other comments we get.
Okay, thank you very much, Chana. So we are close to the time that we had set for the break, but I'd like still to listen from the ones who are waiting, and then give the floor to the project team for some responses or considerations or comments. John, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. I wanted to touch briefly on the individual versus firm point and respond, possibly slightly react to something that Hector just said. I completely acknowledge that it is very clear that firm culture influences individuals. And I completely acknowledge that many of the firms in the profession, certainly at the larger end of the profession, have had issues around ethical behavior within their firms. But I think we need to be really careful as a board to think that that means that we are in any way suggesting that firms have got bad, rotten, unethical cultures. In the GPPC stakeholder group, there was unanimous recognition amongst the firms that being able to prove that there is ethical behavior at the heart of what the firms do is central to their ability to deliver trust and is absolutely central to what they recognise the role of the profession being. There was also an absolute recognition that sometimes you can have a gap between the culture that the firm wants to have and the culture that actually exists in either individual pockets or so forth. We're going to hear later today from the simulation report. I sat in one of those, and I know from speaking to a number of the other large firms that when you look at the 8 elements, the 8 elements and the viewpoints, an awful lot of the firms are already doing 80 to 90% of those things. And therefore, I think the question that we need to have as a board is, well, what is it that we can do that could help the firms? Because they all absolutely want to have an ethical culture. They see that as being critical to their profession and to their commerciality and everything else. What can we do to help? And I think we need to be a little bit careful to not suggest that IESBA is saying that we believe the firms are bad, awful, rotten, because I don't believe that to be the case. It's not what regulatory reports show, and we just need to be a little bit balanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think to John's point, I don't think anything is ever absolute. It's never all good or all bad. There are good and bad, I think, within firms, but frankly, that exists within businesses too. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to help Jana when I say this as well, and it's probably to reiterate something that Hector said, and I really do agree with him. A lot of what we're talking about here isn't unique to firms. It exists within businesses too. So, we heard it, and we'll talk more about it later in the week, even in the CFO outreach, right? You can have a CFO that's incredibly ethical, who goes in with the right intent, the right mindset, the right training, the right heart. I mean, all of these things. And they're in an environment that is just frankly toxic, just for lack of a better word to describe something that's unethical. And it changes them. So there really is a strong correlation, I think, broadly between having an ethical culture and the influence that has on individuals. I agree with what Hector and Christelle and Obichuk has said as well, that it does come down to a person's choice, a person's behavior. But often it's a collective as well. So it's the environment that either encourages or somehow, as Christelle quite rightly said, turns a blind eye. And I think at the extreme, some may encourage, but I think those would be rarer than those that just haphazardly fall into a situation like that. So I think when we talk about this issue, I think it's really important that we do come back to the collective, which we can talk at an organizational level, because that's what we're talking about. And I agree with the comment made earlier, and I apologize, I can't remember who specifically said it. It might have been Hector, that the code already addresses individual behavior. So it's not an individual behavior thing we're trying to fix. Yes, by definition, it will address that, but it's the collective. It's the collective culture, the collective organization. And I think there are benefits to what we're talking about beyond the firm. And I realize that's not the remit and the mandate here, but I think it's a really good analogy. And as I said, you'll hear about it when we talk about CFOs, because it was an example cited more than once. Good CFOs, an environment that's got high pressure. So the issue around time to take trading, it's a problem in business too. It exists everywhere. Even time to make decisions, right? The time to be able to reflect on what's going on and be able to step back and look at things holistically. I mean, all of these things factor in, but again, we need to look at it here collectively as opposed to individually. So I just want to reiterate some of what's been said, but perhaps give you a different example because it's bigger than just one aspect.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Now, Yohei, Mark, then Majid, and I think that we will stop there. Yohei, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, as already agreed that there's no doubt that the FCG is an important topic, and it's crucial for the IESBA to determine the way forward by carefully considering stakeholders' input and to identify the most effective and efficient approach. In my view, as I have repeatedly emphasized, that the most effective approach to the FCG framework should be determined through a gap analysis informed by the root cause analysis. And in this context, I really appreciate the presenting specific issues and the analysis as Appendix 1. And this is an important step, and I really appreciate it. However, the analysis in Appendix 1 does not necessarily call for revision to the standards. So therefore, careful consideration should be given to whether the root cause analysis is already sufficient. This is my first point. And my second point relates to communication. In June last year, a decision was made to resequence the project and initially focusing on the developing now. And now you're going to decide the way forward, including the standard setting project. So in this, I think that there is a risk that confusion among stakeholders for the decision and decision made, especially in relation to the standard setting aspect. So therefore, whatever decisions to be made, it is important to provide clear and careful explanations to stakeholders about your decisions and future directions to the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohai. Maybe I'll just take this opportunity to very quickly clarify that mention possible confusion about what has been decided. In December 2024, we decided to start a standard setting project. In June, we decided to take a little bit more time and develop some NAM, and everything that we have been doing may serve as that before we move forward with that decision. What we are really doing now, with the options that are being provided, is we had a decision in December 2024 to do standards, and then we are somehow revisiting that, if the word is correct. So I don't think that we have decided one thing and the other, and the opposite. We did not cancel that idea, but given everything that happened in between, of course, we need to go back to that decision that we made and we never canceled and see what's appropriate and if that's exactly what we want to do or if we want to do something different. So it's important that you bring that doubt, because if there are still concerns or doubts about what we have decided, I think it's important to leave it clear. And Mark, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to build on what David had said, because I think it's an important consideration for us. So audit firms are large, complex, sort of multidisciplinary businesses. The difference is that the audit element is regulated. An audit is regulated as a public interest activity. So we have an interest in audit, and we have an interest in something that could damage or cause contagion to the audit, which is why we have the importance of having the right firm culture and governance. But ultimately, the regulatory perimeter is on the audit aspect, and that's the sort of lens here. And indeed, you know, it's the lens for not only the work of this board, but also the lens of both the PIOB and the monitoring group in terms of looking at audit-related standard setting and audit as a public interest activity. So, and it comes back to the point that I made about, you know, we are in a situation where sometimes you have to react to bad things, but reacting to bad things doesn't necessarily always give you the right answer, because actually what you do is try to fix everything rather than think about what is the fundamental that you're here to look at and build out on that accordingly. Thank you.
Amajit, please.
Thanks, Chair. No, just to sort of react to John's point, at least in my mind, this work is not premised on lack of trust. This is the larger purpose is to improve things, improve culture and governance. So not at all a negative bias here. Also, you know, what David said, and I would like to reiterate, there are corporate governance codes which are applicable to listed firms all over the world. So this is nothing very new that we are doing here. There are precedences where, you know, you have similar codes which apply to market intermediaries, which are registered with regulators, listed firms. Also, if I can make a very general point, again, coming from the securities market perspective, the studies show that I'm not advocating for regulation. I'm just making a general statement that well-regulated markets are well developed because investors have more faith in the entering the markets which are well regulated. So here the short point is it's not a negative exercise, it's a positive exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amajit. Chana.
Yeah, no, I just want to sort of say it's not only audit, tax could be regulated as well. In Australia, tax is a regulated activity. There's Australian Tax Office, Tax Practitioners Board, in most cases, the tax part of the business will be bigger than the audit part of the business. So there are other aspects that are regulated as well.
Thank you very much, Chana. Hector, very quickly, please.
Very quickly, and a point to keep in mind, the moment that firms provide other non-regulated business under the same brand, we are talking about a single perception in terms of reputation, in terms of credibility, in terms of public trust. So if we want to have other lines of business with a different name, that's perfect. But provided we're offering the same product in a bundle, then we're talking about the same firm, whether it's regulated or not.
Thank you very much, Hector. So thank you very much for all these very, very substantial and important comments and feedback and elements for discussion and consideration. We are really building the basis for some decision that we will make later today, and that was exactly the objective of this session. The project team will, of course, respond to everything that you heard here, but I would suggest that we make a break so that we can process all this, and then we come back, and I'll give the project team the opportunity to address these comments and say whatever they may want to say and see how we move forward. Is that okay, project team?
Yeah, absolutely okay. But happy to also respond if we're happy to take a couple minutes, and then happy to respond, and we can start the next session with the simulation report back. Otherwise, we could do it as you just suggested.
After the break, please.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you'll have time to have a big glass of water that I'm sure that you need after your presentation. And we'll be back in 20 minutes. Yeah, well, 11:30, 23 minutes. 11:30 back, please on time because we are a bit late. Thank you very much. So welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break because we still have some work to do this morning before the lunch. I'm going to give the floor immediately to the project team who was so eager to respond, but I hope that this helped you take a deep breath and say whatever you have in mind with respect to what we heard. I'll just try to summarize the topics, not exactly what we heard, but the main topics addressed here was ISQM1, it was proportionality, it was the need for enforcement or to care about the possible enforcement. It was about consensus versus diversity of opinions and the possible need to get somewhere where we can, that we all can accept. And this discussion around individual versus collective or organizational approach and what it means for this project. I think it summarizes more or less what we heard, but please, Ham.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I did get a couple glasses of water. So on this, so I wanted to thank the board members first. Thank you everyone for your very considered comments and feedback. I know some of the comments that were raised were discussed during the session previously. And I know some of the observations or comments made also will set up the scene for our afternoon discussion. So specifically here, what I want to address now is some of the very specific questions and comments that were raised by a few board members. So maybe first I'll start with Obi, you had mentioned the employee well-being as potentially being an additional element or factor with respect to firm culture and governance. You raised the example of exam cheating. I just want to point out that in essence, employee well-being is really how to say, so the culture of the firm that the employee is in does shape the employee well-being. And within, for example, some of the cases that we highlighted in the appendix of the issues paper, the regulator reports do indicate this. So for example, whether a particular firm's culture is supportive of the individual's conduct in maintaining integrity, having time to perform these trainings and having the support and commitment from management to be able to perform that training. So in essence, the employee well-being is almost an output of the culture that surrounds it. But thank you also for raising that. Luigi, in relation to your comment on the enforceability of the non-audit service line within a firm and how this potential FCG framework might apply or be enforced. Just stepping back a little bit, the code, it's structured into the 4 parts, and part 3 of the code really is also for the entire firm, right? In terms of NOCLAR inducements, that also is applicable to individuals in a firm because the firm as a whole has committed to adopt the code, right, through the form of firm's commitment. So non-audit professionals, in essence, do have to apply the code. In terms of whether or not there is a specific regulator in a jurisdiction that can regulate these non-audit services, as you mentioned, this might differ by jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Chana has mentioned that Australia does have a regulator with respect to tax. Gabriela has mentioned that there are regulators that we've spoken to in other jurisdictions that can have that enforceability level. So so this would differ, and jurisdictions obviously do have the power to appoint an appropriate authority in those cases as they to enforce these non-audit service lines as they see the need for it. Nancy and Christelle and a few others, I know you mentioned the point of scalability and proportionality. Now, so any framework, whether it is inside the code, outside the code, this by design would be intended to be scalable and proportional. With respect to if it is in the code itself is drafted at a principles level and is intended to be scalable and proportional. This is one of the characteristics of the public interest framework and will be done through whether it is application material or through other approaches. in another essence, non-authoritative material will definitely be developed. And this will very squarely be able to address all the scalability and proportionality concerns as well, because guidance targeted to SMPs or other types of firms will be able to be developed and be used by them. Rania, on your point on whether or not we can actually distill some of the viewpoints into principles, and this is and whether or not that in turn would may be able to drive a consensus. So first of all, the first part is yes, that's what the project team has, at least at this stage in time, has endeavored to do with the viewpoints. So from the viewpoints, we've identified what we believe are potential enduring principles. So that's already distilling a few of them from the whole set of viewpoints, and then illustrating it, whether it be in option 2 or option 3, or, at the end of the day, it could be another option, they're all on the table. So this is definitely what we're endeavoring to do, to raise it, distill it into principles and raise it at a higher level as well. Whether or not it will drive consensus, I mean, this was also suggested through some stakeholder feedback, and then whether or not it drives consensus is left to be seen, right? There are many views, mixed views. And Sadia, you had also mentioned that, from the feedback, there was, various areas where it's, we hear the views of where potentially, the various themes that we've heard throughout the morning. And you mentioned, was there any suggestions? Was there any sort of positive, more alternative suggestions that might have been raised? And from that perspective, yes, there were in the point that, for example, one, there could be more high-level principles that could be withdrawn from the viewpoints, and they could be utilized as a basis for further non-educational, non-authoritative material, or even a few have accepted that this could potentially be within the code. And, if you build it on a principle-based level. In addition, and we'll go into this a little bit more in the afternoon, there were various approaches suggested. So, for example, whether it's a hybrid approach, high-level principles in the code plus educational material, a phased approach, whether it's taking your educational material, seeing how it plays out and putting it in the code later, whether it's a threshold approach in terms of, focusing the framework on a specific threshold of firms versus not, and even an ISQM1 approach, whereas use ISQM1 to be that vehicle, whether or not to develop standards or non-authoritative material. Now, the arguments for the project team's thoughts with respect to each one of those approach will be discussed in the afternoon. But for example, these are some of the more suggestions that were raised. So it wasn't all just negativity, if you may. Yeah, the positives were also, and obviously the full support of ethical leadership as the key element within the FCG framework. So at this juncture, these were some of the points that I wanted to respond to with respect to the specific questions that were raised, acknowledging that some of the largest themes, such as ISQM1 and the individual versus collective behavior, were also, and root cause analysis were addressed in the session just now. But Ken, I don't know if you wanted to add on to anything more.
Yeah, maybe just one item to just maybe elaborate a little bit on, Cam. I think the other points I think you've addressed more or less fairly. Just on the matter of enforcement of the code, I think it really depends on where the board will be going or heading with regard to the FCG framework. Because if it's going to end up in the code with a set of requirements, for example, then clearly it's going to be a discussion about enforcement, etc. So it's almost to say, let's not prejudge the outcome, because that discussion will come in the afternoon. But broadly speaking, as Cam said, the point about part 3 is that it applies to professional accountants in public practice, including firms. And the code is adopted by a very, very wide range of PEOs all around the world. So at the latest count, and that's just really IFAC data, 117 jurisdictions, member bodies, AFEC member bodies in 117 jurisdictions have adopted the 2018 onward version of the code. So they are already on at that level. But importantly, under the statements of membership obligation that IFAC requires its member bodies to essentially comply with, SMO 6 deals with investigation and discipline. So in other words, there are expectations on the PAOs with regard to investigating and disciplining the members and firms as well, with regard to compliance with the code. So that expectation is already there, and it's really incumbent upon the PAOs to put in place the necessary, disciplinary mechanisms, investigation, etc. And in fact, many PAOs do that because that's part and parcel of their role as member bodies. So all to say is, it's not that the code only deals with auditors, or that it's, whenever we think about regulation, it's only about audit. It is about broadly the cross-section of services that firms widely provide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cam, and thank you very much, Ken. Yes, I know, and there are others. Thank you very much for these reactions and responses. We'll go through the members who still want to say something, and then move to the next part of the meeting, which is the report on the simulation exercise. Rania, please.
Yeah, thank you. So not to preempt the discussion, and I just wanted to clarify one point, Cam. So yeah, I am aware of what you've tried to do in terms of like identify which are the enduring principles and which others. My comment or my question was more about the actual framing of the entire narrative, whether the enduring or the non-enduring components of it. Because I know, and for example, because let's say the issue about prioritizing ethics, it is still the wording. If you look at A3, I don't want to preempt the discussion, but the phrase prioritize ethics is still in there. I know that some things are going to be brought up now by our guests here regarding the simulation. So there were some very specific concerns, rightly or wrongly. I'm not saying this, I'm not commenting, but about the actual, the narrative that is used. So my question is, or perhaps a recommendation or a suggestion for the project team to consider perhaps adjusting, enhancing the narrative itself of everything, enduring versus and non-enduring. Perhaps that would drive or help us drive a consensus among our stakeholders, is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. I think that this brings me to say something that it's obvious, but I think it needs to be reinforced, which is whatever decision we are going to make today, this is the start of the project. So we should not take everything as the last word, the last words, because these were viewpoints developed for us to be able to engage with stakeholders, but not at all the final product. I must say that with all the work that has been done, we may be a little bit closer than we would be in a different situation, but the work starts tomorrow. Really, the project starts tomorrow. What makes it different is that never in our life, I think, we did all this work before making the decision about how to move forward. So your comments are very welcome and important and relevant, and they will probably be very well addressed once we have decided how to move forward and what to do with these viewpoints. Thank you so much. So we really need to go fast. Hector.
Very quickly, and in the same vein, I wanted to, maybe at the risk of being redundant, address the scalability and proportionality issue. I wanted to share with you, as being a board advisor on this project, that we have heard most of those concerns related to maybe two big elements within the 8. One is independent input, and the other one is transparency. And we have, on the designing board, kept very much in mind that we can bring proportionality and scalability on those particular elements, certainly via NAM, But if necessary, in the application material standards, whatever way the board decides to go, to address those concerns. There are other elements that don't need this scalability and proportionality in the design because either you have them or not. But we have paid attention to that, and we are not in anybody's mind planning to have something that could become a burden to smaller firms, and especially on elements that they have raised as the most difficult. So just to keep in mind on the scalability and proportionality.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Hector, because even if we all know that that has been a consideration and a concern that we have had in mind since day one, and it's still there, we have not abandoned it at all. I think that from what we heard, there are still some concerns or requests for that to be well addressed. And yes, it's not, the objective is not to create something which is an unnecessary burden. Let me add this word, because it's always a matter of balancing the risk, the impact, etc., and the need to have something. Luigi, finally.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify a couple of things. When we speak about firm in the context of part 3, as Ken said, we are not speaking just about form of firms. They are a few. We are speaking about thousands and thousands of other firms or individuals or partnerships that have nothing to do with audit or form of firm. And if you rely on the assumption that form of firm are, well, the firm belonging to form of firm are implementing on a voluntary basis, you fail to consider all the rest. This is the first thing. The second thing, I will not repeat what I said this morning about the regulatory authority with oversight and enforcement, but to the extent that enforceability is one of the key, we need to remind that when we go into this space is not warranted. And the assumption that, well, it is sufficient to issue some requirements to finish our work, it is an assumption that may prove to be not correct. And third consideration, and for certain comments that I heard, there is a strong reliance that the firm from form of firm will continue applying work on the assumption that everything will be implemented. But there is a risk of fragmentation if there is a strong different view compared where the board will land. And so we also need to consider this point. And last, sorry, was not the last before. And the last consideration is that in the professional accountant organization that are responsible for implementing in this space, we heard a lot of concerns about this project, and most of them have concerns. So another assumption that need to be careful consider is the fact that all of them will continue implementing the entire part of the code. Again, there is a risk of fragmentation in my view. So before assuming that the status quo will be repeated in the future, I think that we need to consider a different scenario.
Thank you very much, Luigi. You are now raising a point which has not been mentioned yet, but I think it's we should leave it for this afternoon when we discuss the options, because the risk of fragmentation, it's a significant risk that we would like to avoid, but I don't see that it's specific of one option, one possible option. There are different reasons why different options can drive or can trigger levels of fragmentation. So I think that we will discuss this afternoon when we discuss the different options, but thank you for raising it because it's really an important topic that we need to have into consideration. Now, before I try to summarize this discussion, I'd like to ask Philippe Christel on behalf of PIOB if Philippe wants to say something at this point, or maybe later, or feel free, of course.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm very happy to listen to your comments and to this conversation, which seems to me very open and to some extent a sort of pre-discussion before starting, the definition, the design of the path this afternoon. So I'm impatient now to know the results of your different elements of conversation this afternoon, because I think it's really a key project, Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. I must confess that I'm impatient too, because I really want to start working on the next phase. So I'm already looking for tomorrow. Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. So we have a few topics here that we need to bear in mind when we discuss the options this afternoon. All that has to do with ISQM1, and I'm very confident and very comfortable that we have addressed everything that has to do with the ISQM1 in a very, very, very significant, extensive, exhaustive way. Something that was not said, of course, it was mentioned that it was done with some collaboration with IESBA, but IESBA had took a significant part of the job in this linkages paper, right? So first of all, I'd like to thank IESBA for their collaboration, but also make everyone comfortable that they were part of this work, and this is the product of what we have discussed and worked with them for some time. Then there are proportionality. Thank you to those who rose this topic, because we need to make clear that the intention is not to go with a one-size-fits-all approach, same thing for everyone, or if it's the same thing for everyone, it has to have the flexibility to adjust to completely different realities, capacities, and risks, because again, I'm going to put the risk topic on the table, because not all the firms create the same risks for investors, and not all the firms have the same risk in terms of their reputation and what it makes to trust, and etc. Enforcement, we heard a bit, but I think we will need to go back to that when we discuss the options again. So thank you very much for bringing it as well. There's just one topic that I'd like, and fragmentation, one topic that it was very good that you mentioned that and discussed that, which is this apparent conflict or whatever between individual and organizational. And I think that there were very good contributions here along the lines, and maybe Christine and Enrique will go back to that, because it's your life. It's to work on the culture of organizations to drive good behavior. So the only thing that it's new here with respect to everything that we know from organizational culture, organizational psychology, and all these things, which is scientific. I mean, we are not reinventing the wheel. This is obvious. This is common sense. What is new here is that the IESBA so far hadn't gone into that space yet. But the conversation around, is the code enough? No, everything is in the code. We are not missing anything. Right, in terms of individual standards which address individual behavior, probably it's full fit for purpose for now, but still there continue to be breaches of the code, and that's the incentive and the context that creates the incentive or the opportunity or the possibility for the code to be disrespected, the more intense way or less intense way that we are trying to address. And it's this shift, this move towards a different level that the IESBA is making, that it's probably explaining, and also explaining all these intense discussions and conversations, because definitely it takes us away from the traditional approach that has been taken so far. And that is more than understandable. What I'd add is that the world is changing. We are seeing things happening and trying to do something different and more effective, exactly the same way that we have always done, probably may not work. But we'll see how this is approached this afternoon. And with this, Christine and Enrique, thank you very much. I apologize for this delay, but these discussions always go beyond what we expect. And I'm going to give you the floor immediately to present the work that you have done with the IESBA. The conclusions or the takeaways that it allowed you, because it's going to be very interesting as well to embed in our reflection this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Enrique Martinez Gonzalez, and I'm a principal with Live Both And.
And I'm Christine Schaefer. I am the other principal of Live Both And we are really delighted to be with you today to really complement the written report that was already distributed. So our hope for today is to just highlight some of the key aspects of the prototype lab process, the findings that resulted, and invite you to think expansively about what could be next. And I will note, as we go through this, I'm going to confess, we might on occasion, much to the chagrin especially of the staff, and thank you for always being patient with us, use the word framework. We understand that there isn't a framework yet. We do understand that. We mean the elements and the viewpoints, and we keep trying to condition ourselves not to say framework, but I'm going to put it out there. So in case we do, please understand that we are fully acknowledging that it doesn't exist yet. Okay, so just bear with us with that. And as we jump into this, I just wanted to talk about the sticker that you're seeing on the slides. The very first lab we did was in London. The very first day we arrived, we're walking down the street, and no kidding, this was just stuck to a wall. And we took this as an incredible sign of the world knowing how important ethics are. So as it says, let's get ethical. Enrique, please take it away.
So I'll say, yeah, let me do it. I'll say a couple of words about the depth of the engagement, because as you know, the labs were, they run for 3 days, as Cam mentioned before. We conducted 4 labs, 2 each in 2 locations, 2 firms. Participants range from associates to partners, representing all lines of service. I think the number was about 75 people were involved. This was definitely the right approach from the aspect of collecting qualitative data, because having a 3-day engagement, even if it represented to ask a lot from the firms, but it helped participants go beyond those first impression hesitancies. Imagine that you're presented with a new framework, a new content for the first time, which is what happened on day 1. Well, there was some hesitation, but having 2 additional days to actually have people immersing in the content was very, very, very beneficial. It improved the feedback, and more importantly, it meant growing acceptance of the future versions of the framework.
So we started before the labs proper, which were 3 days. We had an observation day in each firm where we got to meet with a variety of people, importantly with non-professional accountants, because they all contribute to the firm culture as well. We had meetings, presentations, et cetera. And then the labs themselves were at the firm's offices, so we got to continue to experience that. And the picture on the screen now is of a monthly breakfast event that is held at one of the firms. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, okay, what does that have to do with ethical culture? Exactly the interesting thing that we discovered. In the beginning, participants really saw ethics as one thing and firm culture as another thing. They had a little bit of difficulty at first putting the two of them together, recognizing that it's really woven into the fabric every day, not specifically and only around these ethically ambiguous accounting-based moments. So a very quick story. The very first day, at the very first lab at one of the firms, we had a conversation at break time because everyone in the lab was wearing company shirts, company polo shirts, and they all had very similar slacks on. And the conversation over break evolved to say, I wish we weren't doing this. I really wish we didn't all have to wear these same shirts. Yeah, we were told we have to wear them every day, and I only have one. That means I have to wash them every night, and so on. And so we started talking with them, and we said, oh, well, this is really very interesting. Where did this directive come from? Well, the senior partner sent an email to all lab participants instructing us to do this. Okay, did the partner explain to you why? No, it just said we should. Here is a case in point, very small scale, where transparency could have been demonstrated on the part of the senior leader to share the why. That is a form of transparency. Then we went on to the conversation to say, well, did you ask the senior partner why? because we'd been told that they had a really open culture and they could ask anything. And they said, no, we didn't do that. So, okay, well, that's interesting because there was an opportunity for open discussion, but maybe a little challenge. It didn't happen. These kinds of occurrences happen all the time in all organizations, not just firms, but specifically in firms. Well, so why does it happen? This gets to the very point that was brought up earlier. It happens because we're human. In every organization, there are individuals, occurrences for us when we know we should act in a certain way, but things get in the way. And to the point raised earlier, it could be stress, it could be urgency. In the case of the story that I was just telling, it was actually much more positive. The individual who raised it felt loyalty and kindness toward that senior leader, and so chose not to speak up in that instance. What's interesting is that this issue of the no act gap, this is the me, it gets compounded when you think about an organization. Because now all of a sudden we see things in the gap like the team norms or perceived consensus, or even this idea of peer behavior, seeing what other people are doing. It matters. This is what impacts daily life in firms. That's firm culture. And while no one in the labs felt that a framework can close this gap, over the course of the 3 days, there really started to be recognition that a framework could help to narrow it, and in some cases, build a bridge over it. And so the question then became, what can be done for that to really come to life? And so Enrique is going to highlight a few of the things that came up through the labs that point to that very thing.
So these are on page 5. There's a report that you had access to the full report, and there are five key findings. I think it's on page 5. So I'm going to very quickly go through them, just to bring them to the table. The first one was that there was overall support for the intent of the FCG viewpoints. Again, having a 3-day engagement was key for this, because we believe without that length, there would have been much more hesitancy, but having 3 days of engagement allowed that support to emerge. There was support for the intent, not necessarily for the current version, even though everybody understood that it's a work in progress. KF number 2, the professionals we engaged with were open to a principles-based FCG framework without perceived or required compliance metrics. This finding is about flexibility. Different participants interpreted the framework differently, and this speaks, of course, to the ambiguity of language. There was some concern that if the language was not careful enough, it might imply compliance. We heard that a call for clarity in the language, resulting in a framework with adaptable principles rather than static ones. The labs did what a static framework can never do. They gave participants together the opportunity to discuss and negotiate different understandings of the framework. And as a result, the framework will benefit from that level of participation. KF number 3, there was agreement that a simple, clear, flexible, and guiding FCG framework with clear ties to public interest could strengthen the reputation of the industry. This finding is about why is the framework important and how to make that explicit. Everybody noted that public interest rationale throughout the labs was important. As professional accountants, of course, they recognize that such focus benefits the reputation of the firms. Some voices, though, were not certain about how the framework would resonate with people throughout their firm, and claimed that for everyone to get behind it, it will need to be simple, understandable, and memorable. This, in part, is a technical issue about how the framework is constructed, the language, the principles, etc., etc. But also in part is an issue about how to communicate why it is important. Cave number 4, there was recognition that with the right communication, application of an FCG framework could adapt to serve firms at whatever their level of ethical maturity. This finding is about positioning the framework as a value add rather than one more thing that firms have to deal with. Initially, participants didn't see that the framework could be used to change behavior. But as the labs unfolded, they started to see ways in which a principles-based framework could be applied differently to meet firms where they are. They saw this as a win-win because ethically mature firms might use the framework to reinforce or refresh their current efforts around ethics, while less ethical mature firms or even smaller firms could use it as a catalyst for ethical development. And finally, the last finding, which is very dear to us, there was great interest to leverage innovative approaches to the creation of an interaction with the framework. This finding is about innovation and ideas. We contributed in a very small way to that by making a visual representation of the current state of the framework. You can see there are two posters in the room, and they have both the full text as well as a map that actually shows the relationships of the elements. Why is this innovation? Visuals are powerful. They can show complexity and relationships better than words sometimes. They invite thinking in ways that words on a page don't. As participants consider the materials in relation to their activities, they started to brainstorm and see places for innovation within the material that was presented to them, to the point that we are convinced that if we had had a fourth day just for brainstorming ideas, we would have a wonderful set of ideas right now with us. There was that much enthusiasm.
And so I'm going to show you an image in a moment that we shared in the labs. And it was interesting because it was something that started becoming repeated over the days, because this idea of perspective and this perspective on doing things maybe a little bit differently than normal came up. And so we wanted to share it with you. So just take a moment to look at this image. You might have seen it before. And just think about what you see. And so then the question is, and you don't really have to say it out loud, but who sees an older woman? Yeah? Who sees a younger woman? Who sees both? Right. Well, this is the interesting thing. Every time we show this, it's recognized that some people are seeing only one or the other because your mind focuses to it. So if you are in the camp of seeing only the older woman, I would point that the younger woman is facing away. There's a feather in her hat. Those are sort of her eyelashes, etc. If you're seeing only the younger woman, kind of reverse it around, and the older woman's chin is down, and it's a big nose, etc. Here's the interesting thing. We all look at things at the same time, and we can think everyone is seeing it just like we are, and they're not. And this is where it's important as you continue to refine and hone into your point of language in the final framework, how each person is going to receive that is going to be up to that person. And so keeping that in mind. But also recognizing, and here's a really interesting thing about the human brain. Once you can see both of these images, so if you've seen this before, you can never not see both of them because your mind knows how to make that switch. And so this became something that participants continued to repeat because they recognized that it was important to be switching perspectives as they were thinking about ethics in the day-to-day of their firms. And recognizing that one big perspective shift is that it's more than just ethically ambiguous accounting moments. It's every moment. And they started thinking about different ways to pursue this. So we are inviting you, as well as the participants did through what they were saying, to think about some new perspectives when we're thinking about firm culture and governance. And this could take some big shifts, some small shifts. Some of those are on the part of you. And what are you going to do from here? And we frankly find that very exciting. And so there is a complete table in the written report that offers many perspectives. We're going to highlight just 3 very quickly here. The first is broadening from ethical leadership primarily at the top to ethical leadership by all. So to the point again of language, there was some call for some clarity around what does senior leadership mean. At the same time, participants were unanimous that tone from the top matters. They really recognized the value. As the conversations continued, though, they started to realize that everyone in a firm leads from wherever they are. And if there is too much of a focus on tone from the top, it can leave other employees to feel that their responsibility is only to live out the culture as it exists, rather than to challenge it or to shape it. So an invitation for you. Enrique?
The second example, we're talking about culture. So from a framework to which firms must adapt to a framework that firms can adapt. Again, we're talking about culture, but one of the things we heard loud and clear is that, and we know, is that every firm is not just a culture, it's a culture of cultures. So that multiplies the challenge increasingly because there's no one size fits all. And the granularity of that is becoming more and more so with newer generations, et cetera, et cetera. So a smaller number of shared principles can provide common expectations and consistency within and across firms while adapting to different contexts and needs. And finally, from static principles to a dynamic foundation. Organizational culture is diverse, and that is a huge advantage that sets the stage for innovative ways to make ethical principles actionable and applicable. The principles don't need to change, but interaction with them needs to remain robust and participatory. There are exciting ways to build a global community, and this is something that was mentioned to that literally like that. There are exciting ways to build a global community around firm culture and governance, encouraging firms to have a say in how the principles can meet the moment and be ready for future challenges.
And so critical to this is that organizational culture requires ongoing development. So whatever you decide to do with the framework, once you put it out there, it's not enough for firms to simply adopt this and then move on. It's an ongoing journey for the firms. And one of our invitations for you is to think, and how much of a journey will it be for you once that piece is finished? So we want to share a little bit of thinking borrowed from theory of change research literature. We took the liberty of sort of dividing the initial framework elements into antecedents and activities. I realize the print is a little small, but there are certain things that firms need to have or could build before doing some other things. So for example, before you might offer education and training, it's important that people feel that the culture itself is psychologically safe, leading to the open discussion and challenge. Or if you want to offer and expect people to be accountable to something, they have to know what those ethical values are that they're accountable for, et cetera. So you sort of get that idea. But going from there, it takes time to actually get to the outcomes. So initially, you're going to start to see mindset and behavior changes of the individual, which those coming together will lead to the cultural outcomes that you're seeking, which are those values being embodied daily across the entire firm, which then of course leads to the important impacts, those things for the organization to see greater performance, greater engagement, greater reputation, higher trust. But you'll note that there's an arrow going back, because reflection and continuing to work is absolutely critical. Often based on our limited experience, because we fully acknowledge that we are not in your industry, but we are the public and we read. And we will say that sometimes when ethical failures are publicized, they may be from firms who sort of have done all the things right. They have all the policies, all the procedures, they have a culture of open discussion, et cetera. And yet, some of that is what's in that gap that we saw earlier. Some of it is because very often all of that work gets put in and there's this sigh of relief, and then they move on without revisiting back, are we still doing these things? So a very quick example, both the firms that we had the privilege of working with told us that they had cultures of open discussion. And from what we could see, that seemed very true, especially around ethical issues as they relate to accounting. An interesting development happened though, because in both firms, the more senior group, we had two different groups, the more senior group said to us that a couple of the scenarios that underpinned the simulations that they did, they said, oh, well, those things would not happen here. And in both cases, the more junior groups said, oh, yeah, they do. This is not uncommon. This happens in organizations. Very often, the more senior leaders are insulated from sort of what the rank and file feel. And I'm not saying this in any way to criticize the firms. It's the way organizations work. What I am saying, though, is it's an interesting invitation to say, what sort of reflection, what tools might organizations think about? And your eventual framework could be one of them that they're able to look at and say, are we still doing those things? So that when open discussion and challenge exists, it's not just around accounting, but around the ability to challenge the culture itself. We see a lot of promise here.
So to conclude, first of all, the work that IESBA and the project team have done in these 2 years has been extraordinary, and that's why we're all here. But we feel that the project is at a crossroads right now. IESBA and the project team have the opportunity to decide to what extent you will want to be part of the ongoing process of firm culture and development. This is a small framework that we designed ourselves, and we show it to our clients all the time. And it shows basically how in every project, in every initiative, aspiration is maximum at the very beginning. Because there's nothing to do. When you start a project, everything is aspiration, everything is intention, everything is what you want to do. As the project keeps moving forward, as execution slowly takes over and aspiration diminishes, to the point that in the later stages of projects, nobody think about, why are we doing this? What was our original aspiration? What part of that aspiration do we still have and it's still healthy and we should keep? So as a variation of that framework, here it is. What if they would be this zone between aspiration and execution where both of them mix, where the tension between them is kept alive? To us, that's the zone of innovation. And we believe that innovation is key for this particular project. So an initiative on firm culture is never done, as Christine said. Creating that space is an imperative to have a successful outcome. As a standard-setting body, your role may be typically and perhaps only to decide where an FCG framework will be placed, what it will say, and what static non-authoritative material you would disseminate to support it. As outsiders, after our experience with these two firms, which was very illuminating, we invite you to continue to iterate and innovate alongside firms themselves. Everyone we met, everyone expressed appreciation for the opportunity to collaborate with IESBA through the labs and indicated interest for more opportunities to engage with you and other firms. Nurturing ethical cultures in accounting firms is a long-term commitment that requires broad contributions to make meaningful impact.
And we really appreciate you allowing us to make a small contribution to this incredible project. We were first attracted to it, honestly, because the work that you are doing is unparalleled across industries. And I really hope that you have and will continue to take moments to pause and appreciate the incredible task that you have undertaken. And it's impressive. And I mean that sincerely as someone who works on organizational culture a lot. This is really incredible. Working with the project team and the firms It's absolutely energizing. We thank you all for your support. Cam and Joanne, thank you for being with us at these firms. We were absolutely delighted by the thoughtful insights and the innovative thinking that the lab participants brought forward over the course of those days. We are truly excited to see where this goes from here. And we would just at this moment thank you again and invite any questions that you might have, things that we could share to help you understand more what occurred. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christine and Enrique. This is another one of those important moments, not only because of what you bring, and which is quite new from the perspective that you bring it, but also because it demonstrates the importance of thinking differently while we are advancing the work. This board had some discussions in June last year about how to move forward. Between June and December, there were big discussions about how to approach the outreach and feedback collection, with very many and very intense discussions, even internally, about how we should approach this. And one thing that I think came clear, even if it was not obvious and if it was not easy to put in place, is that we needed to go out with something something different. Of course, not leave aside the important outreach work that we do usually, the same usual important institutional, regular connections, dialogues, etc., that we have with our stakeholders. But since this is new, we needed to make sure that we would go a little bit deeper in the investigation and understanding about what this possible framework could mean for the firms, for the regulators, and etc. And that's where this idea of this lab or simulation, call it whatever we want to call it, came through. Of course, in an ideal world, we would have extended this exercise to other firms and maybe other stakeholders like the regulators. Some of them offered to do it as well. But our capacity is what it is at each point. And we very frankly and honestly hesitated if we should do it or not, knowing that our capacity and our resources were limited and that we could not extend this exercise much more than what we did. I think that the effort was more than worth and relevant. And even if at the first look it may not be evident what we got from this exercise, I think it's a learning for the future that we can go out and approach our stakeholders in a different way and make sure that we create opportunities and circumstances to be closer to the reality of the stakeholders with whom we are working, as was the case. Of course, I need also to thank the firms who made themselves available. You mentioned it at the start. I think it was 75 people in each one of the firms that you engaged with. By the way, in a part of the year which we know it's particularly difficult for the firms. So this also demonstrates the goodwill and the openness from some firms to engage with us and make themselves available for this exercise. Lastly, I heard personally from some people who were involved in these exercises how much they learned themselves across the 3 days. Some people who recognized that at the start they were a little bit skeptical and like, we are helping IESBA doing something, and at the end recognize that this helped themselves as well. So this was really the objective of the exercise. Again, we would have loved to do it with more firms. It wasn't possible, but again, thank you to those who volunteered to do it with us, because this is really effective. And sorry for coming now with these comments, but I think that I needed to follow up on your presentation with them. And of course, I will open the floor for any questions, comments that the board may have to Christina and Enrique, including the project team as well. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the walkthrough. You actually brought back fond memories of when I went through a similar conversation in business through an acquisition. So it was nice to be able to walk down memory lane for a few minutes. But the one question I did have for you, which I think might actually help inform, particularly this afternoon, is when you went through the exercise, did you get a sense when the participants looked, regardless of the level they were held at, did they get a sense of, what they were already doing? Did they give you some sense of, look, we're doing these 4.5 things, to Chana's earlier point, these 3.5 we're not? And did they give you a sense, if you got that view, did they then go a little bit further and say, here's perhaps why we're struggling with X, Y, Z, just so when we reflect on the approach, we've got some sense of where it might work really well, but where there might also be some friction points, or perhaps how we need to think about those friction points. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And I will say that some of the things came forward very clear in both the firms, and we observed it as well, very much a culture of open discussion, really saying, people are approachable across the board. In one firm in particular, really, yes, a whole lot of education. The other firm said, yes, there is, with some question about where that comes in their career, but education and training around ethical issues was clear. There was some thoughts, though, that education around the skills needed to hold someone accountable, have those conversations about how to be transparent, that maybe those things aren't as much there, but that they were very, very clear in both firms that when it comes to a specific accounting issue, if I have a question, I need to ask. That was ingrained in them, that they understand that there are things about which they can be transparent, though also quickly offered there are many things about which we cannot, and confidentiality came up as being very important. They really, again, the tone from the top did resonate with folks a great deal. At one of the firms, a question came up, what happens if the tone at the top isn't where it should be? And that goes to the point of relying only on that, as opposed to everyone in the firm feeling that they could contribute to that. They did not get particularly specific about saying, we're doing these 3 things to show accountability per se, though they were very clear about processes that they have in place, procedures that they follow, et cetera. And overall, it was really, in the labs themselves, they were all professional accountants. So it was easy for them, and the scenarios were based around accounting-based things largely, but we threw in a couple that could be anything in the firm, because that really goes to the whole point. Everyone in the firm. So if you are seeing things going on in the firm that don't feel particularly ethical, it makes it hard to say, well, as an accountant, though, I have to be particularly ethical. One of the activities they did, which turned out to be really incredible, was they diagrammed moments, just everyday moments, and then were able to identify places where, oh, this could be a moment where accountability could come into play, or this could be transparency. So I don't have a quantitative way to say, and we went through the data again and again, and it was not consistent across the 4 labs to say these are just absolute and these are not. Offered some thoughts about maybe combining some things just to make it a little more manageable, but the underlying intent was definitely supported.
Thank you very much, Christine. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd really like to give the speakers thank you for the simulation exercises. It's clear that you're very thoughtful about it. I found the insights very meaningful, but I also want to credit the project team in that you were able to use work that had been developed by the project team in order to be able to do the simulation exercise. I think it's also, I think, very important that a lot of the framework was developed as a result of best practices by firms. And a lot of that feedback that came in terms of what the firms are currently doing, I've said many times, is being ethical is good business. And that I think it's really important to understand that I think the firms absolutely believe that. What was really struck too with some of your comments is I would take many of your same insights and say, well, that applies to any difficult conversation, right? It's not just about ethical matters. I am also just want to emphasize that I think there has been very broad support for the viewpoints in general. I think it's more the specificities about how those viewpoints would ultimately, whether it's in the code or outside the code, but I think also, I think the simulation exercises also demonstrate perhaps that there's work and probably a significant amount of work yet to be done on those viewpoints. But there is broad support, I think, by all stakeholders on doing something here. So, and I personally feel very strongly about that. I think it would benefit all firms to have something in place. But I do think that the information coming out of the simulation exercises addresses a couple of things. One is that words matter. And I know we've talked about proportionality and scalability several times today. I'm not sure we're all in the same place as to what those terms mean with respect to how these get operationalized. And I think that's really important as we move forward in really understanding what we mean by that. And that's just a single example, but I think that there's multiple examples of where we're using terms. And I think among the board and maybe among the staff and others, and certainly the stakeholders, is that we may all be looking at that from a different lens. And I'm not sure we've totally closed that gap in terms of terms. The last point I want to make, and it goes back to a comment that Obachukwu made earlier today, and I said I would get back to, is that I think the viewpoints are important as a framework and as a starting point for considerations. You know, have you thought about independent input? What does your speak up culture look like? How can you enhance those things? But the conversation here just brought up a matter, and then Obachukwu brought one up earlier today, is one, I don't think ethical matters are often easy to even identify, let alone to work through. And I mean, I can give examples going back. I've been kicking around for a while. Properly reporting your time in a CPA firm is a big, big deal. And yet we have endless discussions about people not charging their time and all of their time. And these are subtle kinds of ethical matters. People go, shrug, well, what does it matter? Well, it actually does matter a lot because it leads to the team next year thinking, well, the work was done in 5 hours last year. It's taking me 10. I need to move faster or I'm doing too much. And these kinds of things lead into, I think, important matters. But from a culture perspective, and I love this aspect of the culture is everywhere. You may have a particular team that focuses on don't charge all that time because we don't want the write-offs, or we can't bill it, whatever. So ethical matters, I think, can be very, very nuanced. And it's important that we also have tools for individuals to identify when there's an ethical matter, and then to start to work through a framework of, now, do I speak up? Who do I speak up to? So you've got this overarching sort of framework that sets culture, but then you also have to have tools for individuals, I think, to be able to action those kinds of tools. And then the last point with respect to these additional tools is what's also really important is that you're monitoring the environment, right? And thinking about what does the environment look like and what are you hearing about that's going on that could change perhaps how you're doing things. And I think, Christelle, you mentioned pressures on people. And are we creating an environment, for example, that the pressures have upticked and therefore we need to do something different? Tools on how we focus on where the risks are, I think, are as important as the viewpoints and ethical decision models. And I think as we start to look at kind of an ecosystem of tools that help firms, I think all of these are important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Songnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. From the paper, I noted the mix of simulation exercise participants, 40% from audit, another 40 from non-audit service lines, and also remaining from non-client facing, right? And then I noted that a lot of comments about the viewpoints, such as they are audit-driven, difficult to understand, repetitive. On top of that, terms or languages are ambiguous. So I have a question here. I wonder if you noted any significant difference between people from with assurance background and non-assurance people, and also partners and non-partner professionals in terms of understanding of what's proposed and why it's important. If so, then I wonder if you have any suggestion for us to consider during the next stage of our journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonam. Christine, Enrique?
You started.
Yeah, so thank you for that, because we did not pick the participant makeup, so we didn't ask for more audit. It was what we got, and there was clear understanding, specifically, especially by the people with audit background, about the importance of the standards, both IESBA standards and the ISQM standards. Other people, this is going to sound bizarre because they understood the ethics, but didn't necessarily equate it to the code specifically, because the firms themselves sort of interpret and layer the code into how they operate. So it was a little bit of an eye-opener for some of the participants to recognize, oh, what our firm is asking us to do actually comes from someplace else, which was a really interesting thing for some of them, especially the more junior, because they all of a sudden realized that this just wasn't their partners making this up, but there was really a reason for that. So that was quite interesting. What we found about the language, and a sort of a suggestion in that going forward, is has been brought up, and as the project team is certainly already working on the idea that the language is going to matter in whatever this final piece is. And in the report, maybe we're not the greatest suggestions, but thinking about, are there even ways to use terms that you wouldn't ordinarily? Like independent input has a very specific meaning, and if that is truly the meaning that you want for it, stick with that. If it's really about building a culture where people are collaborating and getting outside input on many things, then maybe that's something that could be phrased differently.
Yeah.
Same with transparency. People were concerned because, well, there's confidentiality. So might there be another way to put that? Or, language-wise, you'll see in the report, there was a fair amount of angst around incentives and disincentives, and some people liked them and some people didn't like those words. And, so are they rewards and repercussions? I mean, you can wordsmith it kind of to death. We also understand that. But it does matter because, to your point, how does this translate to the whole firm? Because it's not even just that some of it is sounded to people like, oh, audit cares about this because it pertains to audit, so I'll do it because it's important to them. Why do you every day want to go to work and you might be the executive assistant, or you might work in facilities, and you still want to be holding other people accountable, and you want to be transparent, and you want to welcome open dialogue? Those are going to be important considerations.
Yeah, I would add one thing, which is, we said that everybody got ethics, everybody got culture. The difficulty was ethical culture together. And the challenge for this project is that ethical culture doesn't have a face. It's invisible. If you think about popular culture, and I ask you, do you remember how people used to dress in the 70s? You think, yeah.
Well, some people do.
Some people, right? I mean, there are aspects of culture that have a face that you can see them. In our case, one of the reasons for the 3 days was that amount of time allowed people to come to terms with what they were listening to, because it's so invisible that it's very difficult to do just by telling, just by showing. Okay, is this good enough for you? Yeah, but I think we got that. Yeah, we have that. We definitely have. Well, do you really? I mean, because there's nowhere where you can actually pinpoint to it and see it. So that's why this longer way of engagement was so important in this case.
Thank you very much, Enrique and Christina. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the exercise, for the conclusions, and I wanted to raise something with you that was brought to this board by people within your range of thinking, an academic working with. At some point, Professor Romano, he came here and told us, you know, incentives matter. What you reward, what you don't, make a big difference. And sometimes there are things that you don't speak, even in these simulations. And he said, I've been working for, I'm exaggerating, but I think he said over a decade with accounting firms and audit firms. And I've never encountered a firm that had promoted to partner somebody that blow the whistle. So if we have this unwritten culture in our firms that if you don't go with the party line, you're ruin your career, how can we expect to have people implementing their duties, ethical duties, unless they're willing to sacrifice everything? And I think this project has to do with that. And I'm sure those firms you interacted with were great, but do you think any of them are willing to sacrifice everything in order to blow the whistle? Or how could we change the entire incentives and culture if you would have the right tone, the right incentives, the right governance mechanisms in place to ensure that every time you take the floor to defend ethics, you are going to have the full firm behind you?
I'll just quickly say to that point, that is the trick of culture, because there's the written culture and then there's the lived culture. And that's part of what this framework is trying to, and I think can have an impact on, because it gives that place for people to check in and see, how are we doing with this? But a great point, and it was brought up in the labs, was the point that was just brought up earlier about reporting time. If what gets rewarded is not reporting full time, that's what people are going to notice, because people start to do what is being rewarded. If you start putting pressure on people not to be honest about their reporting, that is a disincentive to being ethical. So it also matters of what do you mean by incentives and disincentives. It's not always just promotion and those kinds of opportunities.
Yeah. The other thing, very quickly, because I know there are more questions, but we were lucky enough to have sort of senior leaders in the morning and then younger leaders in the afternoon. And from where we stood, the differences were astonishing in terms of how they operate, just people of different generations. So, you know, what I would like to say to you is some of these things that we believe to be true, they might not be universally true. Maybe the younger generations or maybe different cultures would have a very different way to understand that example that you made. And that is the real difficulty of this. How do you serve all that breadth of people?
Thank you very much, Hector, Christine, and Enrique. John, please.
Thank you, Christine and Enrique. I'd like to go back to slide 10, key finding 5. And I've got 2 questions, I think. I mean, that says that there was interest exists to leverage innovative approaches to how we create this framework and how we interact with it. How was that interest expressed? And was there any thoughts either that the participants had or that you may have as to when we talk about innovative approaches, what might that mean?
Thank you for asking that question.
We've been waiting.
They were explicitly made, and I'll just give a few examples, right? For example, one of the specific things what they said is, could the framework be a community building tool around ethics? Could the framework be about reflection rather than compliance, rather than anything else? Could it be about reflecting? What are ethics today? What should they be? Where will they be tomorrow? There was this great example of the scaffold, right? Somebody mentioned literally, could the framework be almost like a scaffold? You know, you attach a scaffold to a building to change things, but the scaffold is temporary. You can take it down. You can attach it to any building. Why? Because the building is the ethical infrastructure that firms already have. What we heard is we already have a lot of things that we're doing. And obviously the good response to that is yes, and that's wonderful. What can the framework do to add to that? That's where the scaffold came from. So there, I mean, we can talk about more about that later, John, but there were some specific things maybe you have.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say that innovative, when we're using that in this case, even the creation of, innovative doesn't always have to be groundbreaking, but innovative from participants' perspectives based on what they're used to receiving. So a comment was brought up a couple of times that what people are accustomed to, because it's your job as IESBA, are, you know, here are documents. Good luck to you. And what they're saying is, well, might you create it somehow differently so that there are these, it's really simple, it's very clear, maybe there's something visual that goes with it that we can share with everyone in the firm that folds into the values that we already have, that is, you know, complementary to those things. And then how can we bring it to life, and how might we work on this as that ongoing thing to share not only best practices, but to talk about these are challenges that we're having. Like, we're really trying to get over this hump of being transparent about X and such, but we're having difficulty. And what do other firms say? Those kinds of innovations, again, maybe they don't feel as innovative as one would hope when you hear that word, but just different.
Thank you. Mark, sorry, Sadia. Sadia was first.
It seems like we all want to be part of these conversations. I really like the end one that says, before the lab, I never thought about ethics as we learned them in our works. This person was brave enough to say that, which kind of says we need firms to talk among themselves about ethics as well. I have two questions, and they might be unfair, but I wondered if you got any insights from the conversations. The first one is, the two firms were of a different size. And you heard the previous conversation about scalability. Were there any kind of insights that you gained from these two conversations that you could have seen that scalability was an aspect? And then from the report, so it's one of the points that the framework could become a compliance exercise. But then the report also goes on to say that there's tensions for principles versus specific guidance. How do we balance all of these? Because it kind of tells us it's a bit of each.
Yeah, those are great points. So first, to the scalability piece, and I think it actually goes to the second piece as well. Over the days, there really was sort of this warming up to idea of some key principles, or if you want to sort of liken them to, you know, firms having their values, there are key things that are not going to change. Or if we want to take it away from firms, I mean, just ethically, based on ethics and studies in that field, you know, there are some universal values that people hold around the world about honesty and integrity, et cetera. Those kinds of principles not changing, but the scalability being, what does that look like for our firm? So even if you aren't an audit firm, for example, so you might say, well, independent input doesn't apply or it doesn't fit with us. Again, it depends on how you're defining that. And that's, I think, where some of that came in, was making it clear what that is. And so, you know, and I know the project team will be bringing forth some different ideas to say, you know, maybe it's different for different levels, but every firm, even if you're a one-person firm, how are you prompted to say, gosh, I should get a different perspective on this, right? So it's there if the principle is general. So then that goes to the second point, which is the tension. And I think that's where the guidance pieces come in and the non-authoritative material. And what we heard, though, was a real desire for that to be almost co-created with the firms, as opposed to rolling things out to them. I mean, some things will be because that makes sense, but other things, giving them the opportunity to say, how do we shape those things together? Because what open discussion and challenge looks like in this particular region, it might not look the same in another. So does it make sense to give us the same guidance around that? The same non-authoritative materials? Probably not. But so then can you let them sort of co-create that together? Those types of things.
Yeah. And again, you know, the firms were so different, not only in terms of size, but in terms of culture. One was in Europe, one was in Asia. I mean, the conversations about language in the European firm were about nuances on the English language, which is very different than people in Asia that for whom English is not their first language, as you can imagine. So, I mean, for us, that's such an exciting possibility to think, wow, how can you succeed in addressing that breadth, right? But the reality is that the breadth is such, and what the type of conversation we ended up having in the European firm, in some instances, there was no possibility to have them in the other one, just for cultural reasons. Now, you cannot know that a priori. I don't think you can. Neither can you meet with every single firm in the world to know exactly what their culture is like, right? Those are the two extremes. But as you just said, what you can do is just say, well, we think that what will work for you is this. Here it is. You have to include other people to help you figure that out.
To underscore for the specifics, the principles themselves really are quite universal. I mean, to the points made earlier, firms want to be, and by and large are, ethical. So the principles can be there, and what is built around them is what we think is an exciting opportunity to have something that's dynamic. How does that fit into all of the other things on your agenda for this week? I mean, we're only here today, but everything you're talking about, how the firm's culture exists, impacts all of those things as well. And as new technologies are coming forward, what does the firm culture say around that? You know, those types of things. So I'll stop because I know there are more questions, but as you can see, we're pretty excited about it all.
Thank you very much, Christine. Mark, please.
Thank you. I was interested because you identified some of the tension in what you're looking at. And one of the things that is absolutely critical from a culture perspective and the right culture is the right mindset. And it's interesting in your key findings because many of them are grouped around the idea of leveraging, encouraging, facilitating. And that could lead you to sort of conclude that a positive culture can't be imposed. It has to be, in a sense, grown and nurtured and facilitated. And therein lies the challenge because, you know, in everything else that we do, we prohibit and we set requirements and we don't do things to prevent harm. And what you're asking us to do is facilitate things that produce a benefit. And that's almost needing the same instrument to be able to do two diametrically opposite things. And where I struggle is I struggle to find an example of where you have the same instrument that can hold two diametrically different positions, or whether actually the way in which you can get the change that you've explained to us, which is about facilitation and encouragement, and it's about people pulling rather than being pushed, whether that requires a degree of separation rather than trying to trying to give two purposes to the same thing.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia, sorry, Rania.
Thank you. So I just want to say that I really appreciate the work that you've done, the findings, and your own recommendations and suggestions, especially with regards to innovation and what you had on the last couple of slides and antecedents and activities. I think it gives us a lot to think about. I am curious though about a few things. First of all, have you had the chance during those simulations to delve like rather deeply, if you will, into some specific viewpoints? For example, how those firms may consider operationalizing some of them, very specifically incorporating them into the way they run the business so that it becomes part of, you know, the way they do things, their ethics, their culture. One. Second, I mean, did you feel that all the viewpoints are of equal importance? You mentioned that, I mean, a company or a firm may be doing everything right and yet get something wrong or be involved in an ethical failure. So the flip side of this, could a company not necessarily be doing all of this and yet really have, I mean, something close to an ideal culture, if there is something, if there is an ideal culture. So I'm just trying to see if all the viewpoints are at the same level or were viewed at the same level. And related to this point, I would ask you, did you get the chance to ask them that when the firm is under pressure, which are the viewpoints or the components of the framework that become the most critical or the most at risk? And so that maybe that could help us, you know, distill this framework into something that is more like higher level, if you will. And finally, my last question, sorry, because this is very interesting. I have a few more, but I'm going to stick to those. So you mentioned in the report that obviously your perception is that the two companies or the two firms had a positive culture. My question is if, and I really, I mean, second Gabriella's earlier comment, I mean, I wish we had the chance to run these labs, I mean, to run more labs. But so from your understanding and your expertise in this field, if let's say you ran the same exercise with a company that has a negative, I don't say negative or positive, not to sound binary, but let's say less positive culture, do you think you would have reached the same conclusions? Is my question. So thank you.
All right, I'll go very quickly because I know that we're running short on time. So about this scenario specifically, we actually, because there were 70 viewpoints, we based them around the actual 8 elements. And what participants were able to do is recognize, well, in this particular simulation, boy, transparency came into play. This is a place where accountability could come forward, and got them talking about, and does it? Does it in our firm? How does it in our firm? So they weren't thinking about things that they might change, but recognizing, oh, here's another one of those moments where that element would come into play. And so even education and training, depending, like, you know, there was one scenario that sort of got to, well, if that person had more of that. So it was designed to do it that way. So I don't know if that was a discovery. It was kind of how we designed it. They didn't feel that all 8 elements were of equal importance, but yet they could see how they're interrelated, and that mattered. And that really was the part where they were saying, you know, maybe it's not that there's a priority, but looking at, and it's part of where the graphic idea came from, how do you demonstrate that these are actually all very interrelated? And then about when they're under pressure, I mean, what's very interesting about that is, again, just as observers, we were only in these firms for, you know, a whopping 4 days. They were doing so many things, what we would probably call right. And yet, as with every organization, people talked about the diagrams they made. When I'm under pressure, when this is happening, that's not the time I'm going to maybe speak up. Maybe that's not the time that I'm actually going to hold somebody accountable because I'm just going to go ahead and get that done because it needs to be done. Those are the realities of organizations, and it's the interesting place where your framework might become, I don't mean this to sound quite as, but it could be like that guiding light for folks to understand that's where we're shooting for. So you know what, maybe I am going to go ahead and hold that person accountable or do something differently. So I don't know, it's hard to speculate where we at different firms, but what I can say is that in general, I think you find that humans want to be ethical. They endeavor to do the right things, and it's all those other things about being human that get in the way.
Okay, thank you. Enrique, did you want to say something? Okay, okay, thank you. So, Obichukwu, I'll just ask you, if possible, to be brief because we are already getting a little bit late. So, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the good work, with the simulation. That's a lot of insight from it. So I want to clarify some things. You kept referring to principles, and I wanted to know exactly when the participants, we are talking about the preferred principles and all that. Is it principle as per the 8 elements as principles, or the principles, the viewpoint level? Is it the element level or the viewpoint level that you're referring to as principles? So that it will be clear on how to, on what we are saying. Then another point is about you talked about diagram, pictorials or visuals helping being more informative or direct or being better than a lot of written words. So my question is, what do you think from what do you think is the opinion or what the participants think about it? Do they prefer like a framework that can be summarized in pictorially, or something that has to do with a lot of lines of requirements or application material? I don't know if you get my point. Do they prefer something that's more like a scaffold, like you said, that you just see a framework, and then what is the principle you are referring to? Is it the elements or the viewpoint? Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly, just about the graphic part. I mean, obviously, what we were talking about was diagrams, which they're not artistic, they're not about aesthetics, they're about relating concepts and ideas and other things. So they're relational. We saw incredibly intelligent diagrams, theoretically, from people who is not used to using that medium. So that we see as a great potential for actually understand the relationships, particularly when they're complex, because to your first part of the question, some people said, well, some of these viewpoints could be principles, right? And perhaps some of the elements would not be as strong as some of those viewpoints as well. So it was a little bit all over the place. But you know, just to be clear, I mean, this map that we made, it was just a way to show how much easier is it to understand the bigger picture and the relationships if you can actually see it at a glance rather than having to read it page after page.
Yes, and to that, I will just quickly say that although Appendix B, which is quite long in the report, but it goes through every single written thing that we had on the viewpoints in specific, we didn't get into, you know, which are your favorites or what do you prefer in this way. To Enrique's point, some of them felt that things that were in the principle or in the viewpoints could move up to the principal level. And I think that that's part of what staff has worked on putting forward. What they did say is a graphic, having principles that are concise, easy to remember, easy to understand, things that could be shared firm-wide would be more important to them than, you know, sort of receiving something that's quite lengthy and people aren't going to digest. They were really looking at that and saying, you know, people aren't going to remember initially they're like, we're not going to remember 70 things, which of course then they understood it's not going to be that. But they even questioned 8. I mean, they were like, maybe 5 things would be better. Something that's just really easy for people to get behind and to understand this is what's going to propel us forward.
Thank you, Christine. And finally, Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. Thank you very much, Christine and Enrique. I think you've done a fantastic piece of work. I think your report is very insightful. It is a treasure trove of data that is going to inform the work going forward. So it's a lot of further study that we will do certainly from your report. One of the observations, or maybe say one of the key findings you pointed out, is this idea that there's a spectrum in terms of the maturity of firms, in terms of where they are on their ethical journeys. So some firms might consider themselves to be actually quite ethically mature. Other firms, perhaps they are just beginning on that journey, and there may be a perception that, well, there's a lot of things that we're not doing here. What, in your view, is what would be an approach or maybe a way to assess the maturity of an individual firm on the ethical sort of dimension? Because we may go and have a discussion with a lot of firms, and all of them might be saying, well, we are all basically complying with the IESBA code, and therefore, by definition, we're ethically mature. So, or some firms might say, in our history, we've never had an ethical incident, and therefore, by definition, we're ethically mature. So, what is it in your perspective, in your sense, would help those firms be able to, let's say, see where they are on that spectrum? Is it simply because they've been in business for the last 50 years, or is it because they're just a startup? How would you make that determination?
Well, first I'll say that did strike us. Like, I don't think you're going to walk into any firm and they're going to go, wow, we are so unethical. We're glad you're here. It's not going to happen, right? They're going to look at it and say, we're doing these things. And so I think I really hesitate to say this because I don't want to imply that there should be an assessment tool. I keep coming back to a reflection tool because that's really what it will take. And I think the framework actually could be that, because I mean, again, we're outsiders. Simply complying, and you saw in the report, I mean, one firm was like, comply or die. We understand that. But that doesn't actually mean that the firm's culture is ethical. It means you're complying with standards. So if you're going to reflect on your ethical maturity, it does speak to the wonderful things you've already put together. In what ways are you encouraging open dialogue and challenge? In what ways are you making it easy for people to be transparent or to hold one another accountable? What type of education and training are you offering, not only on is this compliant or not compliant, but how to hold one another accountable, how to welcome open dialogue? To me, those would be points for all firms to consider, because as we saw on the one slide, their development is ongoing. And it can be an interesting thing. I mean, we did hear, again, both these firms have amazing things in place. And at the end of one, we heard a comment from their ethics person that, I might want to go back and start thinking about how are we doing some of this. And that to me was a golden insight, because it was looking at it and saying, we need to continue to reflect on this. We can't simply sit back on our laurels and say that we have it. We shouldn't kid ourselves to think because we haven't had a violation in 10 years, we've got it going on. And I think that's part of the communication process as well.
Yeah, but it's also similar, it's very similar to what happens with values.
Mm-hmm.
I could say, integrity is at the top of my value list. Integrity for me is really at the top. Versus Christine could say, after working for 10 years with me, well, he has great integrity, right? In other words, I can claim, as you said, I can claim that I have certain value, or I can claim that my firm is ethical, but you really have to spend the time talking to people. It's almost like a detective. That's in a way what we did with the 3 days, right? We not only talk to professionals, we talk to other people, and 3 days is really a small amount of time. But I don't think there's a shortcut to really. I mean, you can certainly not have KPIs or
Well,
you know.
I know that we're over time, so I'll say, but part of where we were going with this thinking is the ability to help firms talk to one another. Not that they're assessing one another, but just to have that light bulb moment. Oh my gosh, you were able to do that at your firm? Tell me more about that. I didn't think that would be something that we would be able to do. Or to someone else be able to come forward and say, boy, we keep struggling with this piece. Who can help us? Because that's going to help them think about where are they in that realm. And it's always difficult. You know, we use the term, but I don't think any firm wants to feel that they're immature. But it could be because they're newer, they're smaller, just needing additional support.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Christine and Enrique, and thank you to the board members for the important questions that you made and important comments, which helped just leverage the value of this exercise, this simulation exercise, and what it will add to the discussion and the decisions that we will need to make today. Thank you again for your insights. Thank you again for this great work done with the firms. And thank you, board members, for being so attentive and taking the best out of this report and of these clarifications and additional information that Enrique and Christine brought us. So we will now break for lunch. I think that we will come back at, depending on which clock I'm looking at, but because I have different times, but let's say 1:15, right? Because the project team also needs to meet. So sorry, 2:15, right? 2:15. And enjoy your lunch and eat enough because nobody will go out of this room without a decision this afternoon. So I warned Ken that we may need to order pizza. I hope not. I hope that by five we will be ready, but just warning. So enjoy your lunch. And thank you so much for this very, very productive morning. Philippe, I did not ask you, sorry, if you want to make any question at this point. Sorry, so sorry.
No. At this point, thank you, Gabriela, but I'm sure that all board members and staff are hungry. And I don't want to risk risk management on my side, to introduce something critical with hungry people, So good appetite, as you say in France.
Hungry, but not angry, right? So thank you. Thank you, Philippe. See you at 2:15. Okay, welcome back to the second part of the first day of this meeting. And this afternoon, after the very good substantial discussions and conversations that we had this morning, I think that we are ready to receive a presentation from the project team with the possible options that have been put on the table for the board members to discuss, consider, and decide upon. I'll probably say a few words after the presentation, but something that I'd like to say immediately is that this presentation and the options that are being submitted for consideration demonstrates what we have been saying for 1 year now, which is that we have not made a decision about what this framework will be. And the discussion this morning attests that reality. There were some stakeholders and some perceptions that we might have already had made a decision about this, what this should be. That would be a very cynical approach from the IESBA. If we were doing all that work, all that listening, all that outreach, all these discussions, making all this effort, when deep inside we had made a decision. That is not the case. That's what I repeated everywhere over the last many months, and I will say it again and for the last time before we move to a discussion on the possible options. No decision has been made, and that's why there are a number of options in front of you. The project team will make a proposal between the options. They will explain why this, in their view, might be the best option, but the decision is to be made now by this board. So, Laura, I think it's you. Thank you very much for the great work done in putting these options in such a clear and comprehensive way. And the floor is yours for the presentation.
Thank you. So no options. Oh, can we move? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so before we start with the options themselves, spoiler alert, we have 5. But before we go there, let me start with the approaches for the application of the framework, which was something that we also, it came from, some of them came from our stakeholders that we talked to, and all of them were considered by the project team, and they were also considered in respect of every option. How could they work with the options? And they were also followed, or they were taken into consideration into the project team's recommendation, which will come at the end. So just going through the 4 approaches for notably the application of the framework. We have first a hybrid approach, which is basically to have high-level provisions inside the code plus some non-authoritative material outside the code. The justification for this hybrid approach is to have an enforceable baseline expectation inside the code, and then have some practical guidance outside the code to support the implementation of that baseline expectation that is inside the code. The project team's view regarding this hybrid approach is it would achieve the objectives of the FCG framework. First, it would provide a global baseline against which firms can consistently assess their firm culture and governance practices. And then, number 2, it would also facilitate a common understanding of the 8 elements of FCG. Going to the second approach on the screen, the phased approach, this is basically, it's a two-step approach. It's to first have guidance for an FCG framework outside the code, and this would be for voluntary adoption. And then in the future, any codification of key principles would be informed by experience that comes from the application of that guidance. The justification for this phased approach is basically, 1, to give more time and more flexibility for firms to voluntarily adapt the guidance to their circumstances. And then the experience of using that guidance in practice would help inform the IESBA's consideration of which aspects might be key principles to include inside the code. There's another justification for this phased approach. It potentially could minimize the perceived compliant costs that a mandatory framework might bring as a first step, as it would give a transitory or a phased application of the framework. The project team's view regarding the phased approach is, unfortunately, we believe this would not achieve the objectives of the FCG framework, and thus this is not one of the approaches that we recommend. We believe that in the first phase, this could lead to inconsistent application of the global baseline, as firms could cherry pick which parts of the framework they would, or the guidance, the framework inside the guidance that they would want to apply. And for the second phase, for the implementation of the second phase, which principles might go inside the code, this would very much be dependent on the number of firms, on the diversity of firms that would voluntarily adopt the guidance. And there's the risk that it would not be representative enough to give a sufficient basis to evaluate which principles could migrate into the code. For the threshold approach, this is basically to have a framework, an FCG framework inside the code, but it would only apply to firms that meet certain criteria. And we have some examples, firms that are above a certain size or that provide service to public interest entities, or some other criteria that we might decide. The justification, the explanation for this approach is to better target the framework to the universe of firms for which ethical failures have been especially damaging. And if you recall the presentation from this morning, this approach is very much linked to that point that was raised by stakeholders that the target audience from this framework should be should exclude basically the smaller firms, because the failures are generally associated with larger firms. Even though this, of course, is just one of the criteria for this threshold approach, we could find different criteria. The project team's view is also that, unfortunately, this approach would not achieve the objectives of the FCG framework. Thus, we do not recommend it. We consider that applying a threshold to a framework and therefore scoping out some firms, it could raise the question of whether ethical culture is indeed paramount or foundational, because then we would be saying that it's okay for certain firms not to have an ethical culture. And in theory, it could make sense to apply a threshold in certain circumstances to some of the FCG elements, but not to the framework as a whole. And so this could be a drafting aspect for the project team to consider once we get into the details of drafting the framework. And finally, we have the ISQM1 approach. This would be basically having guidance on ethical culture that would hang from ISQM1. This is based on the view that ISQM1 is, sufficiently addresses the substance of an FCG framework. We've also discussed this in the morning. The project team's view is, again, that this approach would not achieve the objectives of the FCG framework, and thus we do not recommend it. As we have mentioned many times, there are different objectives and different scope of ISQM1 and an FCG framework, as this is made evident in the linkages paper. And then we can also not ignore that there are many firms to which ISQM1 does not apply, which means by applying this approach, those firms would not be covered by the framework. So, and this would mean that this would lead to the same results of applying the threshold approach, which is to scope out certain firms from the application of the framework. So going now to the next slide with the options. I don't think I can move it. Thank you. So this is an overview of the options that the project team has included in the paper. So we recognize, in theory, there are dozens of options that we could present. The project team selected 5 that we're going to explain as the most representative range of possible options. And you can see here in this diagram, these 5 options range from comprehensive changes in the code. So option 3, which is in the extreme left of this scale, to purely educational guidance outside the code, which is option 5 on the extreme, the other side of this scale. And so we have 5 options, 3 are inside the code, options 1 to 3 or 3 to 1 there in the slide, and then 4 and 5 outside the code, and range across this spectrum. These options were not designed necessarily to be mutually exclusive or standalone, so we can mix and match potentially. We also included some pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages of each option that we'll go through in the next slides. They were put together independently of stakeholder feedback. Of course, the project team's recommendation at the end does consider that stakeholder feedback, but the pros and cons that we'll see next are from more of a technical perspective. And they were also against the pros and cons against the objectives of the framework. And importantly, when we put together these options and when we drafted them, they did not consider yet the findings from the simulation exercises due to timing constraints. But we consider, the project team considers that those results from the simulation ultimately do not affect the options presented, the pros and cons, and also do not affect the project team's recommendation. So on the next slide, we have just a reminder, the objectives of the FCG framework before we go into the pros and cons of the options. As you can see on the slide, it's to provide a common understanding of the key factors that are the basis for a strong ethical culture in firms, which are the 8 FCG elements. It's also to motivate positive changes in mindset, in behaviors, in practices towards an ethical culture in firms, to enhance consistency and comparability across firms by providing a global baseline against which firms can assess their practices across all service lines. This is especially important from an investor perspective, the users, the clients of the firms. It's also to enable firms to mitigate the risks of unethical behavior, to strengthen public trust and confidence across all service lines in firms, and to support and encourage ongoing conversation on this topic. So moving on to the next slide, we have option 1. So remember, options 1, 2, and 3, they are inside the code. So option 1 is the first that we came up that is inside the code. It's basically the most evident or the most evident proposal or solution when we consider that there are already provisions in the code on culture, on ethical culture. And so as we've seen from the gap analysis that was mentioned also earlier in the morning, those provisions in the code do mention some of the 8 FCG elements. Some of the elements are not mentioned at all. Others are mentioned only in passing or very broadly. So the first instinct could be, okay, let's use the existing provisions and add what's missing. Let's complete what is already in the code. So this is option 1. The main problem or the main disadvantage from a technical perspective on this option is that this goes beyond the scope of the project, because we're talking about provisions in section 120 in part 1 that applies to all professional accountants. So this means not only professional accountants in public practice in firms, but also the professional accountants in business, those who do not work in firms. And so the name of the project is Firm Culture and Governance. It's not Culture and Governance for all professional accountants. So our conclusion, the project team's conclusion is that although this is maybe the first solution that one thinks about when thinking about the 8 FCG elements in the code, unfortunately, it's not viable. And therefore we still have options. We still have options 2, 3, 4, and 5, so not to worry. And so going on to so we can maybe put this option 1 aside and move on to the next options. Thank you. So option 2, what is option 2? It's basically to overcome the problem that was identified in option 1. Then we go to part 3. Part 3 is specific to public accountants to professional accountants in public practice. It's specific to firms. And if we think about the remaining options in the code, 2 and 3, we have options that change the code, that add something to the code. We can maybe talk about option 2 as the minimalistic approach into making changes into the code, and option 3, it's more of a maximalistic option into making changes in the code. So option 2 is, we could say, the minimalistic approach. We have an illustration here, and we have an illustration in the issues paper. This was developed for reference only. Just to give an idea to the board of what options 2 and 3 might look like. Our intention is not to go into drafting discussions, or again, it's just to give an illustration and give an idea of what these options could look like. This option 2 includes, and we have there option 2A and 2B, but overall, this option 2 includes basically, we could say, 3 elements. It's an overarching provision that highlights the importance of a firm having an ethical culture. And this overarching provision could be either a requirement or application material. And we have that illustration there on the screen, what the overarching provision would look like as a requirement or application material. Again, it's just an example. And then we have a provision which would be application material with the 8 FCG elements. And then we would have a cross-reference from section 120, because again, for a question of, or for a matter of comes first, right? And it's where ethical culture and the provisions on ethical culture first are mentioned. So for ease of reference, we would include a cross-reference from those provisions to the new additions to the code that talk more comprehensively about ethical culture and governance. In terms of location of this option 2, and at this point, regardless of being option 2A and B, so this works for both. In terms of location of this option 2, the project team considered adding it at the end of section 300, these new paragraphs. But we decided ultimately with, of course, the benefit of the board advisors, we decided to tie it to R300.4, since this is a provision that requires compliance with the fundamental principles and the application of the conceptual framework. And essentially, ethical culture in a firm is a means to this end, is a means to enabling individual compliance with the fundamental principles and application of the conceptual framework. And basically to ensure the effective application of the code. And that's why we're locating these, or suggesting to locate these new provisions basically in the middle of section 300 instead of, for instance, at the end. On the next slide, we have the advantages and disadvantages of this option 2. Again, these are mostly from a technical perspective. They do not consider stakeholder feedback, or stakeholder feedback was not considered when putting together these pros and cons. As you can see on the screen and in the paper, some of the advantages are, for instance, to makes it clear what the global baseline for FCG is, because it's in the code, offers a basis for greater consistency of application of the framework, since again, it sits inside the code. So there would be no cherry picking, no fragmented application. It's in the code. It's the global baseline. It also offers a hook inside the code for the development of further guidance outside the code. And in terms of disadvantages, notably compared to option 3, there's lower visibility of the framework because it basically is included in an existing section in part 3, in section 300. In terms of the option, the following option, the other option inside the code, option 3 on the next slide. So if option 2 is the minimalistic approach, then option 3, it's more of a maximalistic approach. Again, we have an illustration here and in the issues paper for reference only. We do not intend to have a discussion on the drafting or the specific words used. It's just for the board to see what it could look like if this is something that would be the preferred option. Under this option, we have basically a new section in part 3, which could be, for instance, a new section 305. This new section would contain the FCG framework, which is basically a collection, not a collection, but it's a framework composed of many requirements, many application material, which would address the 8 FCG elements in more detail. When putting together this illustration, the project team analyzed all viewpoints that were issued and approved last year. We selected the ones that could potentially become enduring principles of that framework. That is in a separate agenda item, which I'm sure you've read. Again, we will not go into detail on that agenda item and that selection of potential enduring principles. They were taken into consideration when drafting this illustration, and will definitely be very important work, very important for the work that we need to develop after this week, whenever we go into the actual framework, depending on the board's decision. But of course, if you have any comments on that selection and that agenda paper, please send us in writing, and of course we will consider them on the next phase. On the next slide, we can see the pros and cons of option 3. We can see that many advantages are, for instance, the same as option 2. Again, we're talking about 2 options inside the code, so they are linked or they're relative to each other, or the pros and cons are relative to each other. Again, option 3 also makes it very clear what the global baseline for FCG is. It sits in the code, it sits in a different section. It gives a basis for even a greater consistency of application of the framework. It sits inside the code, it's a different section, it's a detailed section, it's a detailed framework. It has even more visibility and more prominence, gives more visibility and more prominence to the FCG framework, even compared to option 2, because again, we have a separate section just for FCG. And looking at the disadvantages, and also, again, they're very much relative to other options. So in this case, comparing option 2 and 3, option 3 would imply or would be a more elaborate, a more detailed framework, and therefore could potentially be seen as more complex or more demanding compared to option 2, I'm sorry. And it also could create more of a compliance mindset, the box ticking exercise that we've heard so many times during the dialogues, given that it would contain, of course, more requirements than option 2. Potentially, this could have the effect of detracting from the key objective, which is to motivate positive changes in mindset, in behaviors, and practices towards ethical culture. Moving on to option 4. So again, options 4 and 5, we now move into the options outside the code. Option 4 is similar to option 3 in the sense that they are both a detailed framework addressing the 8 FCG elements. Of course, the main difference is option 3 is inside the code and option 4 is outside the code. So it's the main difference is on the authority level of the framework. So again, the advantages are similar to option 3. It makes it very clear what the global baseline for FCG is, because we would have a separate, specific, detailed framework setting out the expectations. Since it sits outside the code, it would offer more flexibility for firms when adopting the framework. Some of the disadvantages of option 4, especially compared to the options inside the code, is of course, as mentioned, less authority of this compared to option 2 and 3. And of course, potential fragmented and inconsistent adoption. It sits outside the code, there's less level of authority, there's the risk of cherry picking, of firms cherry picking which elements they would implement. And then moving on to option 5, the last option on the table today. What is this? This is the NAM only option. It would be a compilation of good practices or other practical guidance on from culture and governance. And of course, the project team could, it would be very helpful to develop this NAM and these guidance in collaboration with firms and of course PAOs, which have the benefit of knowing which practical scenarios or challenges take place. Some advantages and disadvantages of this option 5 is, on the one hand, it facilitates education and training of firms and professional accountancy organizations in FCG. Another advantage is that it offers flexibility, or the IESBA could have flexibility to design NAM to target areas of most need for certain firms. Some of the disadvantages is this option is not really an option for a framework. It's just a collection of guidance of best good practices or real life scenarios. It would have less enduring value and authority compared to the other options on the table. And also, similar to option 4, there's a level of uncertainty about who would follow this NAM and how. So again, the same risks of potential fragmented and inconsistent adoption of this NAM. And so in terms of the project team's recommendation on the next slide, basically, as you can see here, the project team is proposing the adoption of or a solution that is a mix of option 2 and option 5. So option 2 is the high-level provision in the code with application material on the 8 FCG elements and the cross-reference from section 120, plus option 5, which is NAM outside the code guidance. It's a proposal that the project team considers that it's considered all perspectives at play. Not only the technical analysis of the pros and cons that we've seen in the previous slides, but also it takes into consideration the stakeholder feedback that we've analyzed, we've gone through this morning. And it also achieves the objectives of the framework in serving public interest in the public interest. It's a proposal that we believe is reflective of stakeholder feedback, but not bound by it. So it's not simply a result of the majority of the views that we've heard during the dialogues. The project team does consider that it's a balanced proposal that listens to the feedback and still delivers, still serves the public interest. And so what is the public interest considerations that arise from this combination of options 2 and 5? which, by the way, also reflects a hybrid approach, since we have some high-level principles in the code and then more detailed guidance outside the code. So through this combination of options 2 and 5, we believe that, but since as a result of the combination of options 2 and 5, the essential content for FCG sits inside the code, and this provides the global baseline for FCG and ensures not only consistent application of that framework, reduces the risk of cherry picking, it offers a level playing field for firms. It also ensures comparability between firms, and this is for especially the benefit of the investors, the user community, the clients of the firms. Option 2, since we have a high-level framework inside the code, this offers sufficient authority for oversight by regulators, which is also for the benefit of the user community, the investors, the clients of the firms. And since it's not a very detailed framework with a lot of requirements, option 2, it also avoids turning FCG into a box-ticking exercise, which could, in the end, have no real impact. And at the same time, this proposal allows for flexible implementation, since the more detailed guidance, the examples, the real case scenarios, etc., they are developed outside the code in a way that can maximize the educational aspect and better support the adoption of the framework. And so we could go to the next slide and pause here. And the two questions that we have for the board is, one, does the board support the project team's proposal, this mix of options 2 and 5? And if so, do they have a preference inside option 2 for 2A or 2B? And Gabriella, back to you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for this comprehensive presentation of the options that, after all the work, the project team decided to put forward for consideration by the board. Once again, we have here a number of options, some within the code, some outside the code. So these options reflect the diverse visions and the diverse perspectives that we have heard. It's, I guess, very useful to have heard from the project team the pros and cons that you have identified, not only from a pure technical perspective, but also from against the objectives of the project, which is something that we should not stay away as we move forward with the discussion of these options. So I'd say that now, of course, we will look at these options and start sharing views and maybe some questions to the project team, that if there are still some doubts and some unresponded questions that you may want to make. There is a proposal from the project team, very clear, which is option 2. I'll again call the attention of the board that this option 2 includes 2 variants, which are slightly different, because even if it's the same framework inside the code in the same part, so technically and in terms of location, in terms of how it fits into the code, these 2 variants are exactly the same. The difference is that one of them includes one requirement, and the project team made even a suggestion, a draft, what this requirement might look like. And I hope that you have been able to read it. Leaders in the firm shall promote an ethical culture within the firm. That's an example of what this requirement might be. And the other option, let's call it 2B, and how the project team call it, it's the same framework, but without a requirement, just application material. So these are the differences between the 2 variants of option 2 that the project team has put forward as the proposed option for the board to consider. So what I expect from the board members now, it's as usual, a very open discussion and consideration of the proposals. the fact that we have 5 options in front of us does not necessarily make our lives easier, but after internal discussion, we decided to put all these options for consideration because we thought it was more, it was probably a fair way of addressing also the diversity of the feedback that we got. Doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, but what of course, this is a board of mature people and responsible people. And of course, what I would ask the board is not to be rigid on one option, but to see how much you can get closer to 1 or 2 options that might satisfy you, even if not the preferred option. So it's clear that we will, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll be very happy, but it's clear that we will not get consensus around one of these options. But it would be very important that after this discussion, we would be much closer to something which is a possible way forward that we can live with some comfort. So making what I'm calling here is for a very reasonable and agile approach to this decision, knowing that there are probably very split considerations and positions around the table, but also having in mind that we need to move forward with something that we all can support in one way or the other, that we all can live with and make the best out of this solution. Because as I already mentioned in this morning, whatever the decision is, we will have to go with it. So of course, I don't even question that second phase. It's going to be this board, 16 people working around the same option, the same way forward and contributing to it. So it's important that we make a decision that may not, in some cases, be the one that we prefer, but to one that can bring us, the 16 of us, closer to something that we can agree upon. But of course, this is not meant to limit the discussion here or the consideration. So I will open the floor now for questions, comments, considerations, positionings, etc. Mark, thank you.
Thank you. And thanks, Laura and the team again for, a thoughtful consideration of an enormous amount of feedback and where we might go. I absolutely agree with you that it is really important that this is not a box ticking exercise. The culture and the governance of firms is really important. And we've certainly seen that sort of from a UK perspective over a number of years. I also strongly believe that whatever this board decides, the framework that has been developed and discussed with our stakeholders is still an extremely valuable, helpful, enabling framework. It's leading to good discussions about culture and governance. I don't, however, support the recommendation for a number of reasons. Firstly, I think the idea of putting additional recommendations or requirements and application material in the code itself is a performative exercise. And the reason for that is that, as we've discussed, the fundamental principles already cover this. And if there was a real problem that had to be addressed in firm culture and governance, then those who regulate those firms could use the existing fundamental principles to demonstrate breaches and could actually take action should they choose to. So therefore, I think adding something in is a performative one. There's certainly a route to enforcement. I'm also struck by the fact that, as I said earlier, we're asking for 2 different things. The code, in many respects, is not a permissive code, and this would be a permissive code because it's trying to drive certain things. And I wonder how that would sit, and I wonder whether it would be logical and consistent. I also have a concern about, and I realise absolutely we're not here to discuss drafting, but even in the examples that you've given us, If you're enforcing against a firm or against an auditor or accountant, in many jurisdictions, you're doing so on a public law basis. And I do not see how you could draft requirements that could be applied in a public law context in a way that you could successfully take enforcement action if you needed one. Something that said that a firm is required to have a positive ethical culture would sort of be the Pandora's box moment of appearing before a tribunal. I genuinely struggle to see how something like that could work. So I'm very supportive of option 4. I believe that having material to help explain and apply the framework standing outside of the code is a really good one. I think it also offers us the benefit and the flexibility of ensuring that we continue to maintain that alignment with ISQM1, which is an important set of requirements, not only for the firms, but also for those who regulate the firms as a regulatory tool. I think if there's a sort of further discussion, I struggle on the assertion in the paper that says these are the options that will or will not deliver on FCG objectives. I think those are assertions. They're not, or I haven't yet seen the evidence that would make it more than assertions. And then my final comment would be, I absolutely believe that option 4 would still protect the public interest, because we still have the fundamental principles and the ability to be able to defend the public interest were someone to need to do that. And I can only say that the experience over a number of years has been that with an audit firm governance code that doesn't sit in law or regulation, where it's taken and it's used and it is done so in a positive way, is a way genuinely of empowering and changing culture and delivering on the things that are in the framework. So my preferred option is option 4, and I don't support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle, please.
Yes, thank you. Interesting point of view from a regulator. So meaning that it doesn't have to be in the code to be enforceable. That's in short what I hear. So great. My point was about the option that you propose and saying that the fact that there is something added in the code in the 2A in a light way, or in the 2B in a more strict way or required way. This I'm supporting that because I don't, the 2A for me doesn't, it's not a material change. It is a flag. Yes, it's a sort of, yes, the 2A, it's not a material change for me. It's a flag. We've done that work, and we need to remind everybody this is an important element to cope with the principles. Yeah, it is important. So we put a flag. I didn't see in the explanation here what's the team has identified as major differences in terms of the public interest, enforceability, or whatever other PIF elements that we have to take into account between 2A and 2B. But when I hear that a regulator can make itself without any mention in the code, I suppose that the 2A works as well as the 2B. So I would be interested in hearing from the team what additional advantage you see in the 2B. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christelle. I'm not sure, and I'm not going to ask you if your preference would be one or the other, but I think that all in all, you would be comfortable. That's what I understand with two, and let's see the details of the two. And to be clear, I mean, if you are not in a position now to express a preference now before this discussion, I think that this kind of conversation, asking more questions and etc., will be helpful. So don't feel pressured to say, now I'm 4, I'm 5, I'm 1 or whatever, okay? But for me, it's very useful, to be frank, to start understanding where people are in terms of how they see these proposals. So thank you very much, Christelle. Hector.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support the project's team recommendation, option 2, complemented by NAM. And within it, I can tell you that I argue that the overarching provision should be a requirement, in my opinion. And the rest should be application material and NAM complementing that. Of course, we have to acknowledge those that see this differently, and opposition is serious with some weighty organizations behind it. Their concerns, proportionality, cost, risk of checklist mentality, are not rhetorical, and all of us should keep them in mind going forward, whatever decision this board takes today. But I want to make a few points about what they prove and what they don't, in my humble opinion. The concern about the cost and the checklist is an argument against excessive prescription, not against a principle-based baseline. The way I see it, 2A, a high-level outcome-based requirement with the detail kept scalable in application material and NAM, is not a checklist. The checklist comes from minute prescription. So those who fear that kind of a checklist risk should support something like this, not resist it, unless they think NAM alone is enough. The most uncomfortable point, I think, it's enforceability, which plays, as Christelle was mentioning, which is key for this decision. And we have heard enforceability in two, I would say, roles. First, some say that culture cannot be measured, so a requirement would be unworkable. But enforceability in the public interest framework is the ability to determine whether a clearly stated responsibility has been met, not measuring a psychological state. And we are not speculating. IESBA already requires firms, as a matter of standard, not aspiration, to demonstrate a commitment to quality through a culture that reinforces professional ethics, values, and attitudes. IESBA 1, Section 28A2. For firms within its scope, that requirement already operates, with no one purporting to measure anyone's state of mind. The professional already lives under an enforceable requirement on ethical culture, a requirement that the firm's leaders shall promote an ethical culture does not measure culture. It anchors responsibility. The how stays where it belongs, proportionate to each firm. Second, there is this argument that there might not be a regulator in place to enforce a global baseline. That should not stop us from developing a standard, as it did not stop us with tax planning, right? In assuming that we all agree that there is a need for IESBA to intervene in the public interest for the benefit of the profession in this space that we're working on. Then there is also the ISQM1 issue, and I think we should address it directly. This is a question of coherence. While ISQM1 imposes an ethical culture,
as a requirement for firms within the scope, our code treats the same idea incompletely and almost as an afterthought. A new requirement in our code closes that asymmetry, reaches the firms that ISQM1 leaves out, and through application material offers a high-level principle guidance on how to build that culture and governance, which ISQM1 does not. And let's be candid, if ISQM1 were enough on its own, we would not be still seeing the cases that prompted this work, nor have spent 2.5 years working on it. And here's the key of the discussion, I think. The objective of this project is a consistent global baseline. And a baseline that each firm adopts a la carte is not a baseline. The risk is not only cherry picking by the firms internally. If we don't set a baselines, others will do it for us, for the profession. Might be jurisdiction by jurisdiction on a regulatory basis, or worse, might be legislation written under reactively after a serious next misconduct case, or the kind of which we read in the papers regularly, unfortunately. So leaving this as application material alone reproduces the current section 120.13, which we already have, which have had for many, many years, which I think we all agree is insufficient, is incomplete and insufficient. And is the reason this project exists. Voting application material only is, in my opinion, voting to keep the incomplete status quo, but with more words. And I'm finishing, Chair, sorry. I also want to acknowledge the doubts some have raised with the wording of the viewpoints. And for that, we need to keep in mind that this project hasn't even started. We don't even have an exposure draft. We will have plenty of time to discuss the wording, if the right words are there or not. So speaking as a board advisor to this project, but above all, as a member who has to vote in the public interest, I vote also as someone who has a business card with the name Arthur Anderson and its logo over my name 20 years ago. So I know the importance of trust, confidence, and reputation for the firms we're working with. And I also vote as a governance practitioner. This is what I work on a daily basis, and I'm convinced this is sound. These are sound recommendations, not a necessary burden on firms, but protection for them. It is this board's task to set global standards that help the profession navigate ethical and independence challenges, always placing the public interest above the interest of any single actor who may have a conflict with it. Reconciling those interests is our duty. So, for all these reasons, I think we should adopt something within the code. I think we should have an overarching requirement and a principle-based light application material, and all the NAM that we can develop in collaboration with all those that want to work on this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hector. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've been struggling with my approach to this content. I very much appreciate the project team. An enormous amount of work went into pulling together options. I would say at some point, though, I still remain a little uncertain as to what success looks like here. And in my mind, that's probably where it's important for me to focus on defining what we're trying to achieve. And I go back to the objectives of the project, which I think lay out what our aspirations and intent are here. And I don't think I have any overarching concerns about that. But as has been expressed, I think several times, I don't think that you can point to a particular ethical failure, say, that happens 5 years down the road as to whether or not we've been successful or not. And I think it's important to think about what we're driving to. And when I look at the intent, it's to support firms in creating, an ethical environment. This sense of a firm culture is there's no destination. It's a journey, and it's ongoing and forever, I think, is really important. But if I step back and I think about success, and I think about all of the various points of views that have been raised, one, I'm in the camp that I firmly believe that the fundamental principles are our principles, and that we don't need to create new ones, and that is where we can hang our hat on. Those principles of integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, et cetera, I think are our foundation in terms of where we are trying to achieve ethically. I'm struggling a little bit right now as to the information that we got from the simulation exercise, as to how that influences our readiness to even contemplate standard setting at this point. Because I think the information that came out of those exercises is profound and meaningful, and I think should absolutely be guiding us. And in fairness to the project team, they didn't have time to really absorb all that. Totally appreciate that. But what I gleaned out of the simulation exercise is we're not there yet, that there is work to be done. Certainly if we think about standard setting, and even if we go down just a pure non-authoritative content standpoint. I will tell you that up until about last week, I was getting fairly impatient with the ISQM1 discussion by firms, and that I had very much understood in my mind, well, ISQM1 is focused on audit quality. What we're doing here is broader than audit quality. And I absolutely believe that, and I think it's important. And it's why I'm very much in favor of this project and the intent behind this. However, I think some of the things I've heard today in particular have shifted my thinking, in that I do believe that there is an intent to mandate the framework, whatever that looks like, as a component and a requirement for firm culture, which, if that's what we're doing, it absolutely impacts ISQM1 and how that is adopted. And in that context, I think a lot about ISQM1. I think about the code today, and that the code sets aspirations. You'll behave with integrity. You'll exhibit good professional behavior. But it also sets clear restrictions, like thou shalt not do certain independence impairing activities. But it doesn't necessarily tell firms how they have to operationalize to reach those objectives. Rather, that is inherent on the firms to determine how they meet those, with a very clear understanding that they are obligated to meet those professional requirements. Yet, what strikes me here that we're contemplating doing through standard setting and potentially creating requirements is, in fact, setting standards for firms on how they operate their firms. And as I think through that, and I think through the potential unintended consequences of that, I think that's something we need to be very thoughtful about. The other thing I have yet to be persuaded on is I hear a lot about a consistent global baseline, a level playing field. I think what's important is that firms all have a strong ethical culture. I don't think anybody will dispute that, but I can see differences of opinions of how a particular firm, reaches that goal. And so when I think about proportionality and scalability, I'm thinking about it in that context. Is if you have a firm with a strong ethical culture, and I'm going to use the 8 viewpoints as an example, but I don't necessarily believe that is the end all be all of where we necessarily land. But if I use those, and let's say that I'm just going to throw out independent input. isn't a particularly heavily weighted factor, but the firm has exhibited a strong culture, then I think we've achieved our goals without mandating a particular way to get there. So with all of this, and then I very much appreciate that there's advantages and disadvantages have been laid out in the various options. And I think it's fair to say that that's the project team's opinion on those advantages and disadvantages. I think I would disagree with many of those and could give you counterpoints as to why those options may have different disadvantages or advantages depending on the context. And so I think at the end of the day, where I land is when we start thinking about standard setting, and particularly with requirements, I think we should do so with a clear expectation that we are going to change behavior and that those requirements are necessary in order to change that behavior. I'm not sure we've achieved that bar yet. And Gabriella, I apologize because you're not going to like this particular response. That's why right now I would go with option 5, with the idea being that we can always step back and if we think that standards are necessary down the road, there's no reason that we can't pivot at that point and then make that decision. But I don't think we should be leading first with standard setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Obichukwu?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the project team for bringing out clear options. So first of all, I'd like to say that culture can be an enabler or an eroder of values. So the fundamental principles are values that the IESBA has already set. And having a culture also is the FCG elements or the standard on culture, organization firm culture, is going to enable professional accountants in practice to live out the fundamental principles. So I believe that this piece of work is so fundamental for IESBA and for the accounting profession, because culture enables values, or it can erode. And that is what we are seeing to an extent, as if values are being eroded. So this is going to complete or complement strongly the realization of the aspiration of the standard. So I agree with the project team that the framework of the elements of view or whatever is going to be should sit in the code. But I think it should have its own section, that is option 3, have its own section, because before now it has there has been elements of organizational culture, firm culture mentioned in the code in section 120 and 300 as well. And it has always been there, but we also keep seeing what we are seeing. And in line with the objective of the FCG project, one is to promote and motivate ethical culture, ethical behavior. So to promote, I believe that it has been in the references or mentions of ethical culture has been in the standard since. Now we need to promote it and motivate. So we have to promote its visibility in the code and promote it to a level that has its own section, just like the fundamental principles. And then coming to the requirement or application material, I believe that it should have more application material than requirements. So the requirements might be very, very, very high level, overarching. Like I know we have a lot of work to do, because as it is now, the 8 elements or the viewpoints, we still have to do a lot of work to agree on what it is. But whatever it's going to be, the principles, like we have objectivity, confidentiality, there are all subsections and key requirements. So those principles that are high level that we agree on, like accountability, can become an overarching requirement, just like a firm should have accountability or show accountability that would be the requirement. Then you have application material that can give guidance to how that will be achieved. So this is going to help to create this clarity for people and make it actually a reference point, because when it sits in the NAM, it's yes, it's an IESBA publication or issue, but it's not really, you cannot categorically say that it's a global standard. So my point is option 3, but with more of application, fewer requirements, only overarching requirements, and more of application, things to explain what we mean by those high-level principles. And I also want to say that a lot of work needs to be done, like what we have seen from the simulation, so that we can clearly know that whatever we are putting out there are things that will actually change or improve mindsets and behavior. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu. Luigi, please.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation and the papers that I read prepared by the project team did not reach the achievement to convince me that if we had anything in the code, the failure would have been prevented from occurring. Amending the code will not result in reducing the non-compliance with the code. It is in the code and could be ignored or not applied in the same way. So I don't think this is the solution. Considering then what we heard from the stakeholders, it is very clear that there is consensus on NAM, whatever the form is of this NAM, while we have highly divisive opinion on amending the code with no consensus. And I don't find right that in this situation we force the circumstances and select to change the code in the sake to reduce code non-compliance. And frankly, if we underestimate the matter of implementability and enforceability, we miss a very significant point in this situation. There are many voices which are involved in implementation on one side and in enforceability on the other side, which are against the change in the code. So it is reasonable to assume that this will have an impact on enforceability and implementability, with the risk to have a fragmentation increased in this respect, and with the risk to have also some adverse behavior with respect to the code itself, with the consequence that we may have an increase on partially adopted type of classification for our code. So for the reason I already explained this morning, I am for option 5, which seems to me the most reasonable and the most required by the stakeholders, with some sympathy of option 4. Sympathy.
Thank you, Luigi. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting discussion. So let me, just step back a little. When I joined this board, this is almost 2.5 years ago. So we had started this project around that time. So I've not missed any meeting, whether, and I've seen this project coming back time and again for discussions. And I also noted, along this long journey, there were doubts expressed here and there, but I, for myself, I can say for sure, but I think many of us here sitting around this table collectively if I can say, developed a conviction that this project is in the interest of public. This has high public interest component. And the existing ISQM is not sufficient. That also debate keeps coming back time and again. But I stay with that conviction, and I would definitely like to go with the project team's recommendation of option 2. I also like option 3, but that may be ambitious. Option 3 combined with option 5, where we could see what we need in as a high-level requirement within the code, and option 5 could have NAM. Option 2 and 3, I think, are sort of quite close to each other, but as I said, maybe that may be too ambitious optically. But I like the elegance of option 3. It sits inside, but as a separate chapter. So, but thanks for all the options presented. It helped us think about it more constructively. And I've also very carefully considered all the relative merits and demerits which you presented in your options. So I go with option 2 in a nutshell. I have some comments on proportionality, but I can come to that later.
Okay, thank you very much, Amarjit. Sungnam, please. You have been waiting for some time, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to start small and make it big as time progresses. In the sense, I support project team's proposal, option 2, plus the guidance. I have a couple of observations. The first one is, given that ISQM1 has been effective since 2022, December, I think there would be an PIR in 2 to 3 years. It will be useful for our board to consider the PIR findings to assess whether the substance of our framework, the FCG framework, has been sufficiently addressed by the way of implementation of ISQM1 for audit forms, and will be in a better position to consider what additional efforts to make to complement the FCG framework. Secondly, I think our board needs to listen to the firm's concern about the documentation issue and also potential litigation impact that may arise in the future, even though our board does not intend that. And second, the last 3, in terms of option 2, overarching provision, whether it should be requirement or application material, I believe in the morning we heard from the exercise that the framework should be simple, clear, and flexible to set common expectations and achieve a level of consistency within and across the firms. So I believe the overarching provision needs to be application material rather than requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think firstly to the project team, I think the options you put together are really helpful. And Laura, maybe if you can put up that one slide where you have option 2A and 2B, because I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But what I wanted to just share is some observations. So listening to what we've been talking about on the arguments around, are the principles enough? Do you need something more than that? I keep coming back to something Chana said in the first year we joined the board, and I've never forgotten it. And I think it was a really helpful reminder, which is if you stop at the principles, in theory, you cover every issue under the sun. But the truth is things keep going wrong. So it's not an issue from my perspective of that you can just rely on the principles and say, done and dusted, we're good to go, because these failures still occur. So it means that people are not understanding how to do it, to Hector's point, what it looks like, or how that materializes in practice. So I think the truth of the matter is we can't rely on just stopping at the principles and saying that's it. For me, we have to go beyond that, and I think that's something certainly in the context of this CFO project we've heard as well. That's the truth. I mean, so that then brings us down to, well, then what does that look like? If we go beyond the principles, what does that look like? And a couple of other things I want to draw on that I've heard over the last several months, which again, I think are entirely relevant to what we're talking about here. I think to the point made around ISQM1, I think it's already been articulated and Hector articulated it really well. Again, if it was enough, we wouldn't have these problems. So we need to move beyond that argument of saying that's enough. Because I don't think it is, and it doesn't address, as we've talked about before, other service lines and other aspects within the firm. So, clearly something beyond that's required. And I wanted to touch a little bit as well on the regulatory perspective, which is, the principles are there, the requirements are there, it can be regulated. I look at regulation and enforcement around regulation as the last resort, not the first resort. So if at the end of the day, we're relying on regulation to solve a problem because people don't understand how to apply it, I think we're using regulation the wrong way around. Yes, it needs to be there. And yes, it's an important aspect to make sure things are done properly. But people should know, first of all, what they should be doing, how they should be doing it. And again, I'm not talking about being prescriptive. I'm just talking about expectations. So I think the regulatory perspective from that perspective, to me, puts the cart before the horse. So I think we need to rethink that approach, which then, again, brings us back down to, well, what should we be doing? And the second message I've heard over the last several months, which I think is relevant, is that firms are required, certainly in some jurisdictions, I won't speak to all because I don't know if it's all, but in many jurisdictions, they're required to register with the PAO. And therefore, they become subject to discipline under the PAO. And what I've heard from the PAOs, again, in the context of the CFO project, but I think the point is entirely relevant, is that unless there's sufficient guidance in the code, they can't actually enforce. And that's something we've heard in the context of the CFO project. So then I'm back to, again, something needs to be in the code that's sufficiently detailed so the PAOs, if they need to take action against the firm, can take action against the firm, as well as the regulator as a second course of action. So I think, to me, that means that options 4 and 5 just won't suffice from that perspective. I think yes, it's certainly an option, but enforceability is a problem. And that includes legally, because we've also heard that unless something's in the code, the lawyers will effectively argue and say, well, no, you can't enforce that because it's outside of the code. You have to look at just what's in the code. So that, to me, brings us back to then options 2 and 3 as the realistic ones to look at. And I think in an ideal world, all things being equal, option 3, I think probably would be the path that people would take. But I think there's enough feedback from stakeholders around it's probably a step too far. And I think Nancy raised a good point as well around still some uncertain questions, perhaps a collaborative approach as we heard this morning. So that then brings me to option 2 as the viable option. And when I look at the alternatives there, and that's why I wanted to slide back up with the 2 pieces around 2A and 2B. So that detail example you've got, if you can just flip that one up, that would be super helpful. Sorry, I don't remember the slide number. 23. Sorry, we're just taking a slight pause.
It's important that everyone is clear about what we are speaking about. So anytime it's necessary to go back to the slides, please ask.
So then if I look at these 2 options, so you've got 2A and 2B, if I look at the requirement in 2A, which is leaders in the firm shall provide an ethical culture within the firm, that's, pardon?
Promote, not provide.
Oh, promote, sorry, I'm trying to read from a distance, so thank you, Ken. Obviously, my glasses need checking. But I think it's that they promote a culture. That doesn't say how you do it. It just says you do it. So I don't think that I think it's a requirement that's no different if you think about it from the perspective of you shall be independent from your client. It doesn't say how you should do it, just says you must be. So I'm very comfortable with that as a requirement in the code because it's high level, It's not prescriptive. It allows firms to decide what does that mean to me and how should I do it. They just have to simply at some point within the context of their jurisdiction demonstrate that they've done it. So I'm very comfortable as long as we keep the requirement at that level and don't get prescriptive, because I think if we get prescriptive, we'll have trouble. So personally, I support 2A from that perspective, a high level principle requirement that they have to achieve. So it's an objective they have to achieve. And then the application material, again, should be done with a view to being helpful. So maybe that's where some of the feedback from the workshops and the labs that were done and some of the outreach feedback, I think, and maybe we even need to explore it a little bit more day 5, might be the way that we can define a little bit more. What does that application material potentially look like? And again, the collaboration, I think, with some of the stakeholders in their various jurisdictions could be super helpful to develop that. And I think I wanted to make 2 last points, if that's okay, Chair. One is around the argument of the cost burden. And I think Hector raised it a
Sorry,
little.
the argument of the
Cost burden.
Okay.
So the burden imposed on firms and the cost. I think there are 2 things we need to keep in mind. Is one, that becomes a really important discussion once the standard is drafted. So I think it's premature to say that's a barrier to doing something proactively that's in the public interest, right? Because that's what we're talking about. I do think, however, once the option is chosen and we start drafting something, then we need to be very mindful about the burden it might place, again, how prescriptive we get. And I think we need to be careful that we don't go down the path of telling firms how to do it. And then the cost burden, frankly, I think will address itself if we're very mindful about how we do that. So I just wanted to add that. And then one last point, and I think the point's been alluded to today as well. I think, Gabriella, you said it this morning, which is this is just the first phase and what will ultimately become a public consultation. So I think no matter what we agree in terms of the option today, there's going to be a public consultation, there'll be feedback, and we'll adapt. So again, I'm not so stressed about what the final thing looks like because it's got to go through so many more steps. And I think it's important that we keep that in mind today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. And thank you for taking a little bit of the drama out of the and delayed for the future. So, John, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the same way as David went back to the slide, could we just go back to slide 22, which is the objectives? I'm very conscious that I am new to this board. I wasn't here when those objectives were written, but I read them very clearly, and I think they are, well, they're the right basis for us to make any kind of decision. This is the reasons what we said we were going to do this. When I read all of those, I could see how the project team's recommendation would achieve those objectives. However, I don't believe it's the only option that can achieve those objectives. And when I look at them, the words enforcement is not on there. The reason for consistency and comparability is to allow the firms to assess their practices rather than to allow regulators to assess their practices. The reason we want the firms to be able to mitigate the risks of ethical behavior is to be able to reduce those risks. So I'm approaching this very much from what could IESBA do that could help? And I could see that option 2 could help and it could meet those objectives, but I don't believe the only option is that. And given the strength of opinion that we've heard from a number of different stakeholders about the idea of amending the code, I believe we should only do that if we think that is the only option that we have available to us. It's very clear that we need to do option 5 in terms of non-authoritative material. I really liked hearing Mark, a regulator from my country, talk about how actually option 4 could still be working. When I think about what Christina and Enrique said, they challenged us to be innovative and to be creative. And for that reason, whilst I can see that option 2 would achieve it, I also believe that option 4 and 5 could achieve the same objectives. And therefore, for me, those are the two that I think are in play. On balance, I would prefer to start with option 4 and 5. And then we clearly have the ability that if that doesn't work and it doesn't actually drive the behavior that we want to see, we have the ability to do a post-implementation review and then review our position.
Okay. Thank you, John. Sadia.
At the beginning of the session, I only had questions. I didn't have an option, but it appears that we're going faster than I envisioned. I should say that this
Sorry, Sadia, you don't have to say now which is your preferred option. We will come to the show of hands. Of course, once again, it's important to know where board members more or less stand, but I fully understand that some of you may need to listen to the discussion until the end to make a final decision. So this is just not to put too much pressure on you, okay?
Thank you. I think I must state that we're not starting off from zero. Every firm has a culture. They're probably at different stages depending on things like their size, their jurisdictions, and their experiences. I mentioned it this morning that I really want to go back into those dialogues and those outreach events because I would like to know if there was more insights that wasn't presented on paper, but you could explain to us. So from my analysis with Copilot, I understood that everyone was in strong support for guidance on non-authoritative material. There's also majority support for the project. And then when it came to this include in the code, they didn't have options 1, 2, and 3 in front of them. But that's where I kind of wanted to understand whether we got to that 1, 2, and 3 in those conversations, because the feedback from the dialogue says that majority of people were not in favor of it being in the code. And I'm having a difficulty understanding how we're marrying that to our solutions. The other thing that came out from these outreach is that a lot of people thought there was more work. Either we needed to do an analysis that we may have done, or we needed to do root cause analysis, which we've discussed. But I read more into this more work that people needed more time, that this was a big topic and that they needed to break it down into pieces to get comfortable with it. And I know we have given them time, but it feels like people still are asking for more time. It's unfortunate that we didn't have time for the simulation exercise because I heard something in there that isn't an option. And maybe if you can go to slide 20. I heard in the last recommendation from the simulation exercise was for innovation. And I like the way that you explained it with the metaphor that we need scaffolding. We need to build together. And that seems to be what the phased approach is talking about, that you start off with guidance of a framework outside the code, voluntary adoption, and then subsequent codification. And it takes a lot of people with us on that journey. Yes, it might not be something that is enforceable or might not have uniformity, but it will allow for people moving in the same direction. This phase approach would not be something that is too unfamiliar to us. It would be, don't go to an exposure draft first, go to an invitation to comment, allow for a little bit more time for field testing, for more of these conversations. And that would try and get us to a better position where we're not having too polarized views on the table or too many polarized views on the table. If you can go back to the 24, and that is the 2A and 2B. I know there was a big sign saying not for discussion and not for consideration, so I apologize. But if I believed that this was the exposure draft, I would be saying, okay, it's just an application material. It isn't true. However, I know myself. When I look at the list of proportionality, do we adequately have it there in the code? Do I look at this here and the link with ISQM1? Do we have this in the code? So my concern is, giving you just 2 or 3 examples that I myself have, that I would not believe that this would stay as limited as it is. And I wondered if the the project team had considered not calling it amendment to the code, but calling it a bridge. And I think somewhere in the papers we do say, we use the word hook when we use bridge, that we need something in the code to talk to the non-authoritative material. And that would be a limited or a narrow scope amendment to the code. We're not going to put too much information in the code at this moment, and the majority of that information will start as non-authoritative material because you could change it when time goes. But I think the phrasing of this gets a rephrasing of what 2B, the application material, would have, gets a little bit closer to when people told us don't put changes to the code, we listen to them, and we're not envisioning a new section to the code. We're envisioning some kind of linkage that allows us to give a little bit more prominence to non-authoritative material. So I still don't think I have a position, because I'm giving you a little bit variations of how we can package this year a little bit differently, but just saying 2B and allowing the task group to go back, and then hearing concerns when an exposure draft comes and it gets longer and longer might bring us to something that is closer to 3, because that's how drafting of the code goes sometimes. Every time we want to clarify, we add more application material.
Okay, thank you very much, Sadia. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I've heard all the arguments around the table, and definitely, I mean, I appreciate all of them. I think they all have merit. However, looking at the objectives of the FCG project, if we are really going to establish a global baseline, I think the only approach is the hybrid approach. I think that the other options that are presented or that have been presented may accomplish the other objectives in some shape or form, in some measure, however, not the objective of establishing a global baseline. Now, I understand, I appreciate that, you know, I mean, we can go, for example, for something like option 5 or option 4, and then the regulators will adopt it and so on. But, and of course, the onus is on enforcement and what have you. But at the end of the day, our role as an ethics standard setting board is to guide efforts when it comes to ethics. And so I believe it sits squarely within our remit to establish a global baseline without any, you know, thresholds. I think we need to have something in the code. Now, I understand that, definitely appreciate the argument that, you know, I don't think, I mean, this, whatever option we go for will not prevent ethical failures. Of course, I don't think not this standard, not any other standard, not this code, not any other code, no regulation in the world will ever prevent any ethical failure. Of course, I mean, we are just, you know, trying to move forward and make some progress. So I think if we are agreed that we need to establish a global baseline, then we need to have something in the code. So I'm in full support of a hybrid approach, something between either options 2 and 5 or option 3 and 5. Now, if we are going to go for option 2, then I prefer making the overarching provisions as a requirement. So I'd go for 2A. But I would also suggest, and I mean, in line with what Amarjit was saying, and perhaps others also around the table, I would also consider going for option 3 and 5. I think it's stronger, but that would be contingent on the project team being willing to reconsider the language of the framework. So we heard, again, very much in line with Sadia, what Sadia was just saying. I think there was a lot of very valuable inputs from the simulation. I think there were suggestions for consolidation, elimination, and these types of recommendations, and simplification, clarification. So if we are willing to put in that extra, time and effort in terms to simplify, to make the framework truly, principles-based, scalable, and adaptable, such that we address the concerns that, if you ask me, I would go for option 3 and 5. But otherwise, if I want to make to vote right now, the safest bet would be go for option 2A and a combination of 2A and 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the project team to summarize and make this proposal. As John did the same, I want to go back to the objective, and I understand the beginning of this discussion was really that the farm needs to. There were failures, and the farm needed to regain trust and build trust again. And this needs to cover all the service line. And this is more than, it's really about, it needs to happen at the organization level. So, so I think I prefer to have a independent material listing up the global baseline than put it inside the code. And the reason that we put it in the code is to make it enforceable or mandatory. It will be through the simulation exercise. It will be just compliance written, but what is required is to make that ethic culture live, real. And for that purpose, I think really the ownership, the intention of the farm leaders are very important. And so, of course, we have IFIA to become independent and to avoid the self-approval, but really the ownership by the farm is very important to make it happen. And as David said, sanction or enforceability by the regulator is the last resort, not the first one. I rather go with option 4 and option 5 than put it as option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Vanya, please.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the project team. I think that we are in the very early days of decision here. So I think that for us to pretend or to have the intention of encompassing, in our opinion, everything, it's too ambitious. So I think the most sensible option right now is to follow the suggestion from the project team, because you are dealing with all the material, reading everything, hearing everything. So I think that you are in better position than any of us to decide at this point in time. As David said, we are still in the very early days, so everything that is done will be subject to public consultation, and we have the opportunity of revisiting this decision in the future. So my opinion is that we should follow option 2A plus option 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya. Ken, please. Amaji, do you still want to say something?
Yeah, if you permit. Is it okay? Yeah. So just 2 additional cents from my side. So see, our experience as a regulator has been that whenever you are trying to address a market failure issue or solve a problem in the market, we have 2 choices. You go with just a high-level principles approach and don't write the long rules for solving that problem. And the other extreme is that you come out with last mile rules. You write a whole compendium as to how things will be managed in the market. So we've seen both the approaches have their own problems, and we usually follow a hybrid approach. You give certain high level principles plus certain degree of regulations which are coming from the principles. So we follow a hybrid approach. And experience shows, I mean, you can check any jurisdiction, just leaving it to the principles, high level principles. Even if you go back, if I can be a little philosophical here, if 10 commandments were enough, society would not have seen the evolution of so many laws and regulations and rules across the world, right? So we can't just leave it to high level principles. We have to have a hybrid approach. And I completely agree with Rania also there. And I'm not advocating that laws are good for society, more laws are good for society. That's not the idea at all. But here, there's a clear gap. And that is why we need this hybrid approach. And option 2 is a good place to land. Thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to maybe provide a bit of color or maybe some enhancement in terms of the let's say the diversity of perspectives we heard through the SCG dialogues, because essentially what Sadia, you asked is, were there any points in the conversations we had with the stakeholders, the firms, the regulators, etc., as to whether people thought how they would move forward from the viewpoints to a framework? In other words, were there let's say reflections about what options some of the stakeholders might be willing to entertain in terms of consideration? And there I would say we heard a variety of perspectives. One or two voices from the smaller practitioner community said, well, first of all, by and large, the smaller practitioner community were averse to seeing something in the code, and there was almost kind of a presumption that the board were going to come forward with, let's say, option 3, which is a very advanced, well-developed framework with all the articulated requirements, and hence the pushback against having such an answer, because of concerns around compliance, the cost burden, documentation, etc., etc. So that was very clear. But as I say, within that context, there were one or two voices within the smaller practitioner participants who said, we recognize that in practice, yes, a lot of practitioners, including one or two of them, they said in their jurisdictions, actually, not everybody is as familiar with the code as they ought to be. That was really an honest statement that was made, not necessarily with intention to indict anybody, but that was a statement, a viewpoint, if you will, that yes, there is a gap in terms of awareness and in terms of understanding of the code. And we understand that. And that's why there's been so much discussion and acceptance of the value of non-authoritative material to really help people understand what the code speaks about in terms of the expectations. But in that context, as I say, the one or two voices did say, we are open to some adjustments to the code as well, as long as they are made in a relatively light manner. In other words, for IESBA not to come forward with a lot of requirements that would suddenly create a huge expectation of having to implement a very extensive framework along the lines of ISCOM 1, right? So that's really just from the SME perspective. In the GPPC dialogues, one or two other participants did say, look, if it's going to be something in the code, yes, first of all, we would prefer not to see it simply because of all the concerns around the compliance burden, expectations of enforcement, litigation exposure, documentation, all of the arguments we've heard. But one or two participants did say, well, actually, yes, if it's going to be in the code and if really the intent is to have it at a principles level, not to drive a compliance culture with a lot of checkboxes, etc., checklists. Well, let us see what it looks like. It really depends on the wording of what you have in mind to go in the code. So that was a bit of the nuance that I wanted to really just kind of draw out and really put that on the table for the board's consideration. And then from the regulatory perspective, some of the regulators did say, yes, we would like, from our perspective, to see something that we would be able to enforce. We would like to see enforceability. But we also accept that there is a risk of going in a certain direction that in fact could trigger the opposite reaction, meaning to say, yes, be careful about the consequence of really ending up with a lot of compliance sort of work being done, right? And then it becomes very performative, which as we heard one or two board members have said, right? There is a risk of triggering a performative exercise that really doesn't drive the change in mindset, that willingness, a genuine conviction that culture really is important, and it is a very important business proposition for us. So when they said that, they did say, we can go with principles, we can understand the value of principles, but again, it comes down to how it's articulated. And principles alone, and maybe that's what Afika Mojit you said, principles alone isn't going to really achieve the impact that you're looking to achieve. And really what's going to really move the needle is really the supporting materials, the educational, the real life scenarios that will really help people understand how to apply the code. So that's really a bit of the breadth of perspectives we heard. It's not that all the firms were saying we absolutely don't want anything in the code. All the regulators said we absolutely want everything to be in the code. It was mostly leaning in one direction, but one or two voices with a bit more of a reasoned, let's say, position to say it really depends on what you're going to be producing if it's going to be in the code. So that's a bit of the color.
Thank you very much, Ken, for these additional insights and clarifications. And finally, I'll go to Chana.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so I think because I've been involved from the beginning, there's been an extraordinary amount of work that has gone into this. And I think, I mean, in the last 4.5 years, I've been involved with IESBA directly, but before that, for 15 years, I've been involved indirectly from a national standard setters perspective. And I have not seen this amount of pre-work done before an exposure draft is even written. So we have got the working groups report. We did global roundtables. We have done viewpoints, the ISQM1 comparison, the FCG dialogues, and then the newsletters, and now the simulations. So after all of this, I mean, how far can you kick the can down the road, in a sense? Then when I look at the work we have done, it has built an evidence base around the 8 elements, right? I think that is sort of now well established. And the 8 elements then establishes that there's a gap in the code. The slide that Cam had prepared, which sort of shows, you know, some elements are addressed, some are partly addressed, and so on. So after identifying that gap, if we then ignore that gap and go for options 4 and 5, then I don't think we are serving the public interest, because we have identified and documented that gap over 2.5 years. So then we can't ignore, we have to at least complete that gap. So on that reason, I would dissent on option 4. And my preferred option is 3, but I would live with 2A, similar to what Amarjit, Rani, and David said. I think 3 is cleaner. I mean, to Obichiku's point, maybe we can get rid of some, some of the requirements, and it could be just be application material. But I could live with 2A as well. I think the ISQM1 argument has been very tiring. And if I go to what the IFIA data that came out in April, where it was the first sort of full cycle of ISQM1's operations, where 91% of the inspected results were done under ISQM1. They say it has not arrested the deterioration in audit quality. The finding rate among the listed PI audits has risen in 3 consecutive years. So it has gone up to 35%. And the last year of where it was lowest was in 2022, where it was 26%. Ironically, the last year under ISQC1, right? So, and IFIA is targeting 24% by 2027, and based on the current trend, they are unlikely to get that because that's only another 2 years. So it's clear that ISQM1 is not addressing this. We started this because there were failures which are documented in the original, when we started the project, and the failures have continued. And it's still continuing with current failures as well. And there's a quote from a AFR article I like to say here. So a guy has written an article and he says, why is it that the PwC scandal and now the KPMG scandal have shown these firms believe that they can operate to a different set of governance standards from the businesses they advise? So why aren't the firm held to the same governance standards as the business they advise? So I think there's an extraordinary amount of work already done, and it's in the public interest that we now move with option. I mean, I prefer option 3, but I'll live with option 2A.
Okay, thank you very much, Chana. I don't see anyone else wanting to speak. I'm sorry because we are very late, but I thought we could not interrupt this conversation. It would be very detrimental because once we start, we need to bring it to the end. So this has been, whatever we are going to decide, this has been a terrific conversation. One that whatever happens afterwards will inform the work forward that we will have to do, shape it, and keep us very well aware of what we cannot forget, what we cannot, the traps in which we cannot fall, the upsides and the downsides of each one of the approaches. And so I think this is really a landmark, a milestone as a board conversation. And before we break, and then probably I'll say a few additional words. What I'd like to thank the board members is the candid way you approach this conversation, the frank way, the open way, the fact that there is no one is afraid here from sharing different perspectives, which is the basis of the richness of the decisions that we make, and the way you came prepared, which is something that I really appreciate. It's clear that everyone not only read the documents, but had the opportunity to think about them and think about the consequences of whatever we are going to do in terms of the next steps, which, as it has been highlighted here, this is not the end of the road, but the start of the road. Probably still a bumpy one ahead of us, but that's what we are here for. And for now, and before we break, I'd like to thank everyone for this amazing conversation, for the candid, open, honest, very honest and very fair way you all approach the conversation. I think that we are well positioned for a decision after the break, but for now, I think we should break, right, boss? So I think so. I think that we need to pause process a little bit. The trends are relatively clear. I have the numbers of the people who expressed. Frankly, I was not expecting that you'd come so clear with a preference on an option in this first conversation, but that was wonderful because it made our lives a little bit easier. So let's break for 20 minutes until 4:30, and then we will come back for the final deliberation or decision or show of hands or whatever you want to call it after the break. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for being back. And before we continue our conversation and the deliberations, because it's not over, I'd like to ask Philippe if you want to say something at this point, or you're just impatient to see the result.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. First, I must confess that I was pleased by, this conversation and by the openness and the way you have expressed, I have an impression of sincerity, which is very pleasant, in fact, because I think that something so important cannot be decided with some tricks and games and things have to be said, and I have this feeling. I would just share some remarks because I was pleased to hear the reference to public interest that came several times, and it's something which is important in this context. But I just want to say, as an input, maybe an interesting input for this project, that response to public interest doesn't mean law, provisions, or requirements. That means common understanding of different parties in the ecosystem, clarity, and explainability when something happens, because nothing is perfect and nobody is perfect on this earth. Things have to be clear in terms of, explanations, what happens, results of analysis, investigation, and so on. So that's the first point, because sometimes it's not only about PIOB and public interest matters, but based on my own experience as a chief ethics officer in the past, in an organization of 400,000 people in 50 countries, sometimes when you want to define, the things very precisely and so on, that becomes counterproductive in the sense that that becomes a shield for people. Because when something new happens and our environment is in permanent transformation, so when there are new situations to consider, the reflex of people is to say, okay, I look at, what was defined, it's not included, so I can do everything I want. That's the traditional approach about, liberty or freedom in the limits of law. So this doesn't work from an ethical perspective. Ethics is about behavior and appropriate behavior in some specific situations. It's not at all applying, standards or becoming mechanical and so on. It's being able to consider something as really a specific situation. And the key word in that respect that was just pronounced maybe twice or three times in your conversation is awareness. The key aspect of, driving appropriate behavior is developing awareness in critical situations. It happens that even in scandals, in things which become public, and you say, oh, how is it possible? Did I hire evil in my team? It's not about evil. It's that, people sometimes, they have the conviction that they act good, they do for the good of the firm, and it's a non-proper behavior. And that only can be, corrected by awareness, educational programs, and, control programs. And my last point is about the fact that in the way you approach, the key modifications to improve, the ethical awareness, you are not alone. The profession is not alone. There are many actors, who are influencers to, at the end of the day, contribute to appropriate behaviors. It's not only IESBA with the firms, there are regulators, there are clients, because the clarity and the fact of understanding the constraints, what is possible or not, has to be shared with clients. You can feel that in competitive bid situations, for example. So things which work at the end of the day for the public interest are, approaches and principles or values, or you can make the choice of what you want in terms of definitions, but that can be, understood, and that can create a commitment and a support of the community. It's not only something which has to be clear and pure and crystal clear, in the profession. It's something which has to be understood and shared by all the stakeholders. And so that requires, clarity, once again, and to be shared by the different actors, the different stakeholders to, at the end of the day, deliver an improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for these considerations and for the recommendations. I think we can take it as that, to think about those elements as we move forward with a decision now, and after that with some work. So it seems that we will not eat pizza, which is good, and that we will be able to finish on time, because now we have the time for the decision. But given the good discussion that we had in the first part of the meeting, I'm confident that we will come up with deliberation, with something we can work on based on the conversations that we had in the first part of this meeting. Whatever happens, and I have not expressed any preference, because I wanted, and I want until it is possible. There will be a moment where probably it won't be possible to remain neutral and not influence too much, or not influence the direction, of course. Of course, I have an opinion, but I will leave it for later. For now, and before we make any decision, I'd like to say 2 or 3 things. Again, everyone said it, but I want to repeat it. Praise the project team and board advisors, and Ken, who was not a project team member, but who was above and behind everything as well. Thank them all for the amazing, honest, very honest, intellectually, professionally honest work that has been done in preparation for this important meeting and for this important deliberation. Secondly, thank the board members, all of you, for the way you came prepared for this meeting with very clear ideas, very strong and well-grounded arguments. I don't think that I have heard anything here around the table which we could or should discard, because it was, as Philippe said, sincere, it was honest, it was candid, but it was also professional, robust, well-prepared. And this is the kind of discussions that wherever we land, I think we should be proud of. I tell you, of course, as I said, I have some preference, but I would go with any decision after this discussion very comfortably, because it would be grounded on very, very good and strong considerations. Thirdly, this is an important day. 2 years and a half, and we mentioned it a few times today, 2 years and a half, and 1 morning and part of an afternoon has passed since we started this project. Some of you were here and made part of the initial deliberation. Some of you weren't. The project team changed. Even I have to thank also the members of the project team who started this project and then moved another tasks. So the number of people who worked on this project is impressive. And it is also impressive how we all together, staff and board, managed to overcome some challenges along the way. And they were not minor challenges, and they were not just a few. There were many, there are still many, and we are very conscious that whatever decision is made, they will continue and that we will need to address them with the same approach. And the approach is work, honest work, deep work, open minds, and a full focus on the public interest. Having heard from Philippe that the public interest is not only about laws, regulations, and standards, having that very clear, but that's what we have to do from now on when the other challenges arise, and they will not be probably less than the ones that we have faced until now. These challenges had to do with a lot of things, and again, I said it at the start, and I'm not going to go back to narratives and speculations. I want, as you did, to take a fully constructive approach to this deliberation that we are going to make. But one thing is sure, they are understandable. The challenges are understandable because this is a completely new thing that we decided to do 2 years and a half ago. We moved to a different level regarding what we have done over the last 20-something years by changing the approach from the individual focus to the organizational focus, the firm orientation, and etc. And this, of course, as every change, creates some discomfort, brings people away from what is known, brings some unknowns, some uncertainty, some unquietness. This shift towards a more structural approach is, for me, understandable. That brings all this with this. This brings. We addressed all these concerns and exhausted all the questions as we have seen today from the project team presentation in the morning and in the afternoon. There was nothing left that we have not addressed. We addressed all the questions, all the arguments, all the concerns, all the issues. And one thing is whether stakeholders, the board members all like the responses. Another thing is saying, and I think that we cannot say, nobody can say that we have left anything aside, that we have not addressed, that we have not considered. The work has been immense, but it's not only in terms of amount, but in terms of quality and, again, honesty. There was no moment along the way, and I tell you that I have been following this project closely, even if I'm not a member and I don't attend every meetings and etc. But one thing that I can tell you is that there was no moment where the project team, the board advisors, Ken, myself, etc., tried to ignore or circumvent any of the challenges that were put in front of us. Sometimes with a lot of difficulties, sometimes with a lot of inexistent resources, sometimes with some existential doubts, even because one after the other sometimes gets you tired. But our conviction was, as it was said here also today, that it is our conviction that this is in the public interest and that we needed to move forward with this project, just like we decided 2 years and a half ago. Of course, the time is not, times where we are not the same where we were 2 years and a half ago. The winds are blowing in different directions. We have a lot of change in the environment, but this does not mean that the issues that we identified 2 years and a half ago have disappeared or gone. They are there, and our determination to address them is there as well, despite we recognizing that the way it is approached from a contextual environment perspective may have changed. This has not changed our determination and our conviction that this is needed. So looking forward, and that's what we now need to do, because 2 years and a half is a lot. Just before we start a project, and this is really something that I think never happened. I'm very confident. Very confident that we have all done our best with the best intentions, but best intentions is not enough. But we did it with the highest professionalism, with the highest honesty, and that we are offering the board and our stakeholders a good path forward, a good alternative in terms of what this project, where this project will land, and the outputs and the impact that it will have in behavior. So we will do it based on extensive information. I will reiterate again that the summary that has been provided comprehensively includes and embeds everything that we heard, even if, that was not the purpose, will never be, it does not include individual proposals or suggestions that we heard. This is a summary that of a targeted outreach, not even a consultation. The level of detail, I think it was higher than many of the times after the public consultations or exposure draft. So there is nothing more that I think that we could have done. We heard here that maybe we needed more time. I understand that, but I also think that after 2 years and a half, we risk going on and on and on, and that there is a moment where we need to make a decision. There is not much more that we can do in terms of outreach and etc. Maybe we missed some opportunities along the way, and that's one day we can speak about it, not today, but there was 1 or 2 opportunities that we might have missed because there, we might have approached the work in a slightly different way, but that would involve or suppose a level of openness and collaboration that at a certain moment probably was difficult to achieve, to get to very innovative solutions that we might have achieved, but at least we have considered them internally sufficiently for them to be in the future possible approaches to other frameworks, to other initiatives that we may need to take. So thank you for your precious contributions to all of those around the table, the board members who already left and made a very good contribution, who were very collaborative from the start of this project, the project team, the other staff members who were involved before this project, the current project team, Ken, everyone, James, who along these 2 years and a half was always very open to discuss, mostly with Ken and I, possible fragilities, possible vulnerabilities, and even to IESBA, with whom, as I said, we developed that together, with whom we developed the linkages paper, and with whom we had the opportunity for some very, very enriching discussions and some good proposals about how we might approach this project. With this, let's go to the concrete situation. So after this conversation, initial conversation, where I was not expecting to count the votes in this initial presentation, but the fact is that everyone except me expressed a preference for an option or 2 options. And from my recollection, what we have here is that putting it together, 5 members would prefer an option outside the code, while 10 members, and I'm not counting myself because I haven't expressed my opinion yet, but while 10 members would prefer an option inside the code, be it 3 or 2, be it 2A or 2B. So we have 5 members with a preference for a solution outside the code, 10 members for a solution inside the code. That's where we are. We can make it easy and quick and say, okay, the large majority, by the way, went for a preference in the code. So, but we have not decided if it's 2A or 2B. The ones who expressed the preference for 3, they also said that they could go with 2. I think that only Orbichuku was clear that she would prefer 3, but we can assume that the majority of those who mentioned 3 could go with option 2. But it wasn't clear yet if it would be option 2A or option 2B. So that decision still would need to be made. I think that there are not many options now about how we can approach this decision. But what I would like probably to say is that still we have 5 members who expressed a preference for a solution outside the code. And we cannot ignore that. Of course, in an ideal world, we would have a consensus around a solution. That is not the case. I was not expecting it because we know that there are very diverse, very different, very nuanced approaches to this. And of course, I would prefer as chair of this board, and before I express any preference, I would like as chair of this board to be able to achieve something that leaves us relatively comfortable. That it's not, X votes and X votes, also because this is not about voting, it's about a show of hands. So I think that the more we can agree on something, even if we would prefer something less or something more, the best for this board, the best for the public interest, the best for the way forward, the best for the project team who will have to work, and etc. And that's what I'd like you all to consider, because clearly we have as I said, a large majority wanting a preference of something inside the code, but still there are two alternatives, and I'm not putting three aside, but I'm assuming that given what people said, the ones who said that they would prefer three, that they might go with two. I'm assuming that, and Obichuku, I'm not putting you aside of this conversation, but since you were the only one that said three and that's it, I will also assume that you could live with something a little bit less stringent, even of course with a very clear preference for something inside the code. So one option that we have here is to propose to this board that we go with an option which is I'll not call it halfway because there is no halfway, but it's a little bit closer to both the extremes, which is to be, or probably clearer than that we go for a show of hands. But before you show your hands, even if I know that part of you have expressed a clear preference, that you take this into consideration. My objective as a chair is that we manage to get not to what I think is the best solution or what you think is the best solution and your clear preference, but something on which we can more or less agree and get somehow comfortable, right? So I don't know if before we go to that show of hands, anyone wants to say something and contribute to this conversation about how to approach the show of hands. If there is any combination or any option that we can take before we go to a very cold vote or whatever, show of hands in that respect. Nancy, please.
Just real quick for clarification. So I've clearly expressed my preference for outside the code, but the question is, since we're not going to go that direction, I'm now picking my second preference. Is that what I'm doing from a vote perspective?
Nancy, I think the direction is clear and it's something inside the code. We have three options inside the code, 3, 2A and 2B. Let's call it like this. I'm already not discarding, but imagining that 3, given what we heard, is not, the most preferred one. So we would be left with 2A and 2B. And what I'm asking the board is to consider what happened in this room, the considerations that we heard, the preferences, the justifications, the elements that were brought to discussion before making a decision if it's going to be 2A or 2B. And if I'm seeing things wrongly, please say it. I don't want any misunderstanding. I don't want to go blind with anything that I'm not seeing well. I'm just sharing my purpose and objective and trying to see how we can we get there. John, please.
Gabriella, thank you. I was one of the members who would have preferred something outside the code. I completely respect, the conversation that was had in the direction of travel. If the question is, could I live with option 2? The answer to that is clearly yes. I think the reality is the decision as to whether it is 2A or 2B, to me, feels as though it depends so much on what the words say. And therefore, I accept that there's going to be something in the code. I think that we may want to reserve the right or the potential to decide whether it's a requirement or application material once we've actually got a version of the words because what the project team created was not intended to be the final version. It's an illustration. So I don't know, Gabriella, whether there's an option to say the decision is option 2. The actual detail of whether it is a requirement, my made-up phrase yesterday, an assumed requirement, or just application material, that would depend on actually us having done the work that now needs to commence. Rather than actually deciding for definite now, it has to be something which is mandatory, which is a requirement versus application material.
I think we may consider that also because some people were not that clear about the option between 2A and 2B. Of course, I think that we can consider that possibility as a way of trying to get the most comfort around the table possible. Not forgetting that I think that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 members expressed a preference for 2A. But still, I'm trying to find a way of, some kind of compromise if possible. And I don't want to force also the majority to change their approach in a way that they go outside what they really believe can be. But let's see if that can be an option. Rania, please.
Yes, just to second John's comment, I think that a lot of ultimately, the sentiment around the table will really depend on the final language of the framework. And I think if we are able to, reconsider the language of the framework sufficiently, perhaps even those who actually originally voted for something outside the code might actually be happy with something, somehow inside the code. So perhaps you may wish to leave that, that final detail, the decision of the final details, to a later point, as long as we're agreed that, we'll have something inside the code plus something, in combination with option 5. So just a suggestion.
Yes, thank you for bringing option 5, because I forgot to mention, it was clear that option 5 will go with anything we do. So it's going to be an important part of the work. And just before I give the floor to Luigi, let me just say, and of course you will believe it or not, and someone who is listening to us will believe it or not, but it was our commitment since the start that whatever we would do, even if when we decided to do standards, that whatever we do is going to be high level, short, simple, principles based. That was the commitment from the start, and what the project team, and I tell you, I did not participate in anything that they decided to put forward as a proposal, but what the project team suggested as a possible high level requirement clearly reflects that approach and that commitment. And I am, as chair of IESBA, reiterating and confirming that commitment that we made a long time ago and that we have been sticking to. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thinking about how the matter has been conducted so far, I think I can confirm my preference, as I already confirmed. And as usual, I will be, of course, ready afterwards to work with the board for the best interest of the board and the public interest, of course. But I would like to have very clear my preference now for option 5, as I told, and then wait and see what would be the outcome of the proposal that the majority will select.
Thank you, Luigi. For the sake of clarity, and I'm not saying that you were saying anything different. I think that what's being suggested and was suggested by John is that we agree on option 2, so a solution inside the code, but defer the decision about whether it would be like 2A with a requirement or with like 2B, which is only application material. We are not going back because the direction of travel and the direction of the board was very clear, not going back. And I think that we need to be very clear here about whatever we decide, that we are not going to go back on whatever we will decide today. Clarity here and certainty is absolutely necessary. Of course, and again, we have a large majority of people who said 2A, so I don't want to force anyone. I'm just trying to explore the possibilities here of triggering the highest level of comfort around the table, around the decision on which we will all have to work going forward. Mark, please.
Thank you. I can sort of see the sense in John's proposal about needing to see wording, because I've given a view on what I think. I'm not in the majority, so it doesn't matter. But equally, I wouldn't endorse something I thought was suboptimal. And the words are really important in this. And I think it was really good to have, just as illustrative examples, the text of what it might look like. So I think in 2A, as an example, we had a requirement that was 300.5. And I genuinely think that would require an enormous amount of work, because the requirement as drafted, I don't believe is workable. And to make it workable, it would require some really difficult thinking on the part of the project team. So, for instance, I think you'd probably have to make ethical culture a defined term. And that would be a really difficult ask of any project team at any time. So, in a sense, we sort of need to know whether it's actually possible to draft a requirement. Like in principle, if we go down 2, then if I had to rank my choices, I'd prefer application material instead of a requirement. But in order to really give a decision on that, I'd need to know whether you could actually write a requirement. And I only say I need to know whether you could write a requirement because I don't think I could. So I'd love to see how you actually wrapped your head around it and made it work. So that's my sort of reservation.
Well, I think that I trust that the project team would be able to write a requirement which is acceptable. But of course, I respect your question and doubt about that possibility. David, please.
Thank you. So I think I would echo what's been said, and I said it earlier. I think the choice of how we frame things is super important. I struggle a little bit with the idea of just application material, because then I'm back to, well, what's the objective? So I think the requirement to me should define the objective and should be very simple to understand, right? So there's no ambiguity. And then the application material would give you context around the thinking, how you might approach it, but again, not being prescriptive. But I think if we don't define the expectation, then I think we really will have some trouble with the application material as well, because what are we aspiring to? So I think, to Mark's point, I agree, it's not easy, but we need to find a way to do it.
Thank you, David. Sadia, please.
So I think today we had to make a decision between options, and I think that it's clear which option majority is falling in within. I actually gave a preference for one of the options when I spoke earlier, but upon reflection, I think everyone needs a little bit more time to understand what it could look like. The document that was shared was a first draft. It probably needs consideration, questions, input, and kind of like thinking about how we would go about drafting if it's option 2A or 2B. Also, another consideration is, would we be doing NAM concurrently with the drafting of the standard setting? Because that was something that it seemed like they were standalone, but now that we've made a decision as a board, then we need to consider how they would flow, or what's the linkage between option 2 and option 5, and if that is the one that we've come up to.
Hey, Sadia, thank you very much. And before I give the floor to the other board members who want to speak, I'd like to ask the project team, and this is really a question, if this, leaving this open in terms of doing the job that you will need to do from tomorrow on, leaving this question open about if it's going to be option 2A or 2B, if it's going to be your life and your work impossible because they are two completely different things, or if this is something that you could accommodate relatively easy, because we also need to understand from you this, right? You put this at the same option as the same option, and I remember in our conversations you said, well, technically they are purely technically, they are similar, but I don't think that we should make a decision in that direction before asking the project team and Ken, what does this mean in terms of the development of the work? Because I don't want to make a decision and tomorrow you tell me this is impossible. We'll have to do 2 projects, and that's not the objective.
So the question here is, just to reframe it, can we live with acknowledging that option 2 is the majority view, and then going forward, we will work on the drafting and come back to the board in September and get the input that we, that will be needed for the drafting. Obviously, this was an illustrative example, and based on that input, we can further refine whether or not this is option 2A or 2B. However, we can definitely refine the drafting as such, but I do want to note that, as Gabriela mentioned just now, that there was some sort of majority, not a consensus, obviously, but there was some sort of majority for a requirement. So in terms of what is presented to the board in September, can we live with presenting a requirement and then we work on that with feedback and input, etc.? That's my question, and I see Ken coming in as well, so please go ahead.
No, I think it's a slightly different take I have, Cam, which is that we would keep the options open on 2A and 2B, and come to the board in September with an articulation much more advanced than the initial attempt at the strawman of options 2A and 2B, and to present those 2 advanced articulations of 2A and 2B for the board to have a full consideration, with the benefit of further analysis from the project team about the implications of 2A and the implications of 2B, right? And to Mark's question or reservations about 2A, let's have an attempt at looking at ways to draft this overarching requirement in a way that would make it an operable principle, recognizing that I think maybe Marjit, you said it as much, principles alone will not essentially move the border, right? There needs to be much more than just the overarching principle in order to really help people understand what is the expectation and essentially what is intended with the ultimate outcomes relative to compliance, relative to behaviors, ultimately in support of public trust. So that absolutely is my view that the project team can work on, of course, with the benefit of the advice from the board advisors over the coming quarter.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, Nancy, please.
I don't know that I have an answer for this, but I do think we need to, before we take an option that is not a clear and direct path, think about how our stakeholders are going to look at that. And obviously, this board discussion has just simply mirrored, I think, some of the very polarized discussions that have been had during this project, and including, I think, perhaps some confusion about the direction last June by some stakeholders. So I just want to be really thoughtful about, should we just go ahead and send staff and the project team a clear direction today? I don't think that precludes us from making a particular determination, and then the project team comes back and says, we actually don't think that remains the right answer. I think we can be thoughtful about that. But I do think from a stakeholder perspective, I'm not sure how the perception is going to be about taking a direction that is not clear on whether it is going to be a requirement or application material. And then, Cam, you brought something up that I think is really important, is that I think with respect to whatever decision we make today, whether it's go forth with option 2 and let the project team come back, I don't think that can be done with a particular view that the board has sent the project team on a particular preferred path. I think if we take this option, it is, we don't know what the right path is and we need more information. Having said that, and again, I don't feel, I think, super strongly about this, but I would be leaning toward, let's take the show of hands on the options that are presented to us, but then maybe with the thought that the project team has some flexibility about thinking through how that might look like. But I just want us to be thoughtful as we move forward about, you know, how we're communicating to our stakeholders and those, and making sure the project team is very, very clear on what they're being tasked to do. Lastly, since I have the microphone, I do think as we move forward, the project team, we need to be very thoughtful about what due process looks like. And maybe from an innovation standpoint, there's some different ways to think about due process and keeping these stakeholders on the journey with us and not waiting until we get to an exposure draft. And I'm also thinking about non-authoritative material. I feel very, very strongly that we should not be issuing requirements that are not accompanied by meaningful non-authoritative content from a implementation standpoint. But I think that non-authoritative content probably needs, again, some level of exchange with our stakeholders. What due process looks like, I don't know, but I just wanted to express that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I think it was a very important suggestion or share of concerns. And your point, I think, is important. And maybe I hadn't thought about it enough, but clarity, I think it's what you're asking for. Absolute clarity about what the decision was is absolutely necessary. Of course, not precluding or preempting the possibility of a bit later down the road, the project team say, okay, we think that we need to make an adjustment and let's bring it to the board. That's your point, right? So your preference would be, let's take a show of hands, let's go with whatever the majority prefers, and then with this openness that this board has always had, and we see it again, that we all know that we had this conversation, and so if necessary, when necessary, we will adjust. And I think that what I see around the table are open minds, very open minds. So I fully trust the board to be, and the board and of course the staff to be able to adjust as necessary. Anyway, Tomoyo, let's listen to the others. Tomoyo.
Thank you, Chair. So I can go with option 2. As I'm saying, what my expectation is these FCG elements to be a separate paper, and that's why I prefer the option 4. Putting on the requirement or the application material as 304 and 5, that part I can accept. So I can go with option 2, but through the due process and wording, if we can further discuss whether how to put these FCG elements is what I want to further see. Putting these FCG elements as 305 is not, so I think this is quite different from the taste of the other code requirements. So I prefer to put it outside the code. But again, 2A, 2B, I can accept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichuku. Sorry, I was already thinking about Obichuku, who is next. Tomoyo, Obichuku, please.
Thank you, Chair. And please pardon me, I don't mean to draw us back, but I just think I have to say this. I can live with option 2A or 2B, but I just want to put it out there that the difference between option 2A, 2B, and option 3 is basically the prominence given to the FCG, FM culture and governance standards or framework. And why not use this opportunity and give it the prominence it requires? Because whether it's 2A requirements or B only application material is in the code. So why not just give it a clear requirement that brings it out? So I just want to put it out there, but whatever happens, whether it's 2A or 2B, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obichukwu. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the clarity issue is important. And I would not like to have a discussion in the future that people say, well, it wasn't clear that the project team was allowed to come up with a requirement. So you cannot just go and change your mind. And so I would prefer to go straight into the possibility of the project team to present a requirement as deemed necessary for the effectiveness and the working of the framework. And then if we decide that we don't need that requirement, we can water it down to just application material. But I don't think we should go ahead and leave indication to the project team that they cannot come up with a requirement if they see that fit. That would be my preference, and I would suggest that we vote that way.
Thank you, Hector and Chana. I was going to ask you, even if you would not offer to speak.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with Hector. Remember, we are not even written the exposure draft, right? It has to go out, like, first the board has to be comfortable with it, then it has to go out for consultation. We can hear what other people think. So there's a long road before we had to take a decision. So I would support Hector's comment that we give a clear direction to the project team that they need to come up with a requirement, which is like option 2A. And then later, if the board wants to step down, then it's the board's decision.
Thank you very much, Chana. So I think that in any case, I think that we still need to go with a show of hands, right? Between option 2A and 2B, because we have the people who had the preference to be outside the code and some of them moved. So I don't want any kind of unclarity or confusion to remain. Ken, you seem very thoughtful. Are you fine with this?
Yes, I'm fine, as long as the board is comfortable with giving an indication of the forward direction. I was more thinking ahead to the exposure draft and how we might navigate the exposure process.
Let's
And
leave it for
yes,
the
but
next-
we're not there yet. So
Not today yet.
I know.
Yeah.
Not trying to run ahead.
One problem at a time. So, well, thank you very much once again for this fantastic attitude of this board, and this leaves me very comfortable to make a decision with this certainty and confidence that we will be open enough to understand that something doesn't work in a certain way, or that we may need to adjust whatever. So, thank you to all of you. Thank you, Nancy, for that very important heads up about the importance of communication. It has been an issue over these 2.5 years that we decide or deliberate or do not decide, and then there are misunderstandings and lack of clarity. So we need to be crystal clear about what was decided, and then we'll see. Amajit?
No, this is a slightly different subject. On the proportionality, I had some comments. I don't know if it's the right time to do it or I can save it for later.
Yes, I think that you can still do it shortly.
Very
right?
shortly.
And then we'll go for the show of hands.
Okay. So on the feedback on from the small and medium firms, I have some sympathy with the arguments made on their behalf. I'll just give you a little bit of context so that it can be appreciated better. Like in India, we have 70,000 firms which are registered with the Institute of Chartered Accountants. They are proprietary firms. and sole practitioners. And 97% of these 70,000 firms, almost all, have only up to five members. So I believe some of the elements of the proposed framework may have very limited practical relevance for this set of SMPs. And I believe even in Kenya and Brazil, also similar market structure is there. So we can discuss what elements can be applicable later, but I thought I'll just place that on the table that needs certain consideration. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Amajit. So there are some numbers, I don't know them by heart, maybe Rui can help me, but in this document that we have recently issued on proportionality, the numbers that are there about the size of the firms, the number of firms with a certain size, etc., they are very close, I would say, to what you have just mentioned. Again, I don't have the numbers by heart, but that's a reality that we know well, that an endless number of firms do not represent the same risk and do not, some of these elements may not be that relevant or relevant at all. If you have a firm with one member, I think it's difficult to apply some of these viewpoints.
Sure. Just one last point, that again, I had several comments on that, but I don't think we have time to do that. On this potential enduring principle, that annexure, that agenda item 2B, I think, or 2C? 2B. So we haven't discussed that. I don't know if we would have time in this meeting or the next. So
to discuss what, sorry?
So there's an agenda paper 2B, where the attempt has been made to segregate what should be in the principle, what should be in the NAM. So point by point, and I had some comments there as well, but that can wait.
We'll surely find an opportunity in one way or another, maybe. Sorry, Laura?
Yeah, like we presented that agenda item and the views inside that agenda item were considered in the drafting, in the illustration, notably of option 3. We do not have time to discuss to go principle by principle, but any comments in writing will be most welcome, especially for the next phase when we go into the drafting.
Written comments on that?
Please.
Oh,
thank you.
Just a question, will you be revisiting this document based on the results from the simulation? Because I think,
because the drafting will come post-June, post-today. And so all the feedback on content, all the feedback included in the simulation report, there's a very heavy appendix there. All the feedback, from board, as Laura just mentioned, please provide it to us offline. In terms of drafting, whatever we do draft, that will be very, very, very helpful. Thank you.
Well, that brings us, I think, to the Amajit. Do you still want to say something? No. Okay. Brings us to the end of this discussion, which is the start of another one, starting tomorrow or today evening, about the next steps and the progress that we will have to make. But this will be definitely a different cycle. So can we now go for the show of hands? And I'd like to ask the board members who from you support, well, between these two options, to option A and 2A and 2B, who from the board members support option 2A? Nine. Okay. Who from you support option 2B? 6. We are missing someone. Oh, Obi also. Obi, which one? Obi, which one were you, Obi?
2A. It was 2A. I raised my hand for 2A.
So, okay, so it's 10-7. 10-6. Okay. So the result is very clear. We will not forget that 6 of the board members would have a different preference, and that will be embedded in the thinking, the work, the approach, the calibration of the approach. And of course, with this idea that in September, based on what the project team will want to present in terms of proposed drafting, we will have a discussion, and we will always have the opportunity to adjust anything that might have not been right in this decision. I think we are done for today. Thank you very much. This is again an important day. We are finishing a heavy, intense cycle of 2 years and a half, and starting another one that I hope will not last for the same same time, but we never know what happens. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board members. Thank you, project team. Thank you, the board members, the board advisors to the team, and thank you, Christine and Enrique. I don't know if you want to add anything, and before I ask Philippe if he has anything to say.
I just want to again say thank you very much for involving us in this and invite you to go forth with innovation in mind and embrace this next step. I mean, I'm very excited, and I really do hope that keeping innovation in mind, even in the process as you go, still stays in the forefront.
Thank you very much. We will definitely do that as much as we can. Philippe, any final word here?
Yeah, final words. Thank you. First, appreciate and congratulations for moving at least one step forward. And I find it very interesting that you keep the possibilities to envisage two different approaches, in fact, because in terms of external communication, it's not a common approach with two nuances, I would say, two slight differences. It's, either mandatory or something which is based on a volunteer approach, non-authoritative material. So you have kept the possibility to examine the different options finally, and to consider, depending on the wording and depending on what you feel in terms of, possibilities of implementation, to switch from one approach to another. That something I find smart in the situation when there are, at the moment, still, I would say, some uncertainties about the efficiency of an approach. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Philippe. Just to be crystal clear, I think that what we will communicate externally is that we went for option 2A, right? And of course, we made a commitment here to, as we always did, adjust as we go and as necessary, depending on what we will know, that it's unknown today, depending on further testing, depending on the simulation exercise that we will further consider, and that's it. But according to Nancy's recommendation, the communication needs to be clear, and the majority went for option 2A. We will take this commitment forward of calibrating as necessary, according to what we will see further, and having in mind that 6 board members would have preferred a slightly different approach. Is that okay in terms of communication? Because we will probably make some communication, and we need to understand, have clear what kind of communication we will make. The decision is this one, I think, but I'm looking at Rui, who is going to be the responsible to develop something that we will approve, but I think that it's clear. Luigi, please.
If I can add, the communication should be very clear that at least a part of those that had chosen another option, then decided to go with the majority, but the first option was another one.
Okay. Well, just to start, this meeting is public, so whoever is observing us, and I guess that there will be a few, will know that, but of course we will not omit anything. Okay. So thank you very much. We will meet tomorrow. Oh, sorry, John.
Gabriela, just I I think we need to think a little bit. I agree that it's very clear that the majority of this board just voted for option 2A, and we should be willing to be clear about that. I think, though, a number of the people also said that although that's their preference, that depending on what the actual words say, and depending on the work that is now done in the next phase, so I think we just need to balance not being willing to say we made a clear decision, but also be clear that we recognise that this is just a beginning, and it may well be that actually we end up all, or the bigger majority, thinking actually we could have a different route, which would get greater consensus, which would get greater buy-in from our stakeholders.
Thank you, John. I think we will need to, sorry, Satya, we will need to be careful, because one thing that we definitely don't want is to leave this open again. So there is a decision, of course, that is always a possibility that, according to the due process, is always open. But given all the level of misunderstandings, gaps in the communication, uncertainty, etc., that we saw happening before, I think it's very important that we are crystal clear about what was decided. We can tweak here or there. The future, we'll see what the future will bring. The due process is the due process. A lot of things may happen. September, we will be here to see if we need to adjust anything in this initial decision. But I think that, again, Nancy was very helpful in reminding us that communication here, we cannot allow misinterpretations, or that stakeholders think that we can go, this is just one decision, but that we can go in completely different direction or whatever. We will keep honest and fair as we always did. If there is a flaw in this decision, something that we have missed or whatever, of course, we will need to go back. But we should not forget that this is a decision being made after 2.5 years of intense work. So, I mean, at least we have some confidence that that is a very robust decision. Again, not closing the door, because we never do it to things that may happen afterwards. But I'm really focused on having communication that does not leave room for many interpretations, or the idea that we have not made a robust decision, right? Okay. Okay, now I don't see anyone else wanting to speak. Thank you so much for the last time today, and we will be back tomorrow at 9, right? With very exciting topics of a slightly different nature, but which I guess will sooner or later touch upon what we have been discussing today, which is farm culture and governance, because tomorrow we will start with private equity, and then we'll have technology. And if anything, all these topics are related. And when speaking about private equity and technology, we will end up speaking about farm culture and governance, and vice versa. So it's the decision and the conversation today will give us a very good segue for the conversation tomorrow. Have a good rest, have a nice evening, and see you tomorrow at 9 here.